A comeback win for the ages for the Buffalo Bills. They were down by 15 with minutes to go. They come back to beat the Baltimore Ravens last night by a final score of 41-40. A game-winning field goal by Matt Prater in his first game as a Buffalo Bill gives the Bills the win. We'll be talking about it all throughout the morning here on WGR. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Josh Allen ends up on the day with 394 yards passing, also 2 touchdowns and then two rushing touchdowns as well. So statistically, one of Allen's best games also. Bills beat the Ravens. They go to 1-0. Elsewhere around the NFL, a loaded Sunday for the NFL. The San Francisco 49ers win over Seattle 17-13. They lose George Kittle to a hamstring injury. No word yet on how long he could be out. The Cincinnati Bengals survive the Cleveland Browns. The Bengals had 7 yards in the second half, but they still won the game by 1 point. Pittsburgh and the Jets end up going back and forth offensively. Pittsburgh wins 34-32. The Dolphins had about as bad a week one as you can imagine. They lose to Daniel Jones and the Colts 33-8. Jones and the Colts scored on every drive that they had on the day. The Raiders go to New England and down the Patriots 20-13. Monday Night Football tonight. NFC North battle, the Vikings and the Bears, 8:15 kickoff. We'll have that game right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, the final season opener at Highmark Stadium will not be forgotten by anybody that watched it. Happy Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Happy Victory Monday. You might have been celebrating Victory Monday on the drive home because it was a late night. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Buffalo Bills Football Monday is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
For many, it was a late night.
Yes.
Not for everybody. It wasn't a late night.
That's right. Some went to bed?
That's right.
You went to bed?
No.
Okay.
No, I did not.
I feel like we're not allowed to.
No. I leave at halftime to make sure I don't get stuck there until 2 o'clock in the morning, knowing I got to get up for the show the next morning.
Right.
So I left at halftime. But after that game, I'm sitting in bed like, I'm not sleeping right now. I was wired. So I went down and played a quick game of NCAA football, just destroyed some hapless soul at 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's after the win? You were too wired after the win?
After the win, yeah. Just went downstairs, did that, went back up, went to bed. Listened to Josh Allen talk, Sean McDermott a little bit as well, which is what I'm sure many did in their cars. So yeah, I got the bet eventually.
One thing about this game, there's a million things, and our phone lines are open at 803-0550 here on a Bills Football Monday. You know, when they win a game, sometimes people will have a complaint or something to say, and it'll be a situation where someone hears a person complaining and says, "What are you guys worried about? They won the game." This is a game where there's not a soul alive that didn't complain along the way. There's not your most hardcore Bills fan that doesn't want to talk about, this not being good or this not being good, was ready to fire somebody at 41-25 or maybe at 17-7. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a game that tested everyone, and they win it. And if you're Baltimore, you're just, you know what you're thinking if you're Baltimore? You know what that looked like, by the way, everybody?
Yeah.
That was a Chiefs win. That was a what?
Yeah.
They won that game. Mm-hmm. The other team, their brains melted, and the Bills won this game. Mm-hmm. It bounces off of Dawson Knox into a diving Keon Coleman's arms. They missed an extra point. What? Mm-hmm. Who fumbled? Derrick Henry on the way to a career day, maybe 500 yards. He fumbled, and they win.
They miss an extra point along the way also. If they don't miss an extra point, I mean, the Bills, missed some 2-point conversions, and I've got a lot to say about that eventually, but the extra point is why they don't get overtime.
That's right. I'm so excited that we don't have to talk about 2-point conversion, not just execution, but decisions the whole day. Felt like they would have lost the game if they don't get the ball back and the Ravens run out the clock. It's, they lost by 2 points and they missed 3 2-point conversions. It would have been just like nonstop 2-point conversion talk. Mm-hmm. Instead, what? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. And it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are...
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up. Mm-hmm. But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen,
right? There's some luck along the way. I think the Ravens made some mistakes. I think I saw a lot on Twitter last night that Ravens fans are after Harbaugh because he does this all the time. There are stats about how often this happens. It happens to the Ravens more than it happens to anybody, that they lose this way. I mean, there's more fun things about the Bills to get to, but what are you doing punting that football on 4th and 2?
I know.
You've got the most elusive quarterback in the history of the sport. Like, was not every Bills fan, the moment that punter came onto the field, to give them a chance to drive down the field and kick a field goal, instead of going for it on 4th and 2, where even like they debated on the broadcast, Chris Collinsworth was on the broadcast saying, I think you go for this. I mean, the color analyst on a national football broadcast was like, go for it. In his own territory, the reason why you wouldn't, I guess, and why they didn't, is the Bills are in field goal range if you do not get it.
All the more reason to go for it. But actually, it's all the more reason to go for it if you're Baltimore, because your enemy, there's 133 left. Your enemy is not just the field goal. It's that they need to use more clock to get the field goal.
Right.
You'd love them to only need 38 yards.
Yeah.
Because then you can stop. All right, we'll get another chance maybe. Of course they should have gone for that.
And again, like the real point, though, is everybody, I would think, everybody in the stadium when the punter came on the field had a sigh of relief. Thank you. Thank you for not. That's how I felt. Yeah. I felt they're punting. Yes. Like, amazing that they're punting. And if the opponent is like cheering when your punter comes on the field, you know you've made the wrong decision.
Not just a sigh of relief. You probably sat up in your chair and thought, I'm about to watch my team win this game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, is there any doubt they're going to get in range? I'm going to stop Josh Allen, giving him 4 downs and the license to we'll take my first snarky shot here, not throw screens all day. He's going to actually try to win the game.
Right.
He's going to go down the field. He's going to run. He's going to throw. And sure enough, that's what happened.
And not to make this all about the Ravens, but there's that mistake, and then I don't know how much this has been brought up, or if anybody has brought it up. The Bills don't have any timeouts. Keon Coleman, they're showing ESPN right now. He gets tripped up, right? Like one, not on that corner, like to know, like, hey, it's probably good to let him score at that point, but good that Coleman doesn't score,
of course.
But now the clock's ticking, and what is there? 35 seconds on the clock, and the Bills don't have any timeouts. You can't stop the clock. You cannot. You have 3 timeouts, and they have, you'll call a timeout. You have 2 timeouts. They'll have 3 plays. You can't stop the Bills from running the clock down. So at that point, all you're doing by calling timeout is giving the Bills time to get organized and figure out what they're supposed to do here. Mm-hmm. Why call timeout? Make them go to the line of scrimmage and have Allen have to figure it out in the huddle. So again, like just little things like that where that happened on the other side. McDermott would be getting lambasted this morning. He did not do that last night. Not to say that their defense was great, and you said if they shut him down, he deserves his flowers. They didn't do that.
They did not do that.
But the coach on the other side made way more mistakes last night than the Bills coach did.
Mm-hmm.
Way more mistakes.
803-0550. So much to get to. Derrick Henry ran through the Bills like a hot knife through butter. It was no contest for him until he fumbled. The Bills' defense did what it did a lot last year, which is, it actually looked much, much worse, but made 2 plays, 3 plays when they needed it. Bosa poking out a fumble on Justice Hill. That keeps 1 drive to 3 instead of 7.
Yep.
The fumble for Henry, of course, another one.
3 plays were at it. Did Ed Oliver end 3 drives himself?
Oliver was amazing the whole night.
That's the Ed Oliver game.
Yep.
That's the best game he's ever played as a Bill.
Yeah, and they gave up 40.
I tweeted that last night. Is it possible that Derrick Henry had his best game ever against the Bills while Ed Oliver also had his best game as a Bill at the same time? Because I think that's what happened last night.
Mm-hmm. We'll get some calls in, and your reactions to, all of it. They won the game. It's hilarious.
We just have to say it enough times today. They won that game.
Yeah,
they won that game. There's many people. I think my dad might be one of these people. I don't know that. Don't know right now they won the game.
You're still asleep?
They're asleep, thinking they lost.
Yeah.
Think that would be a few people.
Yeah. Good morning. The Bills won the game. Mike in Connecticut.
Maybe we just informed you.
Yeah, right. Mike in Connecticut is leading us off. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. Wow, what a game.
Yeah.
I think the first thing I want to say is it feels so good to be on the other side of one of these game of the years. I think for the last 4 years, whether it was Arizona,
Minnesota,
Philly, insane. I think it is awesome to finally be on the other side. One thing I want to say about whether it's McDermott, special teams, I'm always a fan of don't take points off the board. I understand penalty on the extra point, you get it at the 1. But if we did not get the ball back, there's those going for 2 several times would have came back to bite us. 2 other things I just want to say really quick. We didn't hear his name much, but I think it was one of those things when you don't hear anything that's good is Dorian Strong. He was just sound. Obviously, he had the penalty early, but overall sound performance. The moment was not too big. I think there's a genuine concern at the safety position. I think we all know that, but I do think that it can't get worse than where it's at. So I can only hope that there is a growth. And is it wide receiver 1 season?
What do you mean?
For Coleman?
Yeah. I'm saying Keon Coleman. Yeah.
He was great down the stretch.
But he was great at being there and being a – Jerry Ostrowski referred to him as a trash man, cleaning up the trash, catching. He caught a 3rd down play where Allen scrambles. It depends. What do you mean by wide receiver 1 season? It's 6-14. If I start talking about receiver after they scored 41 points, people will get me fired. But no one on this team got open the whole game.
All right.
All of their good plays, Allen extends plays to give his receivers time to get open. That's what that offense was. On the broadcast, Collinsworth was so confused by their offense that he didn't realize that what he said made no sense. And maybe if you're watching this game, Collinsworth said during the game that he thought Josh Allen was feeling pressure that wasn't there, and because of that, was getting flushed from the pocket. And I think he's got more time than he realizes. Maybe he does. Allen was scrambling to give the receivers more time to get open. That's what that was. Yeah. All day. No one could get separation. No one could get open. And if Allen runs around, well then, all right, the zone opens in spots and maybe a receiver can break free. Like, Keon Coleman had a nice day. At one point in the game, it was the Bills' two leading receivers had a combined 2 catches for like 9 yards. Yeah. And this is late in the game. They couldn't get the ball to receivers at all, and then they just could because Josh Allen works magic. So it's a great kind of performance from Coleman. It's exactly the kind of player he can be, which is a little dangerous after the catch, win a couple of one-on-ones. I mean, his touchdown was a stroke of luck, but whatever. Like, take it. So good for him.
Big play at the end to set them up for the field goal.
Palmer,
that might have been his best one of the game.
Yeah, Palmer, a big play at the end. Other than that, the story of the game, I mean, Josh Allen's amazing. Josh Allen is able to just lift everybody up. James Cook had their most explosive play that kind of got that game going as well, which was good to see because Cook is an explosive player. It's Allen and Cook and Coleman. Kincaid had maybe his best game in a while in terms of contributions, big catches for him, touchdown for him. Yeah.
Jackson Hawes getting in on the show.
Hawes.
Jackson Hawes.
Yeah.
That's when it was getting stupid.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Wait, who? Hawes caught it to the one?
That's how it's a Chiefs game.
Why is he even out there?
It's a Chiefs win. Mahomes threw it to who?
Yeah, right.
When did he join the team? Mike in Tonawanda. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question. So at this point, what do we do with Prater after the Bass comes back? Because I don't know about you guys, but I didn't find myself holding my breath at all whenever Prater went out there to kick a ball. I find myself doing that with Bass a lot. And I know Bass is younger, but, I mean, kickers, man, their legs usually last forever, you know, and I don't know what Bass's contract is. And especially if you saw the videos last night afterwards, they were giving Prater a lot of love. You know, he already seemed like he's fitting right in. You know, so what do we do here? I know we can't keep Prater on the practice squad forever because somebody's going to want to take him off soon. So what do we do once Bass comes off IR?
You know, I mean, I don't know. Today, he made the winning kick, but it was very short, right? Good for him. He made a 43-yarder. He goes 3 for 3. He makes his extra points, so perfect day for him. I don't know. Today's the day for this. Maybe this is in a month when Bass is getting closer. Maybe a few more Prater games, but at some point, I'll want to talk about that. I wasn't worried. He is. I looked up over the weekend. In the last 3 seasons, from 50-plus, from 40 to 49, from 30 to 39, from 20 to 29, and from extra points, Prater is a better percentage than Tyler Bass. So that was one area where, like, oh, I don't know, man. He just got here on Thursday. I didn't feel any more nervous. Like, I felt they had statistically a better kicker on the field.
Well, if I could psychoanalyze, the reason you don't feel nervous about Prater is because he had never let you down before.
True.
And Bass had missed
and it was
kicks.
a 20. What even was the distance on the last one?
It was a chip shot. Yeah, it was very makeable.
Did you see in the moment Kyle Hamilton, or did you see after the fact Kyle Hamilton?
How close he was?
Yeah, I saw it in the moment, and I don't know how many other people did. Like, heart stopped. Like, oh, they didn't block him, and I didn't see this until after, like, the freeze frame after that he was an inch from blocking that field goal. I think Deion Walker was the one who just forgot to block him, and he came in unscathed, jumped up, and just missed the kick.
Well,
it was almost the stupidest loss.
That is what I was thinking.
One of the stupidest losses.
As he's lining up for the kick, my thought is, well, the only way this game could get actually dumber is if this kick gets blocked.
And it came as close as humanly possible.
Thank goodness it didn't, because we would have had another epic game of all time. The Bills come out on the wrong end of it, and what if?
Right. Great execution at the end, though, on that.
Yes. Well done.
Clock is ticking, getting it off with like 2 seconds left, so that the clock hits 0. Again, Harbaugh, thank you for the timeouts, getting everybody organized.
Who else executed a kick like that on opening weekend? The Chiefs did. The Chiefs did that before the half.
I was so mad at that.
Before the half in Brazil, and all you saw was expert coaching. This is a well-coached team. What do the Bills do? The Bills executed a kneel down, calmly walk out. That clock's ticking. Prater is walking as calmly.
Oh, that dude is so cool.
As calmly as you could possibly be. Yeah. I thought shouldn't you run out there and get in position?
No, he's
just
like
walking.
He was strutting out on the field.
19,
I got
18,
this.
17. Like, Matt, buddy, you got to get your spot.
He's
or what?
he's like the superhero in an action movie walking away from the explosion behind him.
That's right.
Basically.
Mo in New Jersey up next here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, a Victory Monday. Hey, Mo.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. And I'm happy to be saying it's a Victory Monday. I still can't figure out how we won that game. And to your point, we're always on the wrong side of these game of the years. You talk about it year in, year out, game of the year, and here we are, we lost. Like, it's the worst game of my life. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm glad we won it. I really hated the decision. I was watching the game with my daughter, and I said, I hate taking points off the board. I'm just one of those people. You made the extra point, take the extra point. You're going to be chasing that point for the rest of the game, which we were. And we're fortunate enough that the kicker on the Ravens side, he missed a kick. So it kind of, gave us the opportunity to win it at the end of the game, so rather than pushing it into overtime. I wouldn't have survived if it went into overtime. But that defensive performance, I don't want to be the negative Nelly in the room right now, but that defensive performance really has me concerned. Definitely the Ed Oliver game for sure. Like, if he can play like that for the rest of the season, I won't be concerned so much about the defensive line, but our secondary, our safeties, we talked about it all preseason. They were lost back there, taking wrong angles, couldn't make tackles. Now, I know Derrick Henry is one of one when it comes to trying to tackle a guy like that, but the safeties were just lost. And I don't know what the answer is at this point in the season, right? But we have who we have. They need to figure it out. And I'm not a DeMar Hamlin guy, but he's always in the right spot at least. Maybe he knows where to be. I'm not going to pretend like I know how to fix it, but I really hope they can fix this defense and that offensive performance for the ages. Josh Allen, I've never seen a quarterback do what he's done. You guys said it. He makes the wide receivers get open. Up until that fourth quarter, our guys were just not getting open. Their secondary, the Ravens' secondary is really good, but they couldn't get open. And then they came alive in the fourth quarter. Josh Allen does what he does. Couple of amazing throws, especially the one down the left sideline on that last drive to Palmer. I couldn't believe what I was watching. And when you talk about when you knew you had a chance, that's when I knew we really had a chance. Like, I know, okay, we had the ball, we have a chance to win. When he made that throw, I'm like, this is it. And they went down there, got the field goal. Bills win. It's on to the Jets. Let's go.
The thing about Bishop trying to tackle Derrick Henry, if Derrick Henry has made it that far into your defense untouched, there are few humans ever that would actually bring him down. You can't be upset with Bishop for not getting him to the ground there, because it's an actually impossible task to ask full speed. Okay, jump in front of the freight train and slow it down. It's not going to work. So the failures come up front. Whether that's however Baltimore schemed it and got it and knew that the Bills' run defense, where it was going to be vulnerable. The L22 will tell the tale, and people that break that down, whether it's run fits or fundamentals or communication on defense or Deion Walker or whatever it might be. They got run on in a way that Sean McDermott defenses never get run on, even though they invite the run. I'm trying to think. The most rushing yards they ever gave up was 190 against the Saints in a Tyrod game.
Yeah, remember that game? They ran it 30 times in a row.
Yeah, and since then, what? And
even against this guy, this guy, they've managed. He's got his big runs here and there, but there haven't been many games where it's just every time he touched the ball, you felt like, oh, they got no shot.
Yeah,
and they did get there at the end, but even at the end, how'd they get him? It was the linemen. They didn't let him get to the second and third level because, Bishop couldn't stop him when he got in front of him, and Taylor Rapp just couldn't get in front of him at all. How about Collinsworth going after Taylor Rapp, by the way, on that run? You need better safety play than this. This dude just not even coming close to getting in front of him. And he even had the stat on. He's a 4.7 safety, which I did not know, by the way. I did not know before last night that Rapp had a slower 40 time than Ed Oliver, but he didn't. Henry, though, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's throw your hands up. I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah,
he's not even at that. Yeah, like this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're gonna have to. It's gonna have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not gonna win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah. Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. If you're on hold, stick with us. If you're not, there's a spot for you. Bills win. And we're streaming on YouTube. You can make a comment in there.
The chat on a Victory Monday.
The chat on a Victory Monday. It's already saucy. That's how it goes. Open phone lines for you as well. Sal later. I don't know when. I'm going to kind of let him wake up as a late night. Chris Brown, well, his spot is locked in, 8:30. It's all part of Victory Monday here on WGR.
Allen back to pass, looking over the middle, and he's got him in the end zone for a touchdown. It's Dalton Kincaid.
What? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. I mean, it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are.
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Henry, though, just like, I mean, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah.
He's not even at that. Yeah, like this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're gonna have to. It's gonna have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not gonna win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah.
It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. The Bills with a comeback win. If you went to bed while they were down, they won it, 41-40. They were down by 15 with just minutes to go. Their win probability got down within 1%, lower than 1%, and they found a way to win with a field goal by Matt Prater, 32 yards at the end of the game as time expired. Josh Allen goes for almost 400 yards throwing. He had 4 total touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 2 through the air. The Bills go to 1-0. Next up is the New York Jets, who lost yesterday to the Pittsburgh Steelers in a pretty high-scoring game for what was expected there, 34-32. The Steelers win. Some other scores from around the league. The Bengals survived the Browns 17-16 to win in Week 1. The Texans fall to the Rams 14-9. Very low-scoring game there. The Packers looked dominant, beating the Lions 27-13 in Green Bay. Denver spoils the debut for Cam Ward, 20-12. Denver wins to go to 1-0, an early one-game lead over the Chiefs in their division. Commanders beat the Giants 21-6. Travis Hunter makes his debut for the Jaguars. They win 26-10 over the Carolina Panthers. Tonight, Monday Night Football, which we will have here on WGR, the Vikings and the Bears kick off at 8:15. And in the U.S. Open tennis, Carlos Alcaraz wins over Jannik Sinner. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's the snap. Allen has time. Now pressure coming from Van Noy. Throws, it's high, and it's caught in the end zone by Keon Coleman. It may have been intended for Dawson Knox, but Coleman's the one that ends up with it.
Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Might have been intended for Knox. Might have been intended for Shakir. Was not intended for Coleman.
Yeah.
You know, new stat. Keon Coleman, what's the stat? And what's the saying in fantasy football? When you shark a touchdown, you get somebody else's touchdown with a goal line carry?
Vulture.
Vulture? Okay.
Yeah, vulture.
Coleman's the vulture because don't forget he had that touchdown against the Jets last year on a ball intended for Ty Johnson.
Yeah, that's right.
Keon Coleman's going to end up with 50 career touchdowns intended for someone else.
See, the new Keon Coleman play should just be, hey, Allen's going to throw it to one. Just stand behind somebody else and just see what happens. Maybe Allen overthrows it and you're standing there. Maybe it tips and you're standing there. How about on a Hail Mary?
You took it out of my mouth.
That's just Hail Mary play. Do that in the future. Hey, Josh, why don't you throw it like 5 yards short of the end zone and all the defenders are going to run up. Keon stays back there and somebody just volleyballs it backwards.
Yeah.
Would that be illegal?
The only problem, no, it's not illegal. The only problem with that, though, is I think Keon is also most likely to be able to get it up there to volleyball it back to someone else.
That's true.
But I did have that same thought. Coleman with a nice finish. The Bills scored 22 fourth-quarter points and win. They beat the Ravens, who
22 fourth-quarter points.
So finally somebody found the graphic, and I'm glad because it popped up as soon as this happened. Like, this is not to diminish what the Bills did at all. The Ravens do this. The Ravens have several games like this, including I saw a screenshot. So Jay tweeted this at me. Miami was down 21 points to Baltimore with 12 minutes left and won a game. The Bills, of course, had a 20-3 comeback. The Ravens up 10 with 6 minutes to go against the Giants a couple years ago. Up 9 with 5 minutes to go against the Jaguars. The Bills are
the Raider game on there. I saw one of those. Against Minshew's Raiders.
Yeah.
They were up 10 with like 3 minutes left
and
lost the football game.
Yeah, and this game last night is the first time, according to OptaStats, they had this one. OptaStats says the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 or more with under 4 minutes to play and win the game in regulation.
Crazy.
Absolutely nuts.
Benjamin Solak had the numbers. The Ravens have now lost 8 games since 2021 in which they had, at one point, a win probability of at least 90%. And that is 3 more than the next closest team.
Jeez.
They do this more than anybody.
803-0550. Football Monday, give us a ring. You can chat about it with us. The defense, the line, the safeties, the corners, the offense. It's going to be one of those days where someone, a lot of someones are going to say, they scored 40. Like, that's right. That offense had some problems on the way to scoring 40. Quite a bit, especially in the first half, third quarter. Anthony in New York City. Good morning, Anthony.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I'm happy to escape. I wasn't just there with Henry last night. It was Dave Fly with us up all night, too. Why didn't we double-team him?
You can only pay so much attention to so many guys on that offense, but he was awesome. He was. Every time he touched the ball, it felt like there was a chance that not as much as Jackson or Henry when they're in the open field, but I felt like, this guy could break loose.
Right. Well, he had a screen pass for a touchdown, right?
Yep.
He had another deep play down the field where the call was that Bishop, and Next Gen Stats had this. I didn't even know Next Gen Stats charted stuff like this. But Bishop goes on a safety blitz on a play, and he blitzed from further away than any safety had blitzed in like a decade.
Really?
Yeah. Cole Bishop, 12.8 yards away from the line of scrimmage when the ball was snapped before blitzing from a safety alignment, the deepest blitz of the last 5 seasons.
Okay.
Nate Tice pointed out. Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports and the 301, I think he's on the 301 football show with Matt Harmon. Anyway, he pointed out what happened there is the Bills are still in their disguise, and Lamar quick counts them and snaps it. So,
and there was a lot of that yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. The Ravens are coached well on offense, and that basically what Lamar did was the center, snaps it as soon as he grabs the ball, and the Bills' defense is caught where it is. Like, Bishop didn't get a chance to kind of creep down to blitz.
Right.
So that's why he might have been that far away. But why not double Zay Flowers? I mean, DeAndre Hopkins did pretty well, and Derrick Henry did pretty well. And Flowers is tough. I mean, he's fast. He wins at all 3 levels. He can line up a lot of different spots. He's really good.
They didn't really throw Dorian Strong very often, did they, though?
No, and
maybe the Bills were shading a lot of help over there. I'm not sure. Maybe Benford was on an island more than
maybe
he usually is. But
it might be one of those spots where your defense gave up 40.
Yeah.
Finding that one corner didn't get burned. I mean, even Benford got beat by DeAndre Hopkins.
That's what I mean. Yeah, right. But that's what I mean. Like, was he in single coverage like all the time because they had a 6th-round rookie on the other side that they wanted to help? I'm not sure. He, by the way, of all the struggles that everybody has at tackling Derrick Henry in the open field, Dorian Strong did do it last night. He caught Henry and tackled him after he had built up speed, which is like the most impressive thing I've seen him do in his young career. I think they scored anyway.
Mark in Coconut Creek. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good. Oh, wow, what a game. Awesome. Got 3 words. I think someone mentioned earlier, but Walter Clement Pip. I really feel like this guy, the kicker that came in, if that would have been Tyler Bass kicking that field goal, I would have been nervous as you could be. But I just felt this guy just seems like he's calm, and looks like the guys love him. So I hope he sticks around. And also, speaking of the defense, I think I called before, and I was last week, who would you like to see? And I was, Bosa, but he looked really out of place early in the game. And it looks like maybe he started settling in a little bit. So they got a lot of work to do on defense and that safety. I said the same thing. He is slow, man. He needs to get that piano off his back, but it's going to be a long season, but just let Josh rip it and let him run, man. We can't wait on the defense to get better. We just need to let Josh go do his thing. So great show, guys. Love it, man. Have a good week.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Mark. Prater's kick is from 32 that ultimately goes through min. I mean, Tyler Bass, I feel like, is catching a lot of – I don't know if they're strays.
Yeah.
Bass is catching a lot. Tyler Bass's career from that distance – last year, he was perfect from that distance. The year before, 12 of 13. The year before, 11 of 13. The year before, 7 of 8. Like, if Bass had walked out for that kick, I would have been fully confident he was going to make that kick.
It was a very short kick.
I'll say that he probably would have made that kick.
If Ray Davis was going out for that kick, I would have felt less confident, but I still would have felt like, okay, they're probably winning this game.
Right.
So.
I don't know if this is I will say, of all the positions where you can lose your job because someone else comes in and they've got a couple of really good – like if he does that for a couple more weeks, it might be a conversation. I don't know. Because all right, fine, let's play it out. If Prater has 4 good weeks and kicks well for the Bills and Bass comes back and Prater gets cut, he's on another team in a heartbeat. Kickers will move. The kickers are like streaming your bottom 7 defenses in your fantasy football league. Like, they will move. He'll find a spot. In fact, the matter is he's available for the Bills to jump on their practice squad. Yeah. So I don't know that it has to be a conversation yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Prater also,
4 weeks.
Let's kind of be real about this. Prater does benefit from 3 different extra point possibilities he didn't attempt.
Yeah.
He might have missed 2 of them, or missed 1, or missed none. But part of the reason you might have been confident is because Prater did not have to go 7 of 7 in the day.
Right.
Thanks, Mark. David in Ohio. Hey, David.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. So, a couple of points. First one, jumping on the wide receiver train. Please get Allen some help. Stop dinking around with this guys off the street. Can you imagine Allen with a true wide receiver 1? I mean, get this guy some help. Number 2, McDermott and his defense, and being the investments they've made in the defensive line, as great as Travis Henry was last night, and he's a generational back, I agree, but he wasn't touched. He was getting to the second level, and he's gone. You can't expect anybody to stop him. The Jets just recently signed Harrison Phillips for nothing, from the Minnesota Vikings. They need a run stuffer. I mean, the game was lost in the trenches. The reason Henry did what he did is because they lost the battle in the trenches. The only way to stop Henry is getting him to go east-west, not north-south. And that's the thing that they knew was going to happen, but yet they couldn't stop it. So my concern moving forward is that every team is going to see this blueprint. Now, everybody doesn't have Travis Henry, but there are a lot of teams with very good offensive lines and very good running backs. They're going to come at the Bills and basically run on them. And I have concerns. Unless these guys coming off the suspension list, Ogunjobi, turn out to be great, I got major concerns moving forward. Forget the safety play. You can't expect the safety or Matt Milano or any of the linebackers to fill a hole and stop Derrick Henry. It's the trenches. And I want to know what you guys think, if there's any help out there at free agency. But that's my biggest concern coming out of this game.
Thanks, David. Yeah, some of the help they'll get is in the building. I mean, they would hope that T.J. Sanders and Deion Walker, it won't be their first game next time they play. Ogunjobi, Michael Hoyt. There'll be reinforcements coming to a point. Maybe Jordan Phillips is going to be some of that, what they want, right? If they want to dress him consistently and he can be a part of it. What I would say about this defense, they played the second best offense in football, the best offense in football. I gotta make a request. Wait 1 week. Because the Jets ran the ball well. They ran the ball well against the Steelers. Breece Hall had 107 on 19 carries. That is the exact correct level of, okay, a team ran it well in a game. It's not Baltimore. Can you do any better? Like if the Bills hold the Jets to 104 yards rushing on 27 carries, we kind of all calm down a bit about their run defense. I know if they get to the playoffs, they might face Baltimore and might have to find different answers against Baltimore. But, what are you looking for reinforcements? A trade at the deadline? The problem you run into is the Bills, from a numbers game, they don't have a space to cut anybody loose. Dwayne Carter, his season ends, and he goes to IR because of the Achilles. And you could kind of immediately say, like, well, I guess that makes the numbers game a little easier because I wasn't sure if he was going to be on the team when Ogunjobi comes back. Right. You want a defensive run stuffer, who's going to go? It's not going to be Daquan Jones? Who leaves? I don't know if you have an answer for that. So I think in that department, they might have to kind of figure it out with the bodies that are here. And Walker, Sanders, again, like, you hope that
maybe your third-round rookie can be on the field at some point during the season.
Sure, but I mean, is your rookie defensive end going to be? If you're looking,
he's supposed to be a better run defender than a pass rusher anyway.
That's right. Supposed to be on the edge and set the edge. But Henry's the kind of player where you're not like, well, whatever. We'll see. Thanks, David, for the phone call. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On the wide receivers, I mean, hey, it's always a topic. It really is. It'll always be a topic, and Allen making so much happen on the run, on the move, out of the pocket, because the only plays they have to get guys open are screens. And I've got a lot to say about the screen game and the early game plan. Finally got away from the early game plan and started to move the ball. The early game plan, tough.
Seemed to work when they had just their quarterback drop back to pass and have guys run routes.
Yeah.
Seemed like the offense ran a little better.
Yeah.
They went like 45 minutes without running a play where their MVP quarterback, dropped back to pass, and guys ran routes.
And right. The screen game drives me nuts because the screen game goes in the stats as a pass, and the reality is that those are run plays.
Yeah.
You're just calling run plays. It's a play where Josh Allen can be Josh Allen, or where he hands it off to a guy, 20 yards to his left. Tight end screen. You're removing
that tight end screen.
You're removing the greatness from your quarterback. Screens remove the greatness from Josh Allen. Should they be mixed in? Sure. But, man, early on, people were pulling their hair out about it, and I think justifiably so. 803-0550. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. It's Victory Monday. Get your calls in. Sal checks in a little later. Chris Brown, his call of the game, of course. You heard it here on WGR. He joins us at 8:30. Your call's next. What? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. And it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are.
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did, and they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Henry, though, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah.
He's not even at that. Yeah, like this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're gonna have to. It's gonna have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not gonna win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah.
It took everybody there. I'm just proud of our team for staying in it. No one on the sideline blinked. I mean, down 15 points, whatever we were, with 5-6 minutes left, staying with it. Fans leaving, the stadium. You got to play this game for 60 minutes, and that's a really good outfit that we just played. And God willing, we take care of business how we're supposed to and how we think we will. It's probably a team we'll see again.
Might see him back in that same stadium. Chiefs start 0-1. Ravens start 0-1. Division starts 0-1, other than the Bills, who got their win. The Patriots lost. The Jets lost. The Dolphins lost. The Dolphins got demolished.
Oh, they are cooked.
Demolished. And tonight, Vikings and Bears. Eye on the quarterback, Josh Allen. Boy, he played pretty well, huh? I mean,
394.
See, here's the old meme where you tap your head. Mm-hmm. Interceptions on 2-point conversions don't count as interceptions. How about that?
That wasn't a turnover.
It's not an interception. He did not throw an interception.
It was almost a 1-point safety.
Which would have been the only way that game could have been crazier.
Yeah.
The Bills lose by...
If it was a 1-point safety.
The Bills win by 1 because the Ravens intercepted and ran back into their own end zone for a 1-point safety.
Right.
That is one... You know what? A rules analyst was worth having in that moment. What would have happened right there?
What an admission.
Yeah.
You would have taken Terry McAuley on that one?
Yes. Tell me the last time a 1-point safety was scored in a game. The 80s? The 60s?
Maybe never.
Nathan in Boston very quickly before the break. No, we got to go. Sorry, Nathan. We'll have you right on the other side. We got to get a break in. That's Eye on the Quarterback, though. We did Eye on the Quarterback for you because that's what we do. Eye on the Quarterback is brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. Josh Allen, the Monster Day. Some of our Skyworks stats of the game. Allen, Henry, Lamar,
by the way, on the quarterback. He only threw the ball 19 times in this game.
11 yards per attempt for Lamar. That's 2 straight games. He's like 10 or more yards per attempt.
And 70 yards rushing on top of it.
Good day for him, but a better day for Allen. 394 passing and 2 touchdowns. His biggest number in quite a long time. Those are the Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. Open segment for your calls. We're loaded with phone calls. Jump in, drop a comment in the YouTube feed if you want as well, the YouTube stream. Give us a like, subscribe. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. And to the amazement of some still waking up, yes, it's a Victory Monday. What? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. I mean, it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are...
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Henry, though, just like, I mean, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like, he is I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age, and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah.
He's not even at that yet. Like, this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. It's going to have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not going to win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Make history last night, winning 41-40, becoming the first team in NFL history to be down by 15 or more points with less than 4 minutes to play and win the game in regulation. The Bills got a turnover. Ed Oliver punching the ball out from Derrick Henry that helped win the game. Josh Allen, of course, goes for 394 yards and 4 touchdowns, 2 through the air and 2 on the ground. The Bills with a short field goal by Matt Prater to win the game as time expired to improve to 1-0. We're talking about it throughout the morning here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR, which is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Next up, the New York Jets. Everybody else in the AFC East lost. The Bills 1-0. All those teams 0-1, and they'll play the Jets next week. Elsewhere around the NFL, Houston start there with the 14-9 loss that they had to the LA Rams, a low-scoring game in LA. Buccaneers and Falcons was a wild one. Tampa wins 23-20. The Bengals survive the Browns 17-16. The Jaguars beat the Panthers 26-10. The 49ers with a low-scoring win over the Seahawks. They lose George Kittle, though, to a hamstring injury. We'll see how long that he's going to be out for in San Francisco. Denver spoils Cam Ward's debut. The Titans fall 20-12 to the Broncos. Tonight on Monday Night Football, the Vikings and the Bears, 8:15 kickoff. We'll have that game here on WGR. And in tennis at the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz beats Jannik Sinner in the final in 4 sets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It is a victory Monday. Josh Allen saying on the field last night with the broadcast in his interview, have a little faith next time. For those of you that left early. Joe and I both left early, but for the purposes of getting back and doing shows and preparing and that kind of thing.
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't over at halftime. The Bills had a really important play at the end of the first half. I loved it.
Man, all the little breaks that had to go your way.
The little things.
0.1 seconds maybe difference between having a field goal at the end of the half and
Being down
not.
10. It was beautiful.
I thought the Ravens, by the way, should have been called for delay a game.
Yeah.
You leave for the locker room and before seeing if there's a second left. You
They're
get
trying
5
to
yards.
talk the refs into the
Yeah.
Sure, that's halftime. I loved it though. On that play at the end of the half, they run what looks like a Hail Mary and kind of sneak the tight end underneath.
Yep.
And that's the right player to sneak underneath. So and ended up being 3 points. 803-0550. It is Victory Monday. Thanks for joining us, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Chris Brown joins us at 8:30. Sal's popping in at 9 because I'm actually bowing out a little bit early today, but. It's Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which are like the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. 1 turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off. 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week honors?
I think Oliver should win Defensive Player of the Week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win, too.
Yeah. Might have been Derrick Henry if he didn't fumble.
Trying to think of a better defensive game that anybody had. There were some good ones, but that fumble's huge.
Absolutely.
It's enormous. And that team is so hard to get off the field. And for Oliver, at least twice to get them off the field, the sack on Lamar in the first half, the fumble on Henry at the end. That's going to be tough to top, I think, even league-wide.
The Bills' win probability with 8:37 remaining in the fourth quarter, according to Next Gen Stats, was 1.1%. The most improbable comeback by the Bills with Allen at quarterback, and the 13th most improbable comeback by any team in the last 10 years. Nathan in Boston is next up. Hey, Nathan. Good morning and happy Victory Monday.
Morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. Thank you for all you do. Man, yesterday was going to be a great day, one way or the other. Second daughter was born at about 7:40 p.m.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Settled it. Oh, thank you, guys. We got settled in, turned the game on, and, you and Joe were talking about this on the Locked On podcast. It just felt like a different day was going to be there. I don't know, maybe it's our little good luck charm, but just watching that game come down to it, and it's just so exciting that they finally got one of those games to go their way. They battled in the coaching decisions. Like you said, that first half was great to see. They really, made that play there that got them the 3 that they needed going into halftime to swing things a little bit. But the defense just got to give it time. Hopefully, it's concerning. This is what we've always been talking about, but. Man, you got Allen. He's that guy. You're in every game until the clock hits 0 with him at quarterback, and it's just so special to have him and be able to be a Bills fan with him as your quarterback, hopefully for the next, 8-9 years still to go. But just want to say, what a great day it was, and glad the Bills pulled it off. But it was a special day there at Highmark. Wish we could have been there, but, glad the fans had their opportunity to see that last home opener.
Thanks, Nathan. A perfect ending, a perfect home opener to finish that stadium. On Friday, Joe, we went back and remembered all these home openers, forgettable games where you remember a play in the game. Oh, yeah, so-and-so did that in that game. What was their record that year? Who knows? And that was one of the most memorable games ever played in that stadium. Never mind just openers. Like, one of the most memorable games ever played. 41-40.
With that quarterback battle, too, just not that Lamar went for 400 yards, he didn't need to, but that matchup should be the best quarterback matchup that we see in the league. They're I think the 2 most exciting quarterbacks because of their mobility in part that have ever played the sport, and you want them to go toe to toe. Jackson again, he only threw the ball 19 times. In this game, so it wasn't quite the quarterback duel because of Henry and how effective he was, but that score, that team you're playing, that night, it all was perfect.
803-0550.
By the end, it was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect for the first 3 quarters.
Well, how would you feel if the Bills, if Prater kicks that ball through the uprights and there's 41 seconds left and Baltimore has no timeouts? How would you feel? Would you feel like, uh-oh? He's got one more look at this.
Yeah, even if Coleman scores, how do we feel? If Coleman scores, we'll see. Are they going for 2 again?
Right.
They definitely would be, right? Because you don't want to go up 6. You want to go up 7. So
if Coleman scores,
it depends on whether they get the 2-point conversion or not, maybe, for how you feel.
It really wouldn't matter, because if Coleman scores there, you add 3 more points. It's 44-40. You want to go up 6, not 5. But even then,
you want to go up 7. 6 and 5 doesn't matter.
No, I understand, but the math of it was they were down 2, and 6 points puts them up 4. So you're going for the extra
right. Sorry, they were down 2, not 1.
Right. So 6 or 5 wouldn't really. Yeah, no. But then Baltimore has to go for a touchdown either way, and I'm not sure if you'd had faith in the Bills' defense. The good news is you probably wouldn't worry about Derrick Henry in that spot.
No, you wouldn't. He wouldn't even be on the field.
Yeah.
They'd have 38 seconds with 3 timeouts.
One thing I will say about this matchup, the idea that the Bills have the answers for Lamar, put it to bed. Put that to bed. That's over. The defense that they used to have and the quarterback Lamar used to be maybe in the Greg Roman system, not Todd Monken, they don't have answers for Lamar right now. They don't. I know Derrick Henry is the star of that show. Lamar averaged 11 yards per attempt. And they do not have answers for Lamar right now. Maybe when they get Hairston and Michael Hoyt and Ogunjobi and Bishop and Rapp get more time together, sure. But if you were to guess right now, the Bills and Ravens are going to play in the playoffs, do you feel like they have answers on defense for Lamar Jackson? I don't. And I don't think anybody should.
No.
They consistently do beat him and his team, and If this were a game where it's Josh Allen in Baltimore and Josh puts up 40 and loses, you certainly don't think the Ravens have the answer for Josh Allen.
No, you don't. You're hoping your formula is my quarterback can match their quarterback, and I need my coach to outcoach their coach, and I need to stop Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I do it. I would feel, even though Henry did it last night, that if they played again, I would say I'm not stopping that guy. I might be able to stop Henry because I have seen them do that. Didn't happen yesterday, but I've seen them stop that guy.
I mean, technically they stopped him in the playoff game, 16 for 84, and Lamar was 10 yards per attempt. Without Zay Flowers.
I think that's your only way to beat them, though. I mean, not the only. Yesterday, you get balls tipped off of whoever, and they did win the football game last night, so there's another way you can win it. But I think the most likely way to beat them from how they're currently constructed is Jackson's going to be great. If I can keep Henry to 16 for 84, and then I just get Josh Allen to match Lamar Jackson, I can win that football game. But it's got to come with Henry being stuck. Part of what makes yesterday so crazy is that, and why you needed all these insane things to happen to win the game, is Henry having that game. The Bills shouldn't win against the Ravens when Henry has that game. Because then it's a nightmare.
Well,
because Jackson's going to do his thing, and if Henry's going for 10 yards a carry, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You need your quarterback to go nuclear, I guess.
Right. And that's why
I just don't think that's any way to live. Whereas I think if you keep Henry in check and Jackson's going to get his, I still think you can live that way a little bit.
That's where, if you were frustrated by the first half and by the game that Joe Brady was calling in the first half, which again they put up 41 points, so someone's going to listen to
41 points.
People say this and say, "What are you worried about?" How did the Ravens build a lead? In part because the Bills' offense played like they didn't need to be in a shootout. The Bills have done this a couple times. They did it in the playoff game last year. They did it in the playoff game against Kansas City, where you're in a game with a team that can go shootout, and you decide you want to play slow, and you want to run, and you want to go ball control. You get a 2nd and 1 on the second drive. The Ravens have gone down and scored, and all right, 2nd and 1 on our second drive. What are we going to do here? Run. Okay, 3rd and 1. What are we going to do? Run. Punt. That can't happen. That shouldn't happen. Josh Allen's your quarterback. The next drive, what is it? It's run, short slant, screen.
Or maybe 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6 screen.
3rd and 6 screen to a tight end.
Right. In the fourth quarter, what's the difference between a 3rd and 6 and the first quarter 3rd and 6? In the first quarter, you're throwing tight end screens. In the fourth quarter, you're saying, just drop back there and figure something out because Josh is going to make it happen. And whether they want to protect Allen from taking hits or whatever, load manage or stay on script, the reason Baltimore was able to build the lead, it's twofold. It's because the Bills' defense couldn't make any stops and because the Bills' offense was not ready for that game. They were not in it. They didn't know they were in, what would you call it? I mean, when it's a heavy running attack both ways, you call it a street fight. Well, they didn't know they were in a shootout.
Mm-hmm.
Knock, hello. Hello. Yeah. Have you seen Baltimore's got 17 right now? You got to go get some points. You can't be playing this so slow.
They didn't play like they thought they needed 41.
Right.
They played like they thought they needed 30
or 24-21.
Yeah.
It's when we get real nitpicky, they score a lot of points and Joe Brady's done an incredible job. When we get really nitpicky about their offense, it goes to the Chiefs playoff game 2 years ago where I used to have the number committed to memory, that they had 13 plays of 2nd and 4 or less and ran on 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You have Josh Allen. Go put a number on the board. Walk in the building and plan on putting up 42 instead of, feels like a game we're going to win, 26-20. Because this defense is not up for it. And sometimes it feels like the offense calls its games to protect the defense rather than just the best protection will be to rip as many points as possible in this game. But whatever. They win. And Brady, he looks great today to a point. Allen looks great. Allen carries them. I mean, Allen
looks the best.
The plays on 3rd down, 3rd and long, Allen always gives you a chance, and that's really what it is. I mean, Joe Brady could leave at the end of the season, and how many wins would Bills fans predict the following season? 13? 14? There's almost nothing you could do to convince anyone that Josh isn't going to get it done. I think it's probably right. Gavin in Denver. Hey, Gavin, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, I just want to say that was an awesome game last night. I've been a longtime Bills fan since 2000 and went through the whole drought, so it's good to see them win. But really quickly, I had a lot of friends texting me saying that there was no way that the Bills were going to win last night, and I was like, what are you guys talking about? Ravens have a history of, giving leads up in the fourth quarter. So I was so excited to see that happen and, them prove them wrong. And then it kind of reminded me of, fans leaving, the game in the AFC wildcard game against Houston.
Mm-hmm.
It was, 1992?
Yep.
But one thing that is a concern is the defense. I don't think I understand that Derrick Henry is a great running back and everything, but we had the same problem with trying to stop the run last year, and it just last night it just showed I'm not very confident in our defense at the moment because of what Derrick Henry was able to do, and then also how the Ravens were able to throw the ball everywhere and all over the field and not cover anyone.
Yeah, but by the way, on the comeback game, because that came up a few times yesterday. This is the second best comeback after the comeback game, and this was a very different comeback. This was at the end, at the wire. You're down 15 with 4 minutes to go. The Bills were down in the comeback game, 35-3 to the Oilers. You know what they entered the fourth quarter? What the score was? 35-31. They had made it up in one quarter.
The comeback's in the third quarter.
Yeah, the third quarter was the comeback. In this game, it was the last 3 minutes. So in that way, it's very different. The run defense, I don't know. Let's see what they look like against other teams. Last year, and even previous years, it's always a complaint about their defense is their run defense. And in some years, it has been subpar. Last year, by DVOA, they were a top 10 run defense. So let me see what they look like against other teams. Because last year, we heard some complaints, and they were actually really good against the run.
Yeah. Over the course of the McDermott defensive career here, I've always scoffed at the idea, I don't care how their run defense is, but that's always because their pass defense is legit.
Yeah.
And we might be on year 2 where that's a concern. We'll see. They got to put it together. They're missing a bunch of pieces over there on the defensive side of the ball, and in the coming weeks, we'll see if the reinforcements matter. The question I would ask is, how does Baltimore feel about their defense today? I mean, they gave up 41. Do they feel like they have a good one, a bad one? Do they just chalk it up to, that's a freak show on the other side. That's going to happen.
That's probably what they do today.
That's kind of what we're doing about Derrick Henry, right?
Yeah.
If you're a Baltimore fan today, are you talking about how, why can't we cover anybody, which, of course, they did for most of the game. Why can't we get any pass rush? Why can't we get him to the ground? Sacks.
Yeah, no, they're not doing that.
They're just saying,
they're yelling about their coach today, if anything. But I don't think they're yelling about their. I don't think they're yelling about their defense. I think maybe the attitude should be the same here, because maybe they'd be yelling about their coordinator. Were they running prevent defense, way off coverage, how many times did Coleman run 15 yards forward and then stop and come 3 yards back and have 5 yards of separation? But that wasn't because they were manning him up on the line or anything. They were saying, go ahead, take it. We don't think you have enough time to move the ball down the field like this.
And, of course, the other reason they're giving Coleman that, well, I don't know. I mean, Collinsworth brought up a point about there's a lot of hand fighting between those two. Coleman drew a penalty.
He did.
Palmer drew a penalty. Collinsworth's thought on the broadcast was, well, anybody covering Coleman's not afraid of them getting by him. So you're going to fight him all the way right here because you're not afraid he's going to get behind you.
Right.
That's how Coleman has to win. He won in the ways that he might have to win going forward. 803-0550. Ryan in Florida. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday.
So I might be the outlier here, but I think the defense is actually getting a little bit more flack than they really deserve. And the reason I say that is because if you really look at what our issue was last year, it was pass rush. And with a team against Baltimore, their passing attack is literally run Henry down your throat, and then once you crowd the box to stop Henry, Lamar dunks it over the top, which is exactly what they did last year and why Lamar's numbers look so great last year. And I feel like if you really break it down and you look at the front four and the way that they rushed Lamar, he was uncomfortable quite a few times. Bosa got home a couple of times. Ed Oliver got home, obviously got the sack and the fumble on Henry, but they made it through the line. They got through Baltimore's, what everyone talked about, Baltimore's great, huge offensive line, and they were able to get through it a few times. And obviously, even on times that it looked like Henry was stopped, he's patient enough that when he gets downhill, you're not stopping him. It's just impossible, and everybody knows that at this point. But there were times where, if you look at the actual line, the actual defensive line, I think the improvements that they made over the offseason in a couple of weeks when everything kind of calms down from a huge game like this, I think we're going to see the difference, and it's going to be a noticeable, hey, this is significantly better than it was last year because we weren't getting this kind of pressure on Lamar last year. As for Allen's a GOAT. I was freaking out internally those last 4 minutes, but I think part of the Brady at the beginning of the game was knowing, hey, let Baltimore make the mistakes. Play it slow, control the clock, keep it manageable,
right,
and then don't show anything that you don't want to show until the time is right.
Was that good, though? Why would that be considered good?
Well,
I mean, it's a game. The comeback is amazing, but why would it be considered good to just be like that with Josh Allen as your quarterback?
I don't think good would be the right term. I think it was the plan that they had was let Baltimore's rush hurt them, let them over-attack, and I think that's where the screen game was coming from. Oh. And obviously when it came down to the point where you needed points, they were way up. You know what I mean? Then you had Palmer get behind him. You had Coleman get behind him. You had Hawes that got behind him. I think they were just waiting to, I don't want to say pounce, but I think when you look at the way that teams adjust and make adjustments, I think they were trying to keep it short, use the run, use Cook, get Baltimore to kind of get complacent. And then when they needed it, it was, hey, unleash, take it down the field and go do your thing.
Yeah, I just don't think so. I don't think so at all. They did not use the screen game was not to offset their rush. These are wide receiver and tight end screens. These are not screens that catch a blitz. These are not screens to Ty Johnson because the pressure is there. These are screens that are extended run plays. Conservative extended run plays where you think you can get the ball outside and get a guy blocked and gain like 6 yards. And they ran the ball not very well in this game either, like 3 yards per carry. I just do not agree that the Bills' game plan was to think, oh, we'll do this early and then we'll hit them when we need it. I think instead what happened was the Bills' game plan early on was not working, and then you have the best quarterback in football, and he took over the game when he needed to. The number of things that Allen does to bail them out cannot possibly be overstated, the things that he does. So I don't think – I mean, I could be wrong, so respect what we all have our opinions. I don't think the Bills' game plan was let them make mistakes. Baltimore didn't make a mistake until what? Henry fumbled?
That's their only turnover.
The Bills
didn't
force. The Bills didn't force a punt until the second half.
Right.
And you would never say your game plan is to just kind of hold on. Let's see if they make a mistake. It's halftime. They haven't punted yet. Okay, I don't think they're going to make one. Now it's time to.
Right.
You got to rip the ball.
Yeah. And on the pass rush, I don't think they made Jackson uncomfortable.
They got to him a couple times.
Although I do. I could see what you're saying about like they did get through. Against a different quarterback, against Tua, against some pocket passer that they're going to be all over him with that same type of performance because they were getting through. I mean, think of the Jackson scramble in the fourth quarter where Bosa and Rousseau have chased him back 20 yards before he scrambles to the side. Bosa diving. I said it out loud when it happened. No, don't. Just keep running forward at him. He dives. He takes out Rousseau, and now Jackson's got 30 yards to run. But what happens right before that? Both your edge rushers have won their battle.
Yeah.
And they're now going after the quarterback. And, 30 of the quarterbacks you maybe are going to bring down there. That guy you're not. So, yes, I think they actually looked impressive pass rush-wise. No, I don't think it made Jackson uncomfortable at all, though. I don't think anything makes Jackson uncomfortable like that anymore.
He's a lot like Allen in that way.
Yeah.
And what is Harbaugh was talking about it as well. Like Harbaugh, what do they want to do? This is the halftime interviews. They're coming back. We've got to keep Josh in the pocket. They say the same things they say about Lamar. And that's not, by the way, because they think Josh is unable to pass from the pocket.
Right.
They just know it's so much more difficult to cover people down the field. And, of course, he can run and hurt you there. You let him out, it's impossible to defend. And that's true of Lamar as well. So I would agree, Ryan, thanks for the phone call, that what you laid out, Joe, and what Ryan laid out, that they, pass rush win rate.
I'm looking for that because I feel like I'm going to guess that it looked pretty good.
Yeah, their edges and their interior guys, like, sure, there were a couple times there's pressure, and against other quarterbacks, like if you play, Justin Fields, you should dominate.
Yeah.
But
Oliver got through a bunch.
But, of course,
obviously.
what the game will ultimately be for this new-look Bills defense is not, can you shut down Justin Fields? Can you shut down Tua? It'll be, can you beat Lamar? Can you beat Burrow? Can you beat Hurts? Can you beat Mahomes? Herbert? If you meet them in the playoffs. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Monday Night Football tonight. Bears and Vikings. Ben Johnson's debut. The Lions looked lost without him. Not a great opener from Detroit. Micah Parsons got a sack along the way, I saw. Nice debut for him.
In limited snaps, too.
Yeah. Jeremy and Joe, it's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday. Wait till the ratings come out for this game. It delivered. Final opener at Highmark Stadium, and a great one. One for the ages. It's Football Monday. More of your phone calls when we return here on WGR.
Here's the snap, back to pass, looking middle, has time, pressure coming, and he's sacked! Ed Oliver, ride 'em, Cowboy!
That was one of the most memorable games ever played in that stadium. Never mind just openers. Like, one of the most memorable games ever played. 41-40.
With that quarterback battle, too, like, just not that Lamar went for 400 yards, he didn't need to, but that matchup should be the best quarterback matchup that we see in the league. They're I think the two most exciting quarterbacks because of their mobility in part that have ever played the sport. And you want them to go toe-to-toe. Jackson, again, like, he only threw the ball 19 times in this game, so it wasn't quite the quarterback duel because of Henry and how effective he was, but that score, that team you're playing, that night, like, it all was perfect.
803-0550.
By the end, it was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect for the first three quarters.
Well, Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which you like, the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. One turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off, 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week honors?
I think Oliver should win Defensive Player of the Week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win, too. Henry, though, just like, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like, I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen, in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age, and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah.
He's not even at that yet. Like, this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're going to have to. It's going to have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not going to win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Bills win 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens to go to 1-0 on the season. Matt Prater kicking a 32-yard field goal at the very end of the game to win it. Josh Allen goes for over 400 total yards and 4 total touchdowns on the night. The Bills were down to about 1% to win the game when they were down 15 with a couple minutes to go. They're the first team in NFL history down 15 or more with 4 minutes or less to go and win the game in regulation. Ravens fall to 0-1. The whole AFC East, other than the Bills, is 0-1. The Jets lose yesterday to Pittsburgh. The Dolphins got smoked by Daniel Jones and the Colts, and the Patriots lost a close one at home to the Las Vegas Raiders. A couple other scores from around the league. Houston drops their first game 14-9 to the Rams. The Texans did not look like they're going to be very good on offense if they keep that up going forward. Tonight on Monday Night Football, you have the Vikings and the Bears at 8:15. We will have that game right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Lamar, did you have a say on that 4-3, or were you coach's ear at all?
No, I was cramping, so that's why I pretty much hauled out the field, because if I wasn't, I would leave everybody in here know I would have been trying to go for a 4th and 3.
Lamar Jackson says on that final play, the 4th and 3, he was off the field because he was cramping up, and if he was not, he would have been telling Harbaugh, we got to go for this.
I mean, if you're Harbaugh, even still, call timeout. See if an extra 30 seconds helps. Hand it to Derrick Henry. You got to go for that play if you're the Ravens.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe, a wild week 1 for the Bills and Ravens in a Sunday night football game that'll be hard to top in not just in the league like this year. And I like a point a caller made earlier today to say, how many games of the year have there been? You've got Bills-Vikings, Vikings win. Bills-Eagles, Eagles win. 13 seconds, Chiefs win. Even the Bucks, going back to that overtime game with Brady, wow, what a game. Bucks win in overtime. These games of the Bills-Rams, Rams win. Every time they've been in this unbelievable game, it's, wow, thanks for all the entertainment. Josh Allen's great. They lost that game, though. This time they win it. And Allen goes for 250 passing and 2 rushing touchdowns in the 4th quarter alone, which is incredible. Watching the highlights back, it's kind of funny. Like, you know how it is. We've kind of brought up, hey, they're 1-0. It's a huge win. It might be the difference between home field and not. And they have a 2-game lead on Baltimore for the home field advantage. Kansas City is 0-1. It's a great start. It's a dream start. They did have luck on their side. Can we say it? Is it okay to say it? Luck on their side. To the point where, watching the replay of the Keon Coleman touchdown in the end zone, that is a 4th and 2 that is tipped to a receiver is not intended for. If it falls to the earth, the Bills probably finish the day with 25 points, not 41. Baltimore would have the ball up 15 with 3 minutes to play. Game's over on that 4th and 2. They get a bounce, touchdown, fumble, touchdown, miss the 2, which actually is shades of, if I could dig really deep here, the Dallas Monday night game where the Bills lost a heartbreaking Monday nighter. How'd they lose it? Dallas is down 8, scores a touchdown. They don't get the 2. They get the onside kick and kick the field goal to win it. If the Bills make the 2-point conversion, Baltimore's not playing there to kind of like, let's see if we can run it. Baltimore's now, we got to get a kick. So missing the 2-point crazy game. Crazy game.
I can't believe they won it. I can't say it enough.
Yeah. Matt in Syracuse. Hey, Matt, good morning.
What's up, guys? I'd say happy Victory Monday, but it does kind of sound like a Trent Edwards loss Monday. But I will say, Sal, first off, better give a big down arrow to Bills Mafia. I mean, you cannot leave that stadium with that much time left down a couple of scores. I mean, that is a joke.
In their defense, 4 minutes left is not a lot of time, and the Bills' comeback is the first time in NFL history a team
to save what 2 minutes.
I'm not making
in traffic. This is
not 2 minutes.
Listen, hold on, Matt.
Hours.
All I'm saying is
Could be hours.
Wasn't a quarter left in the game.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's good to have left, but let's not paint it like how dare you leave with a full quarter to go. It was 4 minutes left, and they're down 2 scores. No team in NFL history has come back to win like that and win in regulation.
The Ravens had the ball up 15, didn't they?
No.
Maybe not with 4 minutes left, but at some point, didn't they have the ball? They punted. They had the ball with, here you go. This is when I would have left. I'll tell you, if I was there, it's 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go, the Ravens are up 15 with the ball. And they hadn't punted. They had punted one time in the game. So you're right, you're not super fan if you do that.
Listen,
but it's a night game. It's 1 a.m. traffic. I'm not going to criticize anybody that left the stadium when the other team had the ball down 15 with 7 minutes left.
I'm going to bring Matt back on here. I'm just saying I think you can criticize them. I don't want to act like what happened was of course you should have expected the Bills to get back in it. It was as dire as it gets, and what happened was not normal. It's a top 10 comeback in a decade in the league kind of status. Anyway, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, and that's what Jets fans leaving MetLife say. But that's all right.
Jets fans.
Bills fans left the comeback game.
A lot of them didn't go.
It always happens. Every stadium, every fan base.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're just not that special then. But anyway, I would say number 2 though. Telling Josh Allen, let Josh Allen be Josh Allen is not a play call. That was like Ken Dorsey's approach, and we went 3 and out every time. I don't love Joe Brady's like kind of gimmicky plays. They get annoying, but some of them do hit, and I do think they are part of, a game plan that opens up, later throughout. It is frustrating. I do think they have better personnel. Like, I think Palmer is a major upgrade over Hollins, even though Hollins was fun on social media. So I think we're going to see that. But I don't think we can just say, like, all right, middle of the second quarter, let Josh be Josh. It's not always going to be the 2-minute drill.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. I don't know if it's the game plan or just what Josh ultimately can't not do.
Yeah.
He's great. He's an all-time great in the league.
Could you say that was his best game as a Bill?
No.
No?
I don't know. You could try.
I don't even know I didn't have something ready to go on like what is number one, but like the 400 yards and 4 touchdowns against that team.
I mean, the Ram game last year, he had 3 rushing and 3 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, but they did lose.
They did lose.
So it makes that a little tougher.
I mean, if Derrick Henry doesn't fumble, do we call it his best game ever? I don't know.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. But the win is the win is like
it's it. Win.
You need just to bring it all together.
Right. Just win. Just win. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. A lot of fan bases leave early. I'm pulling back
earlier than the Bills fans left.
4 minutes.
Miami fans would have left at halftime.
I'm thinking of a clip where Dick Vitale, one time Syracuse hit a half-court shot to win, and he's like, "Don't let him back in. Close the doors." He might have done that at Duke. I mean, it happens. Traffic was a mess going in. If you had a little bit of
it was that was a
if you had scar tissue going in, you're thinking like, listen, we got the babysitter. How many hours? Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. It's fine. That's why the game's on the radio.
Allen did seem a little perturbed by it, though.
I agree.
He mentioned it twice. Once on the field and then once
have a little faith next time
in the media press conference.
Can't have a great comeback unless you go down.
True.
Jeremy and Joe, it's Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, chatting about it with you. The season's underway, and what a start it's off to. You can join us, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. What? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. I mean, it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are...
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Henry, though, just like, I mean, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah,
he's not even at that. Yeah, like this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're gonna have to. It's gonna have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not gonna win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah. Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which are like the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. Mm-hmm. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. 1 turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off, 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week honors?
I think Oliver should win Defensive Player of the Week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win, too.
Reed and Brad do such a good job, and Coach kind of explained the situation, which I kind of knew from the years. But I just had all the confidence in the world, and I just have to go do my part and just try to kick it straight. You know, it was the snap and holds were money all day. Protection was great, and so I just got to do my part and make the kicks.
Locker room audio. That's Matt Prater, who hit the game-winning kick. Sound from the locker room is brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Rely on the Rhino. Would it be probably we don't understand kickers and their life and how they warm up and what they do, but the guy comes in, you're like, all right, yellow bars,
yeah,
through it. Oh, all right,
it's an easy one.
I've been doing that for 27 years.
Yeah,
yep, same. Like, knock it through, okay. How do you guys do it around here? Well, we snap it and we put the football down, and then that's where you come in.
Yeah.
All right, I'm with you so far. Matt Prater.
Oldest Bill ever.
He'll be a great trivia question in 10 years.
Yes.
Unless he stays with the Bills for, 5 more.
And kicks the game-winning Super Bowl kick. Then he'll be an easier one.
Not so much a trivia question. Yeah, 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Lots of your calls rolling through. Lots of you watching on the YouTube stream. You can join us on YouTube if you're not streaming us. You can't see the 2 most tired men in America. Actually, no. People. I bet Sal's even more tired. You got plenty of you out there are tired. It was a late night. Rob in Connecticut's up. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning. I always enjoy you guys' humor. I love it. Last night, actually before the game yesterday, I was listening to Joe and Nate. And what are your results? Like, what do you expect out of this team? A player or whatever. And Joe was bringing up the defense, the line. And I agreed with him on that totally 100%. I think my expectations of the line was definitely important because to create pressure, to alleviate our safeties, the problems that we have been discussing, that was our worry, our D-backs. And, going into this game, I didn't really expect a lot. It was a 50-50. A lot of people came up to me yesterday and were asking me my opinion on what I feel about the game. And I said, I think it's going to come down to one mistake, and whoever capitalizes off that one mistake is going to win the game. So as I'm listening to the game, I listened to it on Westwood One, and they did a great job. And it was like, as I'm listening and it's going, I'm like, we're chiseling away. You mentioned a lot of key points in this game, like, the catch before halftime. We got that 3. And it seemed like something was going to happen as it was going along. So I kept the game on, and sure enough, we walk away with the victory, which was beautiful. But there was just so many key elements to that game that kept us in it. And it's like Josh was doing everything. It was like, why don't we just throw Josh on defense? He was remarkable last night. And then, one thing, Mike Golick was perturbed last night. If you remember, I don't know if it was late in the third or early in the fourth quarter. If you remember when Josh Allen ran and he slid, they were saying that he said that he got the first down. They marked him back. And Mike was really upset about that. I don't know if you remember that part of the game.
It looked like a first down. The NBC rules analyst, Terry McCauley, came out and said that it should have been a first down.
Good. Thank goodness he was there.
Yeah. That the refs got that one wrong. So, I thought he got the first there. That is, I never really felt confident they were going to win the game from, like, the second quarter on. But when they didn't get that first down, I thought, okay, this game's over.
Well, one other thing
because that's when you're punting the ball. That's the surrender punt there.
Right.
When you're punting it back to them down 15.
Right. One thing I would just like to say, I don't love treating the only thing that counts as a mistake as a turnover. There are a lot of mistakes made in that game by a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And there was one turnover. That's not, we waited for them to make a mistake and they made it. Like, oh, you made 1,000 mistakes. They made 1,000 mistakes. Hey.
Most of theirs were right at the end, though.
Yes, a lot of theirs
they were all packed in the last 5 minutes.
One of the other mistakes was right before the Bills had their field goal drive at the end of the first half. Baltimore did not take the clock as low as they could have. They take a little more time off the clock, and then the Bills don't have 1 second. A lot of mistakes. Harbaugh makes a lot of those mistakes. Bills win. Victory Monday. Wide open segment for you. Sal's coming up at 9. Chris Brown at 8:30. It's the Buffalo Bills Victory Monday here on WGR. That was one of the most memorable games ever played in that stadium. Never mind just openers. Like one of the most memorable games ever played. 41-40.
With that quarterback battle too, like just not that Lamar went for 400 yards, he didn't need to, but that matchup should be the best quarterback matchup that we see in the league. They're I think the two most exciting quarterbacks because of their mobility in part that have ever played the sport. And you want them to go toe-to-toe. Jackson, again, like he only threw the ball 19 times in this game, so it wasn't quite the quarterback duel because of Henry and how effective he was, but that score, that team you're playing, that night, like it all was perfect.
803-0550.
By the end, it was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect for the first 3 quarters.
Well, Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which are like the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. One turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off. 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC offensive and defensive player of the week honors?
I think Oliver should win defensive player of the week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win too.
What? What do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. I mean, it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are...
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. The Bills win 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens. Their win probability was down at one point to 1%. That's because they became the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with less than 4 minutes to go and win the game in regulation. Matt Prater, a 32-yard field goal to win it at the end. A remarkable comeback for the Bills. They are 1-0 on the season. Josh Allen throws for 394 yards. He goes over 400 yards total. 4 total touchdowns, 2 rushing, and 2 passing. The Bills win over the Ravens, 1-0. Bills are the only 1-0 team in the division. Rest of the AFC East lost in Week 1. New England falls by 7 to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Dolphins got hammered by the Colts, 33-8. Daniel Jones' Colts scored on every drive they had in the game. And the Jets fall in a close one, 34-32. Aaron Rodgers wins his revenge game in New York by 2 points to improve to 1-0. Some other scores from around the league. Cam Ward's debut for the Tennessee Titans is a loss, 20-12 in Denver. The Packers smoked the Lions 27-13. It was a 3-score game for much of that afternoon. The Rams win a low-scoring one over the Texans 14-9. Monday Night Football, the Vikings and the Bears tonight at 8:15. We'll have that game here on WGR. And in tennis at the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz beats Yannick Sinner to win another major. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This song always hits.
The young kids say slaps, I believe now.
Yeah,
Are we still saying slaps?
I was going to say slaps.
Maybe
and I
we
thought
don't say slaps
you
anymore.
would say that I was trying to be too young, so I was going to hits. It hits.
Yeah. Matt Prater, he is old, as you heard there. Matt Prater. So Josh Allen is his quarterback last night in his most recent field goal. His starting quarterback, the first field goal he ever made in his career.
All right.
Ready for it?
Yeah.
Joey Harrington.
All right. Not bad.
07 Falcons.
Matt Prater.
Yep.
Hey, Matt Prater.
Warwick Dunn was his running back.
Love it. You love to see it. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. It's a Victory Monday. It's brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Maybe you're waking up. Maybe you slept till 8 a.m. You're like, what?
They won?
Huh? Yeah, they won 41-40. One of the craziest comebacks in the league's history. Down 15 points, less than 4 minutes to go. Win in regulation. You've got 2-point conversions. You've got a defense to talk about. You've got an offense to talk about. You got Derrick Henry's fumble. Lots and lots going on. They got a couple of breaks along the way. They got killed in the run game. The Ravens threw it all over them, and still they found a way. They find a way to win. There'll be an awful lot of McDermott used the phrase resulting when talking about, he was asked about Harbaugh punting there. Like, you might be resulting. He's a good coach. The game itself is an example of resulting. Like, we've got plenty of people like, this and that and this and that. Like, on a 4th and 2, they had a pass tipped from one player to another player to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
To get within one score rather than be down 15 with 3 minutes left without the ball. So, hey, whatever. You just got to win. You got to find a way. And Maybe you think it's the start of a magical season. It's an incredible send-off for Highmark for the final opener, and we're talking about it with you at 803-0550.
I'm going to be thinking about that game a lot. If they go on to be the 1 seed and they have a better record than the Ravens, and imagine divisional round, even wild card round, but divisional round obviously more likely, and the Chiefs are playing the Ravens.
And it's because of that game.
It's because of that game?
Yeah.
Like, you won by 1 game. Maybe you tied them, and you had the tiebreaker. And, guys, we're getting ready for the Steelers this week in the divisional round, and Baltimore's playing Kansas City the day before. Like, man, if Coleman doesn't catch a tipped pass, or Harbaugh doesn't punt on 4th and 2, whatever it is, 4th and 3, we would have been in that game. It could be a huge difference.
Yep.
But there's obviously,
it's
going to be a ton of games here in front of them, and
it's the karmic justice for the fumble into their own end zone against Minnesota that cost them the 1 seed that year. Wow, whatever.
The Hail Murray.
Right, another game of the year. Sorry, the Bills lost it.
Yeah.
Finally, the game of the year goes their way. And Ed Oliver, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Josh Allen, AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yep.
Matt Prater, Special Teams Player of the Week. I don't know who that is going to be.
Did someone ever return touchdown or something?
You know who it might be? It might be Chris Boswell, Steelers, 60-yard field goal to win for Pittsburgh. Anyway.
Oliver, though, for me, it's just that was the best game of his career.
Yep.
He's been here a long time. This is his 7th season in the league. And I wasn't even really kidding when I tweeted yesterday after he made the sack on Lamar Jackson in the first quarter of week 1. And I said, that might be the biggest play of Ed Oliver's career. I wasn't even kidding. Just what's the score to beat? And he beat that later in the game. There's no doubt, 7 years, 93 games with the Buffalo Bills, a top 10 pick, and you have that matchup, that spot, that running back, and he blasts through the guard and then rips it out of his hands. I mean, there's no doubt that's the best play of his Bills career. No doubt. It's not even close.
803-0550. Get your calls in on what you saw, what you felt. You were there. Quick, also on the scoreboard, in the tailgates, Bills Mafia dominated the tailgate, as usual.
Yeah.
An incredible tailgating scene. The weather was amazing.
We were out in front of the new stadium by the Bills store. The new stadium was right in front of us. We got a nice little crowd there right before kickoff as people were walking in, so that was fun. Weather was perfect. It was 55 at kickoff, perfect. 58 at kickoff.
Yep. Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great show. It was a great game. Victory Day. Love it. Hey, just a couple of things. Maybe you guys can answer this. Was that the first time we beat Travis Henry in regular season? Because I know when he was the Titans, he kind of owned us then, too. And so that was a question for you guys. The other thing
Derrick
is,
Henry.
I'm sorry.
They definitely did. I mean, there was a Duke Williams touchdown where they beat him.
There's a game here 2-3 years ago where the Bills dominate 42 to 14.
I think there's a couple.
Okay. And the other thing is, why does McDermott keep being consistently going for 2 points when we didn't need the 2 points yet, the conversions? And at least if you're going to go for them, hey, the one where Coleman went up to go get it, he got mugged and then doesn't say a word. And it's like, why put yourself in that position if you got, okay, so it's 7, it's an even game consistently going through.
Yeah.
Not where now we have an odd amount, because he's done that a few times. I never could understand it. After that, I'll wait for your guys' comments. So it was a good game other than that.
Thanks, Dennis. There's a couple different scenarios here. First off, I hated the throw to Coleman on that 2-point conversion. At the 1 yard line, you're throwing a back shoulder jump ball fade, and the ball was not nearly high enough. We've seen that a couple times where that happened in Seattle, right? Seattle, Coleman doesn't come up with one of those throws, and he points to Allen put that thing on the roof. And then the next drive, he catches one over Tariq Woolen. So, all right, want to dip into conversions for a minute here?
Sure.
They're down 14 when they go for their first conversion, 2-point conversion.
At the 1.
Yes, that's why they did it, because it's at the 1. And then they don't get it because Coleman runs out of bounds.
But did you see what I was frustrated with in that moment was, okay, you're deciding to go for it because instead of being on the 2, you're on the 1. They called a play like they were on the 2.
I know.
There's no difference in that play call from the 1 to the 2. If you're on the 1, sneak it. Sneak it whichever side you want. Run the ball. If you're going to go empty shotgun, then what's the difference between being on the 1 or the 2-yard line?
Can we have a conversation about their version of the tush push?
Well, they didn't tush push yesterday.
Right, they
just did sneaks.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they not going to do tush push because McDermott was a champion all offseason about how it might get your quarterback hurt, so now they're under regular sneaks?
Maybe.
Because their short yardage yesterday, Allen ends up reaching over and getting the touchdown.
Jumping over the top.
But it took them 3 tries from the 1 to get in.
Right.
And I might want to go back to pulling out an old favorite of mine. Hey, if you want to run the quarterback sneak, what if instead of bringing all of the people to where the ball is, you run that out of a spread?
Yeah.
Why invite every single defender to the ball?
Yeah.
And try to run it through them?
Did you see how was it the Chiefs on Friday night? Was somebody in one of these either Thursday or Friday night game that used their tight end? That's why I'm thinking it was the Chiefs.
Yes, it was.
I'm trying to remember who it was. The Chiefs will do this with a tight end, but for some reason
was it Will Dissly that did it?
Who's got Tyler Conklin? It was the Chargers.
Yeah, okay.
The Chargers did it. And they're in spread. Herbert's in the shotgun. And it's 4th and 1, and the tight end comes in motion. He takes the snap from under center.
Uh-huh.
So what has happened there? You've got the Chiefs spread out, and they're doing exactly what you've said. They're just not having the quarterback do it.
Right.
So that would be a way to execute that.
After the AFC Championship game, I don't know how I feel about the Allen sneaks. They do not feel as automatic as they have. Anyway, so the first 2-point conversion, the Bills are down 14 points. This is something, it's the second half of this game. It's already in the third quarter. You'll see teams do this more and more. This one is an analytics kind of darling move. You're down 2 touchdowns. Go for 2, especially at the 1-yard line. The idea is if you don't get 2, you'll have another opportunity to get 2, and the chances are you'll get one of those. And from the 1, your odds are even better. Later on in the game, they go for 2 when they're down 15.
Yeah.
And that's a spot where the reason you do that is because you're going to need a 2-point conversion at some point.
Mm-hmm.
You need a touchdown and a 2. This one, you don't have to be an analytics darling. You don't have to have a spreadsheet. This is just simple. I need a conversion. Why don't I see if I get it here? Because I don't want to find out that I'm not going to get that 2-point conversion with 2 minutes left. I want to know I don't get it with 10 minutes left, which is exactly what the Bills did. So they're down 15. They're down, what's the math on this, Joe? They're down
15. That gets them to 9 when they don't get it.
Right, 9.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're down 9?
Is that the Coleman fade, by the way?
Maybe. When you're down 9, you as the Bills can say, we have to be a lot more aggressive here because we didn't get the 2.
Yeah.
So now we need still 2 possessions to do it. And then, of course, how many conversions were there? Baltimore missing the extra point was probably a big deal.
That helped.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway. John in Rochester. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Who had on their Bills bingo a week ago? Matt Prater wins it for the Bills. So, Matt Prater, the only person on the Bills team that can freeboard their team plane. So, it's amazing what happened. Now, I will admit I was one of those people who went to bed last night. So, yeah, there's only so many times you can have your heart broken, especially on this special day for this stadium. So my son wakes me up. I'm asleep on the couch. And he's like, you'll never believe what just happened, and lays it out in front of me. And then curses me because I had Josh Allen on my team and it trounced him by 30 some odd points.
Wait, John, one second. He woke you up after the game was over?
He woke me up as soon as it was over, knowing that it would probably be asleep anyways. So
he didn't wake you up when they've got the ball, Allen gets the ball down 2 with 2 minutes left?
He was too busy watching, and he doesn't live with us anymore.
Oh, it's a phone call.
Okay,
it's a phone call.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Gotcha.
yeah. So sorry.
Little different. Okay. Yeah.
So, but to me, I watched it this morning, and to me, one of the most important plays of this season happened in episode 1 of Hard Knocks. That interaction between him and Josh Palmer, when he says, "Hey, go out for one more," and he hits him on that. He hits him on that route. Now it's a little bit different in Hard Knocks because the pass is over his right shoulder, but it was just he had so much. Like as soon as I saw it, I was like, "That's the pass he worked on with Hard Knocks," and I was just amazed at the game. It was amazing, and honestly, I was amazed how great Jackson is. I mean, to think that somebody who went to Yale and then transferred to Georgia Tech would be that great in a game late. It was amazing. Oh, Jackson Hawes.
Jackson Hawes, yeah, Jackson Hawes.
Yeah, Jackson Hawes.
Thank you for bringing up Jackson Hawes, because I'd like to bring up a point here. Thanks, John, for the phone call. And,
Thank you.
Glad you're happy today. Let's, for a moment, every once in a while we like to do this. Like, what we got last night was Josh in comeback mode. And it used to be that we'd say, like, he says he's going to be careful out there. He's going to be, I'm going to take care of my body. And then he jumps over a linebacker. Or, screw it. Mac Hound's down there somewhere. He's going to wing it. What did Josh Allen do yesterday? He threw a wheel route that should have been a touchdown to Ty Johnson. It's great throw. Great throw. Not caught by Ty Johnson, who's a really good pass-catching running back. And then, of all the players, you might think, hey, I got somebody up the seam here. Who is that? That's Jackson Hawes. Mm-hmm. He's a tight end that's on this team. He's a rookie. And the Bills, when they drafted him, they don't talk about how he can catch. It's like, yeah, who cares? We don't even care. The Bills talked about him like it didn't even matter if he had hands. Like, you don't understand. His blocking is so good, he is worth this. And what does Josh Allen do? He sees a guy down the field. He's going to throw the ball down the field. I still think, at his core, Allen wants to rip the ball down the field. And the early stages of this game, he drops back. He can't find anybody. He can't find. And as it gets on later and later, Palmer with one, Coleman on the last drive, Hawes down the seam.
Yeah. How about that play, by the way? I asked earlier in the show, like, what is he even doing out there? The Bills, that's the first play after the Henry fumble. First play after the Henry fumble. They come out. Allen in the shotgun, Coleman's out left, and then they have 3 tight ends on the field. That's why he's out there on the field. And he's the one who runs up the seam. Mm-hmm. I don't know that play is designed for him. In fact, actually, this is actually funny. I'll screenshot this. Keon Coleman is standing at the 25-yard line. He's legitimately, I'm not even exaggerating, he's waving his hands. Like, I'm open. And Josh is locked onto his third-string tight end who's running down the field.
Because what's he want there?
It's incredible.
Because they get the ball back, and Josh, what's he think? I want a touchdown.
He's going for it.
This is the same, whatever. Like
I'll screenshot. It's a perfect.
We're stepping into his head and kind of projecting and maybe making guesses, but that's the same Allen that against the Chiefs looks for Shakir to go, like, I want the touchdown now, right? Diggs comes across. He ignores Diggs, like, I want that guy. That's the guy going to the end zone. And that's what he does on that play. I want the guy going to the end zone. Jackson Hawes with the biggest catch of the game. Who knew that was coming? 803-0550. Bob in Syracuse. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. So when I was watching the game, especially towards the end, the couple things that I was thinking is, this is a really, really good team we're playing, and probably the best secondary defender in the NFL, and Kyle Hamilton. I was so pleased with the way Allen played. I thought he probably had one of his best games as a Bill. But I think importantly, what I really liked was the fact that the Bills were able to match physicality, especially on the offensive line with the Ravens, because this is one of the best teams in the NFL. So I wasn't too upset that I thought I was thinking we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay this season. For them to come back and win that game was a bonus. But my concerns, obviously, I'm thinking, what can this team do defensively to get better as the season goes? Obviously, it's going to be getting Hairston back. They're going to have him be productive because they're lost at the other quarterback, because obviously they are not confident at all in Ingram. Strong definitely struggled. I thought Benford had a rough game too. I thought we were benefited by not having Likely in there, because one of the big things that the Ravens do is utilize their tight ends, and there was absolutely no tight end play from the Ravens. So
they were down they were down their best tight end. Yeah.
So my question is, I don't think we can go, and I don't mean to be critical because it was an awesome game, but I don't think we can go the whole season with the safety combination with Rapp and Bishop. I really think we need to do something, and I'm really hoping that we can grab Peppers. And I thought maybe the reason why they restructured Dion was to be able to see if we could sign Jabril Peppers. I think he would be a huge addition to this secondary, especially against the run. We are going to struggle all year if we have this safety combination. Let you guys comment. Appreciate you taking the call.
Thanks, Bob. leading into the game, like the safety room is, we have our questions about it. At corner past Benford, right? They had a rough, they have a rough go. My prediction going to the game, we had our pregame show, and then I'm back at the tailgate, and everybody wants to chat about it. Like, what do you think? And my prediction, the only thing I thought would happen in this game was I think Lamar's going to do whatever he wants throwing the ball. Mm-hmm. That's something I thought would happen. Now, does that have to be the case going forward next week? Justin Fields, Tua, Spencer Rattler?
I don't think so.
Like
who's the next quarterback that you would really expect that?
Drake May.
He looked fine yesterday, but he didn't look like he's going to do that.
The good news is the Bills
they play Mahomes in week 9.
That's right. After winning this game, they have a chance here to kind of start putting it together. They have a lot of new faces on that defense. A lot of those new faces did not play. So I kind of want to give it time. Could they be looking for help at safety? Yes. I think they still could. And I don't know if Bishop did much to convince them that he's going to be on the right track. But there's going to be like a 6-week run out here to figure things out. Deadline, guys getting healthy, guys coming back. Not every team's going to be able to do what Baltimore did. And if you're the Bills and you're looking at the schedule, if you're us looking at the Bills schedule, you'd say like, well, when's their next game? They'll be challenged. Baltimore is a good to great team that gave the Bills all they had and probably feels like they should have won the game.
Yeah.
And arguably should have won the game. But the next team that can challenge the Bills like that when Josh Allen is in a situation where he's allowed to kind of just be that version of himself, like good luck. Who's keeping up? Lamar kept up. And if Lamar got the ball again, maybe he would have kept. But I mean, nobody else is going to keep up.
They are the Bills right now are their Chiefs.
Yeah.
They keep playing them and probably feel like they should be winning these games. And I would imagine that the quarterback's not getting the heat, at least for that loss last night. It's going to be the coach. How could you let that happen? Harbaugh. That's who they're going to be pointing at.
803-0550. Chris Brown, when we get back, we also have Jackson Hawes on that play here before to the break. Here's Jackson Hawes talking about that very play we were just talking about. The first
play. Coleman's waving his arms open.
Down the seam right after the Henry fumble. It's who's down there? Oh, yeah, it's Jackson Hawes.
Yeah, I mean, so we're kind of running like a little seam read with me, and then Dawson kind of has this little out pump. He's going to go out and up, and kind of our goal is to, if it's, single high, I'm going to be kind of right up the top of the numbers, and we're kind of trying to high-low the corner. When we usually run that in practice, kind of the corner grabs me, and then it leaves kind of Dawson open. I didn't see what Josh saw, but I mean, he made the right read. So
you're supposed to be the blocking tight end.
That's exactly what I've been thinking, and that's kind of probably why I'm a lot more in shock than someone else who's making that grab is. I'm going to be ready to make a play if coach wants me to.
So the first 2-point conversion, the Bills are down 14 points. This is something, it's the second half of this game. It's already in the third quarter. You'll see teams do this more and more. This one is an analytics kind of darling move. You're down 2 touchdowns. Go for 2, especially at the 1-yard line. The idea is if you don't get 2, you'll have another opportunity to get 2, and the chances are you'll get one of those. And from the 1, your odds are even better. Later on in the game, they go for 2 when they're down 15.
Yeah.
And that's a spot where the reason you do that is because you're going to need a 2-point conversion at some point. Mm-hmm. You need a touchdown and a 2. This one, you don't have to be an analytics darling. You don't have to have a spreadsheet. This is just simple. I need a conversion. Why don't I see if I get it here? Because I don't want to find out that I'm not going to get that 2-point conversion with 2 minutes left. I want to know I don't get it with 10 minutes left, which is exactly what the Bills did. So they're down 15. They're down. What's the math on this, Joe? They're down
15. That gets them to 9 when they don't get it.
Right, 9.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're down 9?
Is that the Coleman fade, by the way?
Maybe. When you're down 9, you as the Bills can say, we have to be a lot more aggressive here because we didn't get the 2. Yeah. So now we need still 2 possessions to do it. And then, of course, how many conversions were there? Baltimore missing the extra point was probably a big deal.
That helped.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway. Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which are like the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. 1 turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off. 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week honors?
I think Oliver should win Defensive Player of the Week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win, too. Henry, though, some of those plays, you can't have a game like that. There are always going to be a few plays where it's like, throw your hands up. Like I think he's the greatest running back I've ever seen, in my life, at least. There's nobody like him. He's at this age, and he's not any slower, by the way.
He's 31 and doing this.
Marcus Mosher had a stat on Henry last night that he is 600 yards away from matching his career high school stats.
Yeah.
He's not even at that. Yeah, this dude has always been a freight train, and he still is. They play him next time. They're gonna have to. It's gonna have to look way more like the playoff game than they're not gonna win that game ever when he's having that type of performance. 10 yards a carry.
Yeah.
The Bills win 41-40. They become the first team in NFL history to be down 15 or more with less than 4 minutes to go and win in regulation. 3 teams total now of 1, including overtime, but the Bills the first to do it in regulation. Josh Allen goes for over 400 total yards, 4 touchdowns. Ed Oliver with a monster game. He had 6 tackles, a sack, and that forced fumble on Derrick Henry at the end of the game. The Bills win it. Matt Prater with the winning field goal. The Bills were the only team in the AFC East to win yesterday. The Dolphins fall. big time to the Colts. Daniel Jones and the Colts scored on every drive they had, so could not have gone worse for Miami. The Patriots lose to the Raiders by a score. The Jets and the Steelers had a high-scoring game, 34-32. The Jets fall. That's the Bills' opponent next week. Monday Night Football tonight, the Vikings and the Bears. We'll have that game right here on WGR. Kickoff is at 8:15. And in the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz beats Yannick Sinner to win another major. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Chris Brown's appearance on WGR is being brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by the Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact footwear and apparel for hardworking men and women.
Here's the snap. Four-man rush. Allen back to pass. Looking over the middle. He's got Hawes, who pulls it in and is down to the 1-yard line.
One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Mr. Chris Brown, who had the call of that game late into the night. And maybe, Chris, you're feeling like the rest of everybody else is, waking up still in disbelief of what we watched. The general consensus is, wow, what a game, what a performance, and what an opener for Highmark Stadium's last season.
Yeah, that one was a showstopper. I don't think there's any question about it. And, the truth is a lot of people didn't think it was going to happen because they left. There's a fair amount of people that exited early. And, look, I get it. People got to work on Monday. But if you left, you missed one of the all-timers. I mean, I know I've talked to you, Jeremy, and Sal and Eric and I were talking about it on the roundtable about, best season openers. And mine's always been the 2003 opener against the Patriots that they won 31-0. Brady throws 4 interceptions. Lawyer Malloy is a Bill, not a Patriot. All the things that were in that game, and that might have to move over. This might beat it.
Yeah, I mean, to have watched the game, and there's so much to get out of it, of course, and, Sean McDermott and the coaching staff can get back in and go through what went wrong and what went right, but to do all that after a win over one of the NFL's best teams, I mean, it really, Chris, it comes down to like a bit of a coin toss in these two teams, and I'm sure both teams are talking about we're gonna see them again, so, keep it in perspective, we're going to see them again, but it sure feels a lot better to do that after a win.
Yes, and I think maybe the most important thing in that equation is by the end of the season, with the player development that this coaching staff has as a skill, a requisite skill, I think we can anticipate that the defense will be decidedly better as well. Make no mistake, Baltimore's offense remains a machine. I mean, they print yards, like printing presses, print newspapers. It just happens, and it rolls. And it's frightening. But when you have 17, you have a chance to overcome that. We knew this was going to be a defense that was going to learn as it goes. There were going to be, some kinks in the chain in certain games here through the first half of the season. But I have full confidence that, this coaching staff will round this defense into form because there's more talent on it than it had last year. And the next time they have to see the Ravens, I think the defense will be a much better unit.
That was maybe the most surprising part of it at the end, Chris, was not that. I mean, Allen got rolling. The defense looked so incapable of stopping them, and they got the couple of stories. It's 2 punts. It's a turnover. So I'm not saying like they'll have that much success the next time they play them, but one could hope that they started to figure a couple of things out.
Right. And, Sean McDermott gave credit to Joe Brady, obviously, for play calling down the stretch, but he also gave credit to Bobby Babich because there were some good calls late. They loaded up to stop the run there when, the game got close. They knew that the Ravens were going to try to kill the clock with Derrick Henry, so they just made an all-out effort and had like 9 or 10 in the box. And for whatever reason, the Ravens played right into their hands with that. And then, Ed Oliver with a giant play. He was easily the defensive player of the game. I was, and that's what's going to be the narrative in Baltimore, guys, because
John Harbaugh has more than his fair share of double-digit leads blown for losses. And look, when you coach as long as John Harbaugh has, you're going to have some of them. I just think he has an inordinate amount of those. And that's what's going to be under the microscope down there for them, because that is a machine-like team that wins with alarming efficiency. And look, we're going to blink our eyes. They're going to be 10-2 in like 3 months. But that's a problem, and it's kept them from getting past Buffalo the last 2 times they've played them.
Yeah. Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping the game. Along the way, the passing game, Chris, let's talk about that, because early on, they kind of couldn't get anything going down the field. Felt like whether it's lack of separation or lack of seeing what's there. The second half, Allen starts to kind of just create on his own. And he's, to my eye, he's rolling out. He's leaving the pocket, not so much because he felt pressure, but just so he could buy his receiver some more time. And we saw Josh Palmer come up with a play. Keon Coleman, Jerry Ostrowski referred to as a garbage man. Like, he was there for everything that Allen needed, and the Bills end up getting some big plays from their receivers.
Yeah, they did. First half was a rough go. It was almost as if it took them a little bit longer to settle into the game. You're right, though. Josh made a lot of those plays off script, but I will say on one of those final drives, the absolute seed he threw to Josh Palmer was ridiculous. The ball's out of his hands before Palmer's even out of his break. Palmer turns his head around, and the ball's in his hands. I still remember Emmanuel Sanders, when he played for this team for the one season, when he said, I've never been with a quarterback like this, and he's been with a lot of good quarterbacks, he said, but the precision, he says, is insane, because I turned around on a route and the ball was already in my hands before I really saw it. I just put my hands up and the ball was there, and it looked like that with Josh Palmer last night on that play down the sideline on the deep out. And then, Keon Coleman, this is what I think Brandon Beane saw in Keon Coleman, a guy capable of not just being a big man receiver and making big man plays, open when he's covered kind of guy, making jump ball receptions. But this is a guy that will somehow manufacture plays for you when nothing is going right. And, guys, that's fourth down.
Yeah.
That's fourth down in the end zone. And Dawson Knox tips the ball, and Keon Coleman is just in the right spot. But I talked to him after the game in the locker room. I said, you're just trying to stay alive for your quarterback, right? You're running to the same side of the field as him, the scramble drill. He's like, yeah. He goes, I was just worried Khalil was going to try to catch it because he was the receiver in front of him. He said, I was just like, oh, my God, don't touch it. I'm behind you. But, 7 catches, 95 yards, touchdown in the second half alone. That's an encouraging sign of things to come for Coleman. And it's a lot of what we saw, guys, in training camp and even in the joint practice in Chicago. He has the capability to be dominant. And while I don't think he was dominant in the way a traditional number one wide receiver was last night, you look at the stat sheet at the end of the game and you're like, man, they got an awful lot of production out of him.
Yeah, and the play he gets tackled on to set up the game-winning kick, on that play, the guy ultimately does get him, just a shoestring tackle, but that's Coleman showing something else that we're still waiting to see more of, which is yards after catch. He got a little bit of the separation there, and Chris, the movie dropped on that guy. That guy's falling down, grasping at air, and just gets him, and I'd imagine we're going to see more of that from Coleman too. Like after the catch, he's really good in that department.
Yeah, and he feels, and he's cool as a cucumber, guys. He scores a touchdown, hands the ball to the official, makes a big play. It's no big deal. Like he's just a flat line, even keel. He's playing intense football, but it does not move his heart rate, if you know what I mean. Because I asked him last night, I said, have you ever been in a game this wild? And he looked at me, he goes, man, you're asking me about a lot of games now. But then, of course, he said, yeah, I don't think there was one as wild as this one. And I do have to tell you guys, I talked to Joey Bosa in the locker room after the game. I don't know if I've seen a happier 10-year veteran after a season opening game than Joey Bosa, who basically told us that when he got into the locker room, he thanked every single player on offense because he thought their performance giving up 40 points was ridiculous on defense. And he said, I've been in a lot of these 3-point games, 1-point games. He goes, I don't remember winning too many of these. He goes, so I'll be happy now. We have a lot to clean up, but oh my God, that was amazing.
Yeah.
He was so happy.
I mean, he comes from a franchise where they're almost always on the opposite end of that game, aren't they?
Yep.
The Chargers. That end of game sequence, Chris, when you guys are calling the game in the moment, was there any question about what Harbaugh did there? Because the Bills' execution was so perfect at that field goal. Once Coleman gets the first, like, you can't stop the Bills from running it down. Like, when I saw that, I thought, man, you're doing the Bills a favor, giving them time to catch their breath and make sure that they're all organized.
Yeah, and you got to – I think John Harbaugh is worrying about his team first. That defense was completely gassed. They had nothing left. They were so exhausted. 11 guys out of 11, hands on hips. They were wiped out. So I think that was what the root of that decision was. I call into question more the offensive series when they're up 2. Mm-hmm. I almost felt like that team was playing to kill the clock, up 2 points. And it's like, yes, you want to kill the clock, but you got to get a first down, guys. Like this just in, you have to get a first down because you can't give them the ball back in a 2-point game. The Zay Flowers end around, I understand, you're expecting the Bills to pack it in between the tackles to stop Henry, so you're trying to get a fast guy on the edge. But then he inexplicably slides down, I understand, to stay in bounds and try to run clock, but he got 0 yards. Mm-hmm. And now you're in a 3rd and 9 situation, and that's tough to get. Especially with the way the Bills' defense was playing at that very moment. I just thought that whole series was an absolute disaster for the Ravens.
Chris Brown here for his weekly Buffalo Bills Football Monday appearance. We'll be listening to One Bills Live on the way today. And, Chris, we'll chat on Friday as well as we're off to week 2, which will have a tough time matching the energy from this one. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, we got to check on Garrett Wilson's availability, too. He got jacked up on the last play of the game by Jalen Ramsey. We'll have to see what his health is like this week.
Yep. Very good.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Brown's appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high impact gear for hard-working men and women. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. It's a Victory Monday. I'm leaving today. I got licensed to leave early today.
You are driving.
Yes.
For a while, right?
I'm on the road for a while. I'll be back tomorrow. The plan's to be back tomorrow. Sal's coming up 9 o'clock. I'm going to process this game. So, happy Victory Monday, everybody. Back tomorrow. Joe's going to keep holding it down. Sal's coming up top of the hour. Bills win 41-40, and it's Victory Monday on WGR.
Allen back to pass, and there is no one rushing the quarterback. Fires, and it's complete to Kincaid. Did he get out of bounds with a second left? I thought he did.
Jeremy White here. So the first 2-point conversion, the Bills are down 14 points. This is something, it's the second half of this game. It's already in the third quarter. You'll see teams do this more and more. This one is an analytics kind of darling move. You're down 2 touchdowns. Go for 2, especially at the 1-yard line. The idea is if you don't get 2, you'll have another opportunity to get 2, and the chances are you'll get one of those. And from the 1, your odds are even better. Later on in the game, they go for 2 when they're down 15.
Yeah.
And that's a spot where the reason you do that is because you're going to need a 2-point conversion at some point. Mm-hmm. You need a touchdown and a 2. This one, you don't have to be an analytics darling. You don't have to have a spreadsheet. This is just simple. I need a conversion. Why don't I see if I get it here? Because I don't want to find out that I'm not going to get that 2-point conversion with 2 minutes left. I want to know I don't get it with 10 minutes left, which is exactly what the Bills did. So they're down 15. They're down. What's the math on this, Joe? They're down
15. That gets them to 9 when they don't get it.
Right, 9.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're down 9?
Is that the Coleman fade, by the way?
Maybe. When you're down 9, you as the Bills can say, we have to be a lot more aggressive here because we didn't get the 2. Yeah. So now we need still 2 possessions to do it. And then, of course, how many conversions were there? Baltimore missing the extra point was probably a big deal.
That helped.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway. That was one of the most memorable games ever played in that stadium. Never mind just openers. Like, one of the most memorable games ever played. 41-40.
With that quarterback battle, too, like, just not that Lamar went for 400 yards, he didn't need to, but that matchup should be the best quarterback matchup that we see in the league. They're I think the 2 most exciting quarterbacks because of their mobility in part that have ever played the sport, and you want them to go toe to toe. Jackson, again, like, he only threw the ball 19 times in this game, so it wasn't quite the quarterback duel because of Henry and how effective he was, but that score, that team you're playing, that night, like, it all was perfect.
803-0550.
By the end, it was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect for the first 3 quarters.
Well, what do you say? I mean, Josh Allen carries them, engineers a comeback win, rushes for 2 touchdowns, throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar throws for 2 touchdowns. Lamar runs all over them. Henry runs all over them. And it was a show. And getting home and watching the second half like you did, I also did, on the television, the Bills are getting destroyed. And Collinsworth's talking about it like it's a great game. I'm thinking, this is not a great game. This is a beatdown, and the Bills are...
Yeah.
You know what it looked like? It was like last year's Bills-Lions game, where the one team was out too far in front, and the trailing team was not supposed to ever be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But they did. And they won. What do you say?
Josh Allen, man.
Josh Allen.
Whenever you're trying to start a season as a coach, you know, it's important that you can win a close one, and because it helps the buy-in, and got a lot of new faces in that locker room, and guys got a chance tonight to experience coming together as a team for the first time and experience Buffalo, city of winners.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, 41-40. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Sal Capaccio joins the show as well. It's a Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Time to go around the league in a dash. Brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. So looking around the league, the story of the league for me, outside of the Bills-Ravens game last night, is Miami. And how bad. I thought for a moment during the preseason, like, surely it can't be as bad as it sounds, right? Like, everyone's going too far, exaggerating the point. Like, sure, maybe they're having some problems in training camp. They were dominated by the Bears in a joint practice, and there's Tyreek Hill drama all the time. They didn't vote him as a captain after he'd been a captain for 2 years, and, it's like nothing sounded good. But I'm like, maybe they'll show up in the regular season, Daniel Jones, and they'll look like the same old Dolphins, which are, they'll beat bad teams and they'll lose to good teams. Oh, they didn't look like that at all. They were a disaster. They looked like a team that had already quit on the season the second the ball was snapped in week 1. I don't know that I've ever seen a team looked more given up in a week 1 game than what the Dolphins looked like yesterday. Hill is getting into arguments with coaches on the sidelines. Tua's getting hit and fumbling the ball and throwing picks. Like, nothing looked good. The defense looks like it could be the worst in football. Daniel Jones is a provably terrible quarterback over 7 years, and he scored on every drive. Miami is so cooked. I think in 2 weeks, see how week 2 goes for them, but when the Bills play them in week 3, if they destroy the Dolphins, I think McDaniel might not survive it. There's a chance of that. There's a chance, I think, that we're talking about that Thursday night game being, man, if the Bills really smoke them today, that the coach could be done. It's looked that bad, and I thought it looked as bad as you could imagine in the first game of the year. Other games really quickly, the Bengals, their week 1 woes continue. They were lucky to get out of that game. The Browns, the kicker missed an extra point. He missed a 36-yard field goal. They lost by 1. The Bengals had 7 yards in the second half. They were all the, hey, we played our starters in the preseason, we're going to start better. They didn't start better. They got lucky because they played a bad Browns team who should have won the game anyway. Their kicker just messed it up. Best game of the day was Buccaneers-Falcons, by the way. That game was awesome. Drama late, back and forth. Penix diving in the goal line for a touchdown. The Bucs, though, able to pull it out. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal Capaccio. When we return, we'll take some more of your phone calls as well on observations from last night's game. Sal's got his arrow up, arrow down column from last night that we'll touch on as well. And yeah, we'll keep talking about this historically amazing win the Bills had last night over the Ravens. It's Jeremy and Joe, Sneaky Joe, and Sal coming in next here on WGR.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping the game. Along the way, the passing game, Chris, let's talk about that, because early on, they kind of couldn't get anything going down the field. Felt like whether it's lack of separation or lack of seeing what's there. The second half, Allen starts to kind of just create on his own. And he's, to my eye, he's rolling out. He's leaving the pocket, not so much because he felt pressure, but just so he could buy his receiver some more time. And we saw Josh Palmer come up with a play. Keon Coleman, Jerry Ostrowski referred to as a garbage man. Like, he was there for everything that Allen needed, and the Bills end up getting some big plays from their receivers.
Yeah, they did. First half was a rough go. It was almost as if it took them a little bit longer to settle into the game. You're right, though. Josh made a lot of those plays off script, but I will say on one of those final drives, the absolute seed he threw to Josh Palmer was ridiculous. The ball's out of his hands before Palmer's even out of his break. Palmer turns his head around, and the ball's in his hands. I still remember Emmanuel Sanders, when he played for this team for the one season, when he said, I've never been with a quarterback like this, and he's been with a lot of good quarterbacks, he said, but the precision, he says, is insane because I turned around on a route and the ball was already in my hands before I really saw it. I just put my hands up and the ball was there, and it looked like that with Josh Palmer last night on that play down the sideline on the deep out. And then, Keon Coleman, this is what I think Brandon Beane saw in Keon Coleman, a guy capable of not just being a big man receiver and making big man plays, open when he's covered kind of guy, making jump ball receptions. But this is a guy that will somehow manufacture plays for you when nothing is going right. And, guys, that's fourth down.
Yeah.
That's fourth down in the end zone. And Dawson Knox tips the ball, and Keon Coleman is just in the right spot. But I talked to him after the game in the locker room. I said, you're just trying to stay alive for your quarterback, right? You're running to the same side of the field as him, the scramble drill. He's like, yeah. He goes, I was just worried Khalil was going to try to catch it.
The Bills win 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens. Their win probability was down at one point to 1%. That's because they became the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with less than 4 minutes to go and win the game in regulation. Matt Prater, a 32-yard field goal to win it at the end. A remarkable comeback for the Bills. They are 1-0 on the season. Josh Allen throws for 394 yards. He goes over 400 yards total. 4 total touchdowns, 2 rushing, and 2 passing. The Bills win over the Ravens, 1-0. Bills are the only 1-0 team in the division. Rest of the AFC East lost in Week 1. New England falls by 7 to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Dolphins got hammered by the Colts, 33-8. Daniel Jones' Colts scored on every drive they had in the game. And the Jets fall in a close one, 34-32. Aaron Rodgers wins his revenge game in New York by 2 points to improve to 1-0. Some other scores from around the league. Cam Ward's debut for the Tennessee Titans is a loss, 20-12 in Denver. The Packers smoked the Lions, 27-13. It was a 3-score game for much of that afternoon. The Rams win a low-scoring one over the Texans, 14-9. Monday Night Football, the Vikings and the Bears tonight at 8:15. We'll have that game here on WGR. And in tennis at the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz beats Yannick Sinner to win another major. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday here on WGR. That is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Joe DiBiase. Sal Capaccio is in studio. He had a late night, like a lot of us did, but Sal, later night than most. Man, where do we start? Where do we start, Sal? What a game. Everything just seemed to go perfect weather-wise, and the stadium atmosphere was incredible. So good morning, and, better to be talking about a win, I guess, when we're all running on like 3-4 hours sleep.
Yeah, for sure. Where do you start? It's the exact same question I asked Matt Bove on our live 1:30 a.m. It's always game day in Buffalo.
1:30 a.m. 1:30 is when you started?
That's when we started.
When they started.
We did, and it went for exactly 30 minutes. We went from 1:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. We ended at 2 a.m. on the field, and then got home probably about 3 last night.
By then, there's no traffic, right?
Oh, no, there's no traffic by then.
Okay.
But there's still people hanging out
in
the other parking lots,
That's
right?
funny.
They're clearing them out. It's mostly workers leaving. But by then, it's like, I don't know about you, Joe. Like, I can't sleep after games like that.
No, me neither.
I just can't go to bed anyway. Like, what am I going to do? I still have to write arrow up, arrow down. I was not finished with that. I literally went home and finished that, published it about 3:30 a.m., got to bed at 3:45. The point is, though, I'm still wired. It's like, I'm not tired in the moment, right?
Right.
Like, you get up this
Just
morning, you're like, I
adrenaline.
can't believe. Like, I got like 3 hours sleep, but you're so wired into what's going on. Anyway, I asked that same question to Matt. I said, where do we start? And I think the best place to start is at the end. Because that's really the story of this game, is how the Bills completed such an improbable comeback. And for it to happen in that fashion at that stadium, given all the magnitude of what's happening this year inside that stadium, and with a 41-year-old kicker who just walked in off the street. Joe, I got to tell you, I'd never met Matt Prater in my life.
Yeah.
Until Sunday, after the game last night. I don't think I would have met him personally unless this happened, right? Because he just got here. And I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to be funny or mean when I say this. But when I saw him, he reminded me, and he looked like a guy that walked onto a fantasy camp to put on a uniform to be.
Yeah.
He looked like one of those people that walks around the stadium in a Bills uniform.
Uh-huh.
Like, we see those people. We saw one yesterday when we were doing the pregame show.
Yep.
That's what he looks like. And I don't say that in any sort of, like, to make fun of him. I just, like, it's incredible. And he just walks out there and does his job and wins the game like that.
Was it Khalil Shakir who thought they hired a new coach? He said that in the locker room last
It was
night?
Jackson Hawes.
Maybe
Maybe Khalil did,
I think
too.
they both did.
Maybe they both did.
Yeah. They're like, do we get a new coach? Like, oh, no, that's the kicker. Oldest Bill in team history.
Yeah.
And he kicks the game-winning field goal at the end. Super special moment for him. That was really cool. Yeah, I mean, the end is really, I think, the right place to start because it's what the Bills did well. It's what the Ravens did poorly. But let's start with what the Bills did well, Sal. At some point, they, just because of the score dictated it, time was of the essence. You got to start throwing the ball and getting chunks. That's really when they started cruising. Like, and a lot of that is Allen, right? Allen, I mean, I think it's arguable is his best game of his Bills career. I mean, we could go down that rabbit hole at some point, but he's as sharp as you've ever seen him. He's making throws into tight windows. I mean, some that were incompleted. The Ty Johnson wheel route, that was a perfect throw over the shoulder that doesn't end up getting caught. So, I mean, more than ever, I feel like it's a game to celebrate how special the Bills quarterback is.
Yeah, and listen, if you're someone who can really appreciate, what you're watching and not just focus on your team, you have to have such appreciation for how great Lamar is.
Sure.
He is unbelievable. He really is. I mean, when
the
you watch
play where Bosa and Rousseau have him dead to rights.
The throw to DeAndre Hopkins, right?
Yeah,
I mean, to watch these guys, Joe, just go toe-to-toe. These two incredible athletes, incredible quarterbacks is really special. And to be on the same field was amazing. And our guy here in Buffalo got the better of it at the end, just like he did in the playoffs last year, because he's Superman when he needs to be Superman. And I'm not going to say he put on the cape necessarily, because putting on the cape sometimes means he's got to run all over the field. He's got to make all these crazy plays. He had help. He had guys make catches for him. He had Josh Palmer, Jackson Hawes, Keon Coleman making plays for him. But sure enough, it was mostly him, obviously, making it all and starting it all. Did you see? I guess I'm going to guess this is a stat that's legit. from Real Sports. I got this at Real App _.
Okay.
I think this is a real stat, but I'm going to say it. Josh Allen in the fourth quarter alone, 16 of 21, 269 total yards, 3 TDs.
Yep.
Then it says the first player this century to throw for 250 or more yards in the fourth quarter of a win.
Yeah, I believe that. I saw Optistat might have had the same.
Okay, thank you.
The same thing. So I've seen a couple places. So I think that stat is correct. 250 plus in the fourth quarter, and really is that the Ravens just backing off? Were they? I don't know what changed in their game plan, what changed in the Bills' game plan a little bit. I mean, again, the score can dictate these things, but it was such a struggle at times in the first half, Sal, that I didn't see it coming that they were going to be that uncorked when they needed to be down the stretch. Palmer gets in on it, and really Coleman comes away with a lot of it, and there were a lot of comeback routes for him. He makes the diving catch on the tip ball. So if you're hoping for Coleman to have a breakout this year, he played a big role in that, more than any receiver did last night.
Is this true? Somebody just pointed out. Thank you very much. Bullpen is in and alive today.
Yep.
And Steve said, Sal, within 30 hours, Syracuse and the Bills both won, sitting at 1% probability. And I think that's right.
What happened to Syracuse? They did the same thing? I didn't
Syracuse was down 2 scores with 5 minutes left.
Oh, I didn't even see that. And they also
7
came
minutes,
back and won?
Yeah, they came back and won in overtime.
Maybe they were they saw how they could be done.
That's right. That's incredible. All right, so Keon Coleman. We have heard so much about Keon Coleman this offseason. We've heard so much about how much he was dedicated to, being a much better player in every aspect, body-wise, playing-wise. People were really kind of surprised that he was not featured in Hard Knocks, and I wonder if that was calculated because he didn't want any part of that, or the team, hey, we're focusing on playing football, right? No doubt. It could very well be the case. I used a word for Keon Coleman a couple months ago at Bulldog, maybe about early on training camp. I said, I think everything he does to me looks intentional. He's just so intentional about his business. He's going about every route the right way, breaking down at the route, and making sure that he's exactly where he's supposed to be. Everything looks intentional. A few weeks later, Joe Brady's asked about Keon Coleman. He uses the same word, and I'd like to think that Joe Brady was listening to WGR. Maybe he does, but we were joking about it. I told him. He said, I like to use that word when I really see guys really working at their craft and being very professional and going about their business. And it really was intentional. And I think now, yesterday, you saw kind of the fruit of that. Yesterday and last night, Joe, was a great testament and example to any person and any young player especially to say, if you put in the work, you can get the results. But you have to put in the work. And last night, I think was the result of Keon Coleman putting in that work. Where does it go from here? I don't know. I'm thinking to myself last night, boy, should I tweet out, I can't believe the Chiefs gave the Bills Keon Coleman? Right? I mean, thinking like that, because Xavier Worthy, and he's been fine. Xavier Worthy was a nice rookie season. He got hurt, obviously, and you don't know where that's going to go either, but maybe at the end of the day, Bills have the better receiver here. Maybe at the end of the day, the Bills made the right call in drafting Keon Coleman, because it certainly started off pretty darn good last night.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her hotline. The offense scores 41. Did you... I wonder how much there is really to take away from the offensive performance, though, because you saw what the Bills' intent was, right, in the first half. They wanted to run the ball. They wanted to get the screen game involved. I think maybe this frustrated fans a little bit was that after that first drive, they went a couple drives in a row without call. They didn't have a single play for 2 drives where Allen just dropped back to pass and they just had guys go run routes. It went run, right to James Cook, and it's a 3 and out. The 3rd and 6 tight end screen, I know, has a lot of people frustrated. So they're able to work through that. I guess I wonder how much it's nice to see, right? It's nice to know, all right, this quarterback is this good. You got enough receivers that if you got to come back, put a comeback together like that, you have that in you. You don't want to live that way, but you have it in your back pocket. But what the Bills want to be on offense, I don't think what they wanted to be last night was air show, shootout, 41-40. No. They really only got bullied into that, if you want, maybe a different word for it, because
they just forced into it because
they couldn't stop Baltimore.
That's right. Well, listen, I think part of the reason is because they don't want their quarterback sitting back there and having to take throw that ball 40 times and take an unnecessary shot. Like, if we don't have to play like that, let's not do it. Josh won MVP last year, but not because he was throwing 50 touchdown passes, because he was so good and efficient at everything he did and still had really good stats, right? That's the key. Keep him healthy. Keep him back there. If we don't have to win like that, let's play more mistake-free. Let's play a low-volume game. Low event game, right? I think they want to play low event games, not have to do this. What happened against the Rams last year? Same thing. They got in the same situation. Unfortunately, they couldn't close the deal in that game. Exact same kind of thing where they were down, they had to come back. Josh had to do all of that. So during the game, two things about this. Arrow up, arrow down. I got it at WGR550.com. So during the game, Joe, I actually start to write my column through my phone. I start speaking it. And I start on the sidelines in the fourth quarter, arrow up, arrow down. I start going through it. So after the game, I can get finished quicker, and also when things are right on my mind. And I always start up when the Bills win and down when they lose. Full disclosure, I started with arrow down as I'm doing it in my phone because I'm thinking they're going to lose, right? Yeah. But one of the things was arrow down because it was on my mind and I wanted to get it out there. I hated the play calling sequence, as you said.
Yeah.
The first quarter, after the first drive, they get set up in great field position by Brandon Codrington. Really nice drive. Let's look at that second drive, though. They get 9 on first down. It's 2nd and 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have no gain, and then a negative 2-yard loss and get blown up. You can't have that happen. Eric Wood, I agree with him, said 2nd and short is such a great time to take a shot. Because you can still get third down, and yeah, sure, it's you got to still convert third down. Such a great time. But you don't give yourself that chance, and now suddenly you're face third down, and then they run the ball. I didn't like that. They get the ball back on the next drive, and what do? Incomplete to Coleman. Short right to Palmer for 4 yards. Dalton Kincaid for no gain on that. Was that the screen? And then he fumbled out of bounds, right?
Yeah.
And then they had to punt again. I agree with you. I didn't like the play calling sequence. I thought the Bills played a little too conservative until the game got to a point where they were forced to not play that way, and they're better when they don't play that way a lot of times because they have Josh Allen. They can win games playing conservative. They did. They won the playoff game playing conservative because the defense forced mistakes. Mm-hmm. They don't want to play a high event game. And I think it's sometimes you have to play a high event in certain moments.
Just Baltimore, or do you think everybody this year? That style. Because part of it is like, in this matchup, like, all right, you want to play a low event game because the other team's got Jackson and Henry and they're so hard to stop. Like, okay. But the more events you would think that your quarterback, having a guy that can play like this, I guess it's again the fight on like how they want to use Allen. We used to have the debates on whether they use him too much, and now I feel like we're starting to get closer to do they use him enough? And I don't want them to be not using him drive after drive after drive against especially these middling teams that they're going to see in the regular season. I think it's going to depend. We'll see how they look against the Jets. We'll see how they look against the Dolphins for stuff like that. That 2nd and 1 thing is a very nitpicky problem I have with the Bills, but they definitely treat it like a 3-yard run as a success in that spot. And I'd like to see them take more shots. They often have not. But they get going offensively later. So let's get to the defense a little bit.
Yeah.
Start with the arrow up. I said last night, if you agree with this, I feel like amazingly you could say Derrick Henry had the best game he's had against the Bills, and Ed Oliver also had his best game as a Bill. And
it is weird,
those two
right?
Things happened in the same night.
It is totally weird. So, in the first week, I think, of the preseason, the Bills are about to play the Giants. Maybe it was one of the other ones. I think it was that week. We do a radio production meeting to get ready for the game. And Brandon Beane, we sit with Brandon Beane, we sit with Sean McDermott. It's really trying to go over the state of the team so we can be better informed for the broadcast to talk about things.
Mm-hmm.
And Brandon Beane said to us in that production meeting, Ed Oliver has had the best camp of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He said that to us. Now, when we went out training camp, I wasn't seeing Ed Oliver blow plays up all the time.
Yeah.
We don't get to see a lot of the things that are happening and what he means by that, right? Behind the scenes stuff, how hard they're working, when he's on the field, what he's doing, coaching. But he said Ed Oliver has had basically the best camp of his career to this point. And I really made a mental note of that and thought, okay, like this could be a year where really maybe Ed Oliver can kind of take it to another level because let's be honest, he's been really hot or really not. And he's been very streaky. And he's been very good at times. Sometimes he kind of disappears. They went out and they drafted two two defensive tackles, one a very large human to play next to him, Deion Walker, went to eat up some double teams. You have Joey Bosa. That could free up Ed Oliver. And I thought last night, just like Keon Coleman in a different situation, second year, hard work, pays off. Ed Oliver's great training camp, as Brandon Bean put it, turned into this is what happens when you work and when you have that kind of preparedness and work hard. And, not to say it wasn't before, but it just feels like Ed Oliver is maybe on the verge of having a really, really good season.
I mean, it's a good start. I mean,
he was great last night.
I think he already, that's the play of his career.
Did you see the play later, I think it was, where he forced the guard back into the backfield, which caused Henry to get to the outside? The Bills stopped him for a short gain because of it.
Yes.
Like he pushes, I think it's the guard. He pushes the guard back.
74 for the Ravens.
Yeah,
I think he every time those two were matched up, it felt like Oliver won last night.
So 74 is who's on there? No, it wasn't 74. Was it? It wasn't Voorhees. Was it Flele? I don't think so.
Let me find out.
It was Rosengarten, wasn't it? Was it was it maybe not?
72. It was 72.
72. That's Voorhees.
Yeah.
So he pushes Voorhees back, and because he pushed him back, Derrick Henry can't hit that hole. He has to start going lateral, and now the rest of the flow of the defense gets to him, and they stop him for a minimal gain, which was a huge play on that drive, which ultimately resulted in the punt that you talked about.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. Get to phone calls in a moment. Before we started, we were talking about the field goal at the very end.
Yeah.
How close Kyle Hamilton came to blocking that field goal. I saw another angle from behind Prater.
Yeah.
Like the other, not the angle you see on TV that's from behind the field goal post, but the other end. And it almost looks like it even scrapes the side of his glove, the ball. I don't think it does because I don't think the ball really changes direction, and I can't imagine it actually made any contact, but it's like the ball is right there on his finger. So, man, it was close to being like a totally different ending last night on a short field goal.
I mean, if the Bills had lost on that,
it'd be nuts.
I've thought about it. It would have been so heartbreaking. A few people have pointed out to me, and it's true. Like the Bills have been involved in several of these game of the year games the last few years.
They usually lose it.
And they've lost every one of them.
Right.
13 seconds, obviously, right, in the playoffs. Minnesota Vikings, game of the year. Rams last year, game of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few others in the NFL, but these are games that are considered some of the games of the year. And the Bills have lost these games.
Right.
They won last night, and they've been on the other side of it. Hey, there's a lot to clean up. We know that.
Yep.
There's a lot of things we could talk about. I'm going to talk extra point show, run defense, no doubt about it. It's so much better, though, to have to talk about that when you're 1-0. And the entire division lost outside of you, and the Chiefs lost, and you now have the head-to-head against the Ravens, and they lost.
The two game lead over them for the 1 seed.
Yes.
Huge advantage. 803-0550 if you want to get a call in with Sal. We've got a couple more minutes with him here, and then the Extra Point Show coming up at 10. Steve in Texas is up. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good morning. I'm not trying to pivot off of how amazing last night was, but I was kind of going through the emotions of just watching all the other teams in the division lose, and, the Jets look pretty feisty. And, as you're watching the game and it's, they're building momentum and you're like, okay, we're going to lose, but they're working things out and they're going to be good for next week. And I just think it's great to have the Jets coming off of that win with Fields, who's a similar skill set to Lamar. Not that, he is Lamar Jackson, but it's a very similar type of team. And I think whatever they were working on getting ready for this matchup, they're going to be able to transfer that, and it's going to make for maybe a little bit lighter week of practice for them getting ready.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for the call. The one difference I will point to, though, is the Bills got through multiple times yesterday. Like, their pass rush, we mentioned the Oliver play where he does get to Lamar Jackson. There's the play where Bosa and Rousseau chase Jackson back 20 yards.
Yeah.
Bosa dies, and he's able to get away.
You tell me. I have to ask you a question. I'm curious about this. I'm on the fields. I'm not watching. Are you, at that moment, what are you doing when you're watching? Are you on social media? Or you have your computer open? What are you doing?
I have my phone open to Twitter, but I'm watching the game.
I'm wondering, as soon as he runs and he gets the first down, I'm thinking, how many people out there, and at that point you think the Bills are going to lose, how many people out there are saying, that's your MVP. That's an MVP signature play. Look at Lamar. And I'm not saying they're wrong in the moment because he's amazing, and that was a great play. But I'm wondering what the reaction was on social media of that type of thing, like that's your MVP. Look at this guy. He's unstoppable.
I don't know, because part of it is so quickly after, it was the next play, wasn't it, that Henry scored a long touchdown?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're not worried about that. And that's your MVP.
Yeah, right. So, I think that took the shine away from it a little bit. But what I was getting to is, with that Jet game next week, this could be for the season, it's really tough to evaluate how the Bills' pass rush did last night. Because you'll have plays like that, where, what happened on that play? Both your edge rushers got to the backfield. Rousseau and Bosa got to the quarterback, and Jackson scrambled away. Sure, next week, Justin Fields, he's fast, and he can run, but one area where he is very different than Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson, probably second to Josh Allen, is the best quarterback at escaping sacks in the National Football League, and Justin Fields takes 1 million sacks. So, that same play next week, I bet, is a 10-yard loss for the New York Jets. Very tough to evaluate, though, how the Bills' pass rush, I think, did as a group. Just because when you have that quarterback, that's a play that's going to go down as a 20-yard gain for the Ravens, and your two edge rushers won their rep.
No doubt. And listen, I know that the Ravens had they had a lot of big plays. I know they had a few plays down the field, but they went quick game a lot. When they threw, it was quick. It was quick game. They did not have Lamar hold it in the pocket. There were a few times he did, but a lot of times it was quick game. Get the ball out of his hands. So that mitigates the pass rush too.
Did you notice too that they were calling plays very quickly? They were getting to the line.
Yes.
There was a next gen stat tweet that Cole Bishop had a blitz from the furthest distance since they've been tracking. He was 12 yards from the line of scrimmage, and I think that got attributed to that's because they called the play before he could get to the line of scrimmage.
Correct. Eric talked about it in the broadcast, how untimed it was. I have a theory on that and why.
Okay.
I think this really is, this is really good coaching by the Ravens, which is, we're in a hostile environment. It's super loud. They have to try and communicate. If we show them a look that they have to communicate to each other in a loud stadium, and they don't have motion on those plays, really. Right? It's we're going to the line, we're going. Right? And if you see it, now Cole Bishop, second-year player, right, with Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
You got
Dorian Strong.
You got Dorian Strong.
Yeah.
You're putting them in a situation where they have to communicate very, very quickly and have to figure it out in a very loud environment. And I think that's good coaching by the Ravens to be able to do that. So, yes, it's true. And we can say, well, Cole Bishop should time it better. It's hard. It's hard to do that. But yes, Joe, they did go quick a lot. They got up to the ball. They went quick. And when you're pounding on a team like they were, the quicker you go, the more the defense oh, dude, here we go again.
Yeah.
You take your will away a little bit.
On a defense, too, where, communication and being in the right spot at the right time is, it's maybe more critical to the way the Bills play defense.
Right.
Because they're not running man coverage, line them up. There would be some defenses where maybe that wouldn't work as well against them. Man, that defense, we'll talk about it. I'm sure you will on the Extra Point Show. They need to do a lot better against Derrick Henry the next time they play them. 10 yards a carry.
We said the same thing after week 4 last year, and they did once you got there. You never know the situation, the difference. It's a different field. If you play them back in January, it might be a colder night. It's a different field. Hey, none of the bad stuff, poor stuff, negative stuff, just goes away, right, because of this.
Right.
But as I've been saying all week, and we all know, it is a week-to-week league, and what happens next week has nothing to do with what happened this week. It is a totally new week. And what happens when you play them again, if you do, has nothing to do with this game. And in fact, sometimes you can look at it and say, we got to make this adjustment and that adjustment better. No doubt about it, you'll do that. But you're right, Joe. You have to do those things better, but it doesn't have to mean that it's got to go the same way the next time, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
It'll be curious to talk about how they'll play it different. They did play a lot of base yesterday. Right? There was a lot of Dorian Williams out there. There was a lot of...
I did the snap counts a little while ago today. Dorian Williams was on the field for 17 snaps, I think it was.
Okay.
Let me just grab them real quick.
Less than I thought, but it's still...
Yeah, I know.
It's more than you would get, I think, in an average game.
Yeah, so Dorian Williams, how many snaps did the... So the Ravens had 51 offensive snaps.
Okay.
Dorian Williams was on the field for 17, which is only 33%.
Okay.
That's less than I thought, too. They played a lot of dime, too. I don't even know if the Bills did.
Any third and long,
Any third and long, they went to dime.
Cam Lewis would go out
That's
on the
right.
field.
Yeah.
Right? I think it was 39, Cam Lewis.
Yeah, and because Matt Milano would come off in a lot of those situations.
Right. Well, we'll see how they do it differently next time because it would be tough for them to do worse defensively, but they did get those couple stops at the end. Just enough.
My weekly Tuesday stats chart is not going to be pretty for the defense. It's going to be very pretty for the offense, but it's going to look very similar to last year's end of season stats, which I tweeted out the other day.
Very quickly, Sal, before we take a time out here, the Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Was there anything?
One thing. Brandon Codrington, but he came back in the game. But he actually had an injury designation as questionable. He came back in the game, talked to him afterwards. You saw him in the game. He even said, "You saw me. I was out there. I'll be fine." Okay. It was on the play where it was very close to being a penalty if he was hit early, and he got his knee twisted a little bit. Mm-hmm. But he came back in the game. Nothing else from the sidelines as far as any actual injury.
Okay.
Matt Milano, I think, got poked in the eye. He had missed a few plays. They were working on his eye.
Okay.
He got poked in the eye. And Greg Rousseau, one of the trainers, was working on his knee a little bit, but there was never anything too serious enough to warrant a tent be going up or even an injury report from the sidelines.
All right.
But everybody's going to feel this game because you played the Ravens. It's physical.
Yeah.
That's one thing I hate about thinking about the next game is a little shorter. It's not 6 days, but you get late at night.
Yeah.
It's about, and your bodies against playing that team is always going to impact the next week.
Yep. And the Jets look pretty good.
They can run the ball, too.
Their defense.
They ran the ball really well.
They ran it great.
I didn't look at their
made a
stats.
couple passes.
But Breece Hall
was great.
He looked really good yesterday.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that matchup as
107 yards on 19 carries.
Yeah, it's a good week for him. Thank you, Sal. Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock.
I'll be here.
And your phone calls when we return. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Bills win 41-40. It's a victory Monday here on WGR, presented by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping the game. Along the way, the passing game, Chris, let's talk about that, because early on, they kind of couldn't get anything going down the field. Felt like whether it's lack of separation or lack of seeing what's there, the second half, Allen starts to kind of just create on his own. And he's, to my eye, he's rolling out, he's leaving the pocket, not so much because he felt pressure, but just so he could buy his receiver some more time. And we saw Josh Palmer come up with a play, Keon Coleman, Jerry Ostrowski referred to as a garbage man. Like, he was there for everything that Allen needed, and the Bills end up getting some big plays from their receivers.
Yeah, they did. First half was a rough go. It was almost as if it took them a little bit longer to settle into the game. You're right, though. Josh made a lot of those plays off script, but I will say on one of those final drives, the absolute seed he threw to Josh Palmer was ridiculous. The ball's out of his hands before Palmer's even out of his break. Palmer turns his head around, and the ball's in his hands. I still remember Emmanuel Sanders, when he played for this team for the one season, when he said, I've never been with a quarterback like this, and he's been with a lot of good quarterbacks, he said, but the precision, he says, is insane because I turned around on a route and the ball was already in my hands before I really saw it. I just put my hands up and the ball was there, and it looked like that with Josh Palmer last night on that play down the sideline on the deep out. And then, Keon Coleman, this is what I think Brandon Beane saw in Keon Coleman, a guy capable of not just being a big man receiver and making big man plays, open when he's covered kind of guy, making jump ball receptions. But this is a guy that will somehow manufacture plays for you when nothing is going right. And, guys, that's fourth down.
Yeah.
That's fourth down in the end zone. And Dawson Knox tips the ball, and Keon Coleman is just in the right spot. But I talked to him after the game in the locker room. I said, you're just trying to stay alive for your quarterback, right? You're running to the same side of the field as him, the scramble drill. He's like, yeah. He goes, I was just worried Khalil was going to try to catch it.
So the first 2-point conversion, the Bills are down 14 points. This is something, it's the second half of this game. It's already in the third quarter. You'll see teams do this more and more. This one is an analytics kind of darling move. You're down 2 touchdowns. Go for 2, especially at the 1-yard line. The idea is if you don't get 2, you'll have another opportunity to get 2, and the chances are you'll get one of those. And from the 1, your odds are even better. Later on in the game, they go for 2 when they're down 15.
Yeah.
And that's a spot where the reason you do that is because you're going to need a 2-point conversion at some point.
Mm-hmm.
You need a touchdown and a 2. This one, you don't have to be an analytics darling. You don't have to have a spreadsheet. This is just simple. I need a conversion. Why don't I see if I get it here? Because I don't want to find out that I'm not going to get that 2-point conversion with 2 minutes left. I want to know I don't get it with 10 minutes left, which is exactly what the Bills did. So they're down 15. They're down, what's the math on this, Joe? They're down
15. That gets them to 9 when they don't get it.
Right, 9.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're down 9?
Is that the Coleman fade, by the way?
Maybe. When you're down 9, you as the Bills can say, we have to be a lot more aggressive here because we didn't get the 2, so now we need still 2 possessions to do it. And then, of course, how many conversions were there? Baltimore missing the extra point was probably a big deal.
That helped.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway.
Immaculate. What a guy. 41 years old. Shoot, he's about 31 today. Maybe even 21. We'll call him young skipper. Until tomorrow, he's back to an old geezer.
Deion Dawkins on Matt Prater. Yeah, we'll see. If he has a good month here, I'm going to want to start a kicker conversation. Not for today, though. Great moment for Prater. And luckily for him, Kyle Hamilton is not 1 inch taller, because that was so close to being blocked. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy ducked out. Sneaky Joe here for the next half hour, and then we'll get you off to the extra point show. The Bills beat the Ravens 41-40. Get to some phone calls in a moment here. Dan Orlovsky on ESPN just did an awesome breakdown of what Josh Allen did to the Ravens on that final drive. I'll do my best to regurgitate what he said, but basically on the Josh Palmer, I don't really want to call it a corner route, but to the sideline on the final drive, that we had a caller point out earlier, and I went back to the first episode of Hard Knocks and watched this, and I think he's right, that route that Allen hits Palmer on the last drive of the game, in the first episode of Hard Knocks, that's the play that they showed Allen and Palmer working on after practice, where Allen said to Palmer, like, I want that one more time. I'll hit you on this. Do it this way. They were working on that play. And then here they are. They break it out in week 1. But the throw, because Jair Alexander is sitting in front of Palmer and it's going to the sidelines, that Allen can't lob it because it'll take too long to get there. He'll lead Palmer out of bounds. He also can't fire it in there like a bullet because Alexander's in front of him. That'll be an interception. He had to split the difference. He called it a firm throw. Like, that throw had to be so perfect to hit Palmer because Jair Alexander is there, and he had to put it over top of him while not leading out of, like, just expert throw. And then the other part that Orlovsky broke down was on that Coleman play that sets up the field goal, that Allen, like, dissected pre-snap what the Ravens were in. Like, he knew, I know, like, what the Ravens were showing, I know what they're in, and he gave a little left arm signal to Coleman. He didn't really, I don't even think you want to call it an audible. He just signaled to Coleman to run a different route, and that was the route that he was, I don't want to say wide open, he was open on, and then gets down to the goal line, or the 5, wherever they were. Just masterful. Sometimes you just gotta stew in how great he is on some of these things. And I think it's tough to appreciate how good he really is. Like, that's a guy who played in the league, and Orlovsky, he's a little more hot-takey than he used to be, but he could still break down, like, what these guys are doing back there in the pocket. And I could watch breakdowns of, like, what Allen is doing pre-snap and, how he's throwing the ball and the mechanics of his movement, like we saw in Hard Knocks. I could watch that stuff all day. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Anthony in North Carolina. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how you doing today?
Morning.
Man, I just want to say, man, last night the Bills game was so electric, man. I can't remember. I can never remember a game that electric in the beginning of a Bills season. Man, that was magical. And also, just want to say, it was kind of worrisome at the beginning of the game with how some of the defense was. Hopefully the defense continues to get better and better. I don't want it to be like past defenses from past years, how sometimes the defenses would let us down. I just hope that that's not going to be the case going forward. But anyways, go Bills. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. I think it's probably, what would even be second? It's the second greatest comeback game in Bills history. Maybe they've come back from more than 15. They probably have. But memorable comeback Bills wins, I mean, the comeback is going to be number 1. That's got to be number 2. What other comebacks have they really had? They came back in 2011 from being down against the Patriots, but that's 11 points, and that's in the second quarter. I mean, that's not near the same. I think it's probably second. All-time night to be in the stadium. I also, Allen said it after the game on the field, like, hey, maybe have a little bit more faith next time. He's in the heat of the moment. He just won the game. He just brought the team back. I think 2 things can be true. Allen has the right to say that. And also, I think fans shouldn't be destroyed that left early. You're down 15. There's 5 minutes left. It's a night game. The traffic getting in was horrible. I think it's understandable to leave that game with 5 to 7 minutes left. I think more so when there's 7 minutes left. That's when I thought there's no chance of this. The Ravens got the ball up 15 with 7 minutes to go. I mean, they hadn't been stopped basically. I don't think it's offensive that people would have left. 803-0550 is the phone number. Mickey in Connecticut's next. Hey, Mickey.
Hey, brother. Hey, thank you for taking my call. Real quick comment. I hear you in terms of what you was literally just talking about. I hear you, but this is also the last opener for this stadium. They should have stayed. That's the way I feel. Like, win or lose, this is your last time ever being in this stadium. Enjoy every moment. And especially when it's a moment like that, you got to just enjoy it. But to get to my point, there's a lot of, amazing takeaways that you can take from this game, whether it's, a little bit of luck played with, 2 interceptions that didn't get caught that Allen could have thrown, or everything positive that went our way to get this W. But the one thing that's continuously driving me crazy is that we are a year of a season removed from Josh Allen, definitely from what we all saw with our own 2 naked eyes, seeing that he got a first down, on a QB sneak or tush push, whatever you want to call it, and that could have got us possibly to the Super Bowl. And then last night, he is sliding, and it's a first down, and they call him short, and not even just a little short, significantly short. It's driving me nuts. What is it going to take for them to finally get their stuff together and make these calls correctly? Because that could have been a massive pivotal play if we would have lost.
Yeah. No, you're right. Mickey, thanks for the call. The 2 things I have about that call, one, it was wrong. Where is the automatic replay? The very quick Sky Ref, hey, radio down to the ref, you got that one wrong. They did it on the Justice Hill pass earlier in the game when he clearly dropped the ball, but it happened so quick the ref couldn't see it. So what does Sky Ref do? He does what he's there for. I have a better vantage point than the refs by tenfold. So I'm going to take the 3 seconds it takes to radio down and say, that was incomplete. And then in a snap, we get the justified result of that play, which is 2nd and 10 Ravens, or 3rd and 10 Ravens. Where was it on that play? It wasn't obvious enough, I guess. Seemed pretty obvious on the broadcast. And those are the feeds that this guy's watching up there, or the team that's watching it. So that would be my criticism. The refs are in a tough position to make that call. The guy upstairs is not. I also wondered if McDermott could have challenged it. The Ravens or the Bills ran a play pretty quickly after that because they were trying to get to the line, 3rd and 1. Let's get the first down. So they kind of ran to the line. But this, I guess, is a rules question. Maybe Sal knows this answer. We can figure this out. I thought McDermott should have challenged it. They ran the play so quickly he couldn't. But then there was a penalty on the play. So they snapped the ball. They ran a play, but then the flag came in, and now it's still 3rd down. So does that count as a play being run or not? Like, could McDermott challenge the 2nd down play after a 3rd down penalty and we're redoing 3rd down? Because I even looked in the rule book and I couldn't find the answer to it. I wonder if he could have. Because I think that would have been overturned. Luckily, it did not cost them. But it's why the whole technology of measuring these spots with Hawkeye this year, like, I don't really think it's valuable at all in terms of this year. I don't think it matters. What I hope it is a baby step towards getting to a place where referees are not making these first down calls in the future. And that's going to happen. So if you're worried about that, like, I think there's a future in 5 years, 10 years, however long it takes, where that line judge is not making that call. That we'll know from technology that, oh yeah, Allen crossed the first down marker when his knee touched the ground, which is the rule. Eventually, I think we get there. So this might be a short-term problem. Maybe a long-term problem, but I don't think it's a forever problem. All right, Extendo Sports, when we come back, the Bills win. Around the league stuff I wanted to get to that we didn't get to earlier. It was a good day of football. There were some really good games. Tampa, Atlanta was one of them. We'll talk about when we come back here on Extendo Sports. And then if you're on hold, stay there. Sal's got the Extra Point Show coming up at 10 here on WGR.
Bills win. Some of your stats of the day. The Bills had nearly 500 yards of offense in this game, 28 points in the second half, 13 in the first half. On yards per play or yards per pass, which you like, the Bills did not run the ball very well in this game. 3.5 yards per rush for the Bills. To Baltimore's 8.2 yards per rush. Penalties, about even. One turnover in the game. That's the Derrick Henry fumble forced by Ed Oliver. Time of possession, not that far off. 34 minutes for the Bills, 25 minutes for Baltimore. The Ravens got up 15 points with 4 minutes to go and lost. And the Bills are the first team in NFL history to be down 15 with 4 minutes or less and win the game in regulation, which they did.
Ed Oliver, by the way, 6 solo tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and a forced fumble.
Any shot at both the AFC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week honors?
I think Oliver should win Defensive Player of the Week.
Will Allen win it? 394 passing, 2 touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
With the rushing, we're talking over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's pretty darn good.
That probably should win, too.
So the first 2-point conversion, the Bills are down 14 points. This is something, it's the second half of this game. It's already in the third quarter. You'll see teams do this more and more. This one is an analytics kind of darling move. You're down 2 touchdowns. Go for 2, especially at the 1-yard line. The idea is if you don't get 2, you'll have another opportunity to get 2, and the chances are you'll get one of those. And from the 1, your odds are even better. Later on in the game, they go for 2 when they're down 15.
Yeah.
And that's a spot where the reason you do that is because you're going to need a 2-point conversion at some point. You need a touchdown and a 2. This one, you don't have to be an analytics darling. You don't have to have a spreadsheet. This is just simple. I need a conversion. Why don't I see if I get it here? Because I don't want to find out that I'm not going to get that 2-point conversion with 2 minutes left. I want to know I don't get it with 10 minutes left, which is exactly what the Bills did. So they're down 15. They're down. What's the math on this, Joe? They're down
15. That gets them to 9 when they don't get it.
Right, 9.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're down 9?
Is that the Coleman fade, by the way?
Maybe. When you're down 9, you as the Bills can say, we have to be a lot more aggressive here because we didn't get the 2.
Yeah.
So now we need still 2 possessions to do it. And then, of course, how many conversions were there? Baltimore missing the extra point was probably a big deal.
That helped.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway.
Let TRS Heating and Air Conditioning and Electrical Excellence intercept your heating bills. Enter now at WGR550.com for a chance to win $1,200 towards your home heating costs. Don't fumble this opportunity. Contest ends on January 4th, 2026. TRS Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical Excellence. Powering tomorrow, comforting today. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Vikings and Bears. That division, Green Bay rolled the Lions. They got a late touchdown play of the day in the NFL. Unless you want to pick one of these Bills plays. Isaac Tesla caught a touchdown that is still incredible. That made it 27-14, but it was 27-6 before that. So it was a blowout. The Packers look great. And we'll see what tonight looks like. I think Minnesota... I think Minnesota's roster is really good. I'm just not a McCarthy guy. So we'll see. Kevin O'Connell's an amazing coach, and he could get the most out of J.J. McCarthy, but I didn't like him coming into the draft at all. Didn't like him in college. He got an injury for the year last season, coming off of that. So we'll see. I kind of like the Bears tonight. At home, Ben Johnson, Roma Dunze is going to take a big step this year. I think Green Bay might run away with that division, though. And then you have three pretty good teams where, like, two of them make the playoffs. That's at 8:15 tonight. You can listen to that game right here in WGR. And I believe we get a Manningcast tonight. I think. Guess for the Manningcast very quickly. How about... Chicago. Ditka, maybe? How old's Ditka, though, at this point? Is he 90? Man, I'm rusty.
85.
I'm rusty with my Manningcast guess. I don't know. 85?
Yeah.
It's not going to be Ditka.
I think they talked about it last night.
What about Josh Allen?
On the broadcast.
What about Josh Allen?
The day after?
Yeah, why not? They've done that. They'll often reach out to the star of the day before. You know, hey, Josh, give us 20 minutes. Watch Bears-Vikings with us. Him and Peyton, they've been close before-ish. Let's see Allen on the Manningcast. That'd be cool. All right. Extra Point Show on the way. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you when we come back. And Jeremy and I will speak with you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Continue to react to this win last night. Extra Point Show on the way next. Stay tuned here on WGR.
inject it into my veins at 10:03 a.m. after a night that so many of you might not have slept at all. Maybe a couple hours. If you're like me, I got 3. I got 3 hours in last night. In bed at 3:45, up at 6:45, still kind of foggy on what the hell I just watched. Unbelievable. What a comeback. What a game. What a way to close out the final home opener ever at Highmark Stadium. Absolutely incredible. Here we go. It is the first Monday, Buffalo Football Monday, reaction Northtown Automotive Extra Point show here on WGR. And I'll tell you right now, it's all brought to you by Catholic Health. The right way to care. And by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. If you are new to the Monday reaction show, it is just you and me, baby. You call, I listen. We comment. You can question, you can comment. We can agree, we can disagree. But that's all it is. I don't do interviews on Monday. I'm taking phone calls. It's a reaction show. I want to hear from you. I'll have what I have to say as we go along, but this show is about you every Monday. Or maybe it's like a Friday after a Thursday night game. You get the point. This show is about you and what you have to say. Good, bad, and different. The only thing I ask, and I've done this for many years, and I think we've done a great job of this, and I appreciate all of you. The only thing I ask, okay? 2 things, really. First, be respectful when you call up. Either way, back and forth. I try to do the same for you. You know what I mean by that. But the second thing is, let's just try to at least keep it in a certain spot where not everything every week, this is a big picture thing, not just today. When the Bills lose, it doesn't have to be fire everybody and everybody stinks and cut everybody. When they win, it doesn't have to be they're going to win the Super Bowl and start throwing the parade right now. But yesterday, I might have to throw that out because you're so jacked up and I'm jacked up and you can hear it and we're all excited because that was unfreaking believable. 41-40, the Bills. I mean, how many ways can we talk about the improbability and the stats of what happened last night? It's pretty incredible. And by the way, new this year on the Monday Extra Point Show, I just want to make sure I got this out there. I am on the YouTube stream. Our WGR YouTube page, I am on the YouTube stream. We're not normally on during this time slot on YouTube. This show every Monday has always been on Facebook, and we still are. We are at the WGR Facebook page, facebook.com/WGR550, but also on YouTube. So go check it out. Go to WGR550 on the YouTube stream, and we got what we call the bullpen, your live chats. Go on in there, have fun with each other, talking about the game, and listen to me, and give a call. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call. And last night, after the game, Matt Bove and I decided to go live at 1:30 in the morning for an Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. We had over 4,000 live viewers show up, Josh. At 1:30 in the morning, by the time we got to 2, we ended at 2, we had over 4,000 live viewers at one point.
Nobody else could go to
I'm not going to bed.
Nobody could fall asleep either. Like everyone,
I know.
Everyone was just wired.
I know. So listen, I know you want to consume the content and you want to talk about it, so let's do that, all right? And the thing that I said to Matt when I started, and then the thing I said to Joe when I got in here today was, where do you start? I really don't know. But I guess the proper place to be would be to start at the end, right? I mean, that's what this game came down to. There's a lot of stuff that happened from the opening kick, which was a really good opening kickoff, to the last couple of minutes where this game seemed like it just was not going to happen for the Bills because of so many different ways in which they did not perform well enough, on the defensive side especially. But really what happened in the final 5 minutes or so, I guess 6 minutes, that's the story of the game. The story of the game is how this game ended. the last 6 minutes. Somebody pointed out to me, and I believe this is right. I'm going to go look at the play-by-play right now. Somebody pointed out to me, I think, let's make sure this is right, Josh. The Bills' comeback essentially started. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay, this is right. The Bills got the ball back, down 15 with 7:16 left. 7:16. The Bills got the ball back, down 15 points with 7:16 left on the clock.
That's amazing.
7:16.
That's incredible.
And that first play was Josh Allen to Keon Coleman for 21 yards and starts setting him up. When they start to move the ball in that drive, that's when you're like, okay, get something going. You never know. You can score. The Ravens might be playing a little bit of yards for clock here, right? They'll exchange yards for clock. And then once that starts happening, you start moving down the field. Now it becomes a little bit more, okay, you have a chance here. And sure enough, at the end of that drive, that's the fortunate bounce, right? Deflects off Dawson Knox. Keon Coleman is there. He catches it. And the Bills then pull within 8 points because they kicked the extra point. And then, of course, the Bills, 2 plays later, force a fumble. Ed Oliver ripping the ball out of Derrick Henry.
I had that play spoiled. I got the alert on Twitter before it happened, and I was so upset.
How
stream
far
was,
behind do you have to be for that to happen?
I don't really know, but I was just like casually scrolling through Twitter because I was waiting for the next play to happen, and then all of a sudden I see balls out, Bills ball, or whatever the tweet was, and I was like, where am I at? How far behind am I? I didn't even realize it was in delay. And then I look up at the screen as the play is starting, and I'm like, oh, there it is. All right. I mean, I'm happy, obviously, but I was just like, man, like,
yeah.
To see that live, like, and not know what's happening.
Well, I have there's a media site that we can go to for all the play-by-play of every game, and anytime I'm watching, I can see that they list the play-by-play on this site, and I know it though. No matter what game I'm watching, it's always delayed on TV by a little bit. So I try to intentionally shut that down and not do it because I don't want to see that. Right? I totally get it, and I'm like, oh, you know what's going to happen, but you kind of want to see it live, and. I mean, so many of you saw it live watching, and so many of you didn't because you went to bed, maybe. Maybe you went to bed. Maybe you left the stadium. And I'm here to tell you, if you left the stadium, or if you know people who left the stadium, or you want to talk about people who left the stadium, dude, I have no room for criticism today of anybody who left the stadium yesterday. It is a Sunday night in week 1, a week after kids started school and people are going to work. And you're down, they have a 1% win probability. You're down 2 scores in the fourth quarter with no way in sight of stopping Derrick Henry. All right? So Uncle Sal here is going to give you permission to have a free pass if you left that game yesterday because it is totally reasonable, acceptable. You know who's criticizing people who left the game? The people who didn't go to the game. That's who's criticizing the people who left the game. Look at these people on TV. I can't believe these fair weather fans. The people who went to the game, I'm sure there's many who said, I'll never leave. And that's great. That's fine. But when you pay for a ticket and you go to a game, sometimes you have a plan, you have to leave. I know people who said, I can go to this game, but man, I'm so late. I got to get up super early in the morning. I can't sit in that traffic. I hope the Bills are really up big so I can leave in the fourth quarter. Well, they weren't. They were down big, so you left in the fourth quarter. And that's okay. So I'm not feeling that today. And I'm not here for it. Just stop it. Okay? Because no one thought the Bills were going to win at that point in time. Then they get the ball back with 7:16 left. They drive down the field, and then it starts to be, okay, this could happen. Ed Oliver ripped the ball out of Derrick Henry. He was sensational on the defensive end. So many people we can talk about today who were great. So many things that we have to talk about that were not so great. And we could do it today here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. Arrow up, arrow down, WGR550.com. I told you we're going to run through your phone calls. So let's get to them right now. You call, you talk, I react. We have a good time here today for the next 2 hours enjoying the Bills' 41-40 victory to go 1-0 to start the season over the Baltimore Ravens. Randy's up first in Buffalo. Hi, Randy.
Okay. Hey, morning, guys. Yeah, I was with you until 2 o'clock and way past. I'm so tired this morning, but I refuse to leave games because of that. I got to see the second.
Hey, and if you did stay, you were rewarded with one of the greatest sporting endings and moments that you could have probably been to. It's pretty amazing.
You better believe it.
Yep.
And I just real fast, they said earlier that when we went for that first 2-point conversion when Coleman went out of bounds, that we were down 2 scores, and we were down 1 score. And when we scored, it was 27-19. And for the life of me, I don't know why we went for 2 there when if you go for the extra point, you're only down 7 points. And I was just wondering what you thought about that.
This is it's a really good debate, Randy. This is an analytics question, okay? And over the years, this has changed. I'm with you, Randy. I prefer to go for the 1 to keep yourself down 8, keep it a 1-score game, because if you go for the 1 and you make it, an 8-point game, the other team has to kind of keep playing, so to speak, right? Like, okay, they can't really afford to make a mistake and give you the ball back, and now you can, now they know that you're 1 score down. But what teams have done, and in this situation, now maybe it's for the lower scoring game, it's different, but I understand why teams do it. I don't love it. I understand why teams do it. And the reason is because if you do get it, obviously you're within 7, but if you don't, you now know you have to be aggressive and how to play it on defense still. And yeah, the other team might get a little conservative, which they kind of did, the Ravens, right? So I hear you. I'm just saying that it's not just the Bills. This is an analytics question that we've seen other teams do many times. The prevailing decision there has been in the NFL over the last several years, when you're down 15, most coaches do go for the 2 first. I prefer to go for the 2 second, but I understand why you do it that way. Let's go to Bruce in Tonawanda. Hi, Bruce.
Hi, I got just a statement. That was one of the greatest Bills games I've ever seen. I've been a Bills fan since I've been in 2nd grade, 1967. Great game, great comeback. But my question is to you and to all the other listeners, because of the great emotional win, does it worry you at all that they might have a letdown against the Jets?
No, I don't worry about that with this team. I mean, we've watched this team long enough under this coach and with this quarterback that they rarely have those types of games.
Sometimes after an emotional win, teams do have a letdown. That's the only reason.
I know. What I'm saying is, though, have you seen this team really do that? I mean, maybe once in the last 5 years somewhere, Jacksonville game maybe, but I mean, no. So I'm not worried about it. I think that this team, what defines this team in this era right now is consistency. They're pretty much, they're a team that shows up and has the same kind of standard and level of play. Now, it didn't go great for 3.5 quarters last night when it comes to that, especially on defense, but I'm not worried about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Jets were very good running the football. I'm not worried about an emotional letdown next week against the Jets. I'm more concerned about the fact that Breece Hall looked really good running the football, and the Bills could not stop the run last night. That's what I'm more concerned about. Kevin's in Florida. Hi, Kevin.
Sal, my old friend, how are you? You're a great American hero. You know that.
I do not want to have that moniker. There are true great American heroes out there, but thank you.
I know, I get it. Hey, real quick, couple things. I think it was Joe that was by himself last. He ended the show asking if on the challenge on Josh's slide, if they could have challenged that later. A new play had already run, even though there was a penalty,
That's
so
correct.
therefore they weren't able. So just trying to clear that up.
Yeah, and Joe and I talked about it in the break. Thank you, Kevin, because I didn't realize he said it on the show. So Josh, they screwed up the spot, right? He should have had a first down. They didn't.
Correct.
The Bills go and run a play, but there's a penalty, and then it was, hey, maybe the Bills can challenge here, but you can't because even though there was a penalty, that does not take away the fact that they snapped and there was a penalty, which counts as a play.
Correct. Yep. So
Okay.
I want to make sure that was cleared up. So, and on that too, I get it. It should have been a first down. Skyref should have came in. But listen, if we can't get a first down from 2 yards, we have issues, right? So that's my thing with that. Here's one other thing, and I apologize. I know you got a lot of people today.
It's all right.
I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but it's the same problems over and over and over again with this defense, right? If we don't have 17, we're not winning more than 3 games. And we just constantly are giving up tons of yards. I get Derrick Henry's just not a human, right? I mean, I officiate his games in high school. Like he's not a human being. It's ridiculous how big he is, but we cannot constantly give up so many yards, on the run. I mean, we had 6 out of 9 draft picks, I think is what it was, right? We're on the defense. I get Max is out. Trey was out. I understand that. But all we're doing is constantly trying to put Band-Aids on things when Sean McDermott's supposed to be this defensive guru, right? And we can't do it. And I'm afraid that it's just going to cost us something. Because if I'm Josh Allen, I'm saying, hey, What more do I have to do? I'm perfect in the postseason, and we can't win because the defense is constantly giving up big yards. So that's all I've got, Sal.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, how many games did the Chiefs win without Mahomes? How many do the Bengals win without Burrow? The point about Josh Allen is right, but it's the same with every team that has an elite quarterback. You can say that about everything, Kevin. And you're right. I mean, they have to be better at stopping the run, and it has been an issue, no doubt. And it's concerning. I don't disagree with that. That's the number one concern coming out of this game. This game is different. This team is different, I should say, that they're playing against, the Baltimore Ravens. But you have to be better than that. And if you were concerned about the safety play, I think you're even more concerned today because of what you saw. But it is a different challenge against Baltimore, right, than it is any other team. Let's go to Michael in Atlanta. What's up, Mike?
Just trying to calm down, Sal. It's just wonderful. Wonderful, man. The emotion is great. A couple things real quick. First, real quick question. Who made that tackle to stop the last Baltimore drive?
That was Christian Benford.
Yeah, incredible tackle.
You mean the catch that was a little short of the first down, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that was Christian Benford. A really nice tackle. Yeah. You're right about that. Open field. Yep.
Yeah, it's great. That's it right there, man. Without that, there's no comeback. But anyhow, the defense, you're absolutely. They have to tighten things up, but they did step up when they had to at the end of the game. They got those stops. So that was great. I got to talk about Josh Allen's composure. It was just a difference maker. I heard you on the other show talking about how the Bills, a lot of these epic games, they came up short. Most of them they have. But his composure in that game, especially after some of the questionable type of play calling in the first half with these screen passes, I understand the logic, start to control the game. But, in that fourth quarter, especially, his composure, not just trying to, throw 40, 50-yard passes, taking the 5, 10, 15-yard passes, giving yourself the opportunity for the big play. And I saw a maturing, even more so than last year in that fourth quarter, which was great. So I want your comment on that. And one last thing about leaving the game early. 1982, I think it was, I was at the game with my wife, and the Bills were down by 4 points against the New England Patriots. They needed that win to stay alive for the playoffs. And it was 0 degrees out. They had 12 seconds left on the clock, and there's no O.J. Simpson. Ferguson goes back to pass, throws to midfield. Not even time to snap the, to throw the ball down on the ground. Snaps the ball. Time runs out. Throws it in the end zone. Gets tipped. Roland Hicks catches it for the winning touchdown on a Hail Mary. Yep. So I'm just one of those guys. I don't shut the game off. I don't leave the game because I think with especially now with this quarterback and this team, we're never out of it.
Well, that's fine. I'm just not going to criticize people who did leave the game last night.
Oh, I understand.
A lot of people left and still listened on the radio or watched. And by the way, I remember that play. I was very young, but I remember that play, and it's Roland Hooks. And I remember what I remember was afterwards, the old Rolaids commercial? How do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S?
Yeah, that's right.
Then they would say, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-N-D Hooks is what they said for about a week. It was really good. Thanks, Mike. Man. Thanks, Mike. Got to run here. Got a lot of people on hold. Billy in Toronto is next up. What's up, Billy?
Hey, Sal, what a ball game, man. You got to just love it. For the caller to say that our defense is bad, listen, that Baltimore defense will run against any defense that's ever played the game. I'm going to give that defense a pass on that. That running game is just too tough to stop, and the way you beat Baltimore is how we did it. We have to outscore them, and if we meet them in the playoffs, it's going to be the same old, same old. The one thing that I'm really ecstatic about, and I didn't really think about it, but I know it was the first game of the year, and if we had have lost, we would have said, you know what, game one, tough team. But now that I think of it, now I'm looking way forward to the end of the year. We basically know who's going to be in the playoffs at the end and who's got a chance to win it all. This is a big win in the sense that if we're tied with Baltimore now has got to have 2 more wins, win 2 more games than us during the rest of the season to go ahead of us. Even if we lose and they win, we got the same record. So I thought that was a big win that way, getting way ahead of myself, but way down in the future. That's it, Sal.
All right, you got it. Thanks a lot for the phone call. Really appreciate it. 803-0550 is the number to call. Steve in Virginia. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing today, Sal?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, all season we kept hearing about how this was a revenge game, for the Ravens, and most of the sport analysts, nationwide were predicting the Ravens. I mean, we took their best punch, and still beat them at home, even with Ravens fans chanting MVP for Lamar. So that was great to see. I have a question on the offense and a question on the defense.
Okay.
With the offense, I just wish Brady wouldn't be so conservative, especially when you have Josh. I mean, look at what he did to end the first half. I mean, to get in field goal position. I mean, the mantra eats. I mean, he's close tonight. Someone just made a play, and I think they just need to let Josh open it up a little more. I mean, it's one thing like if you have a double-digit lead, sure, go conservative then. But until then, play like he did. And then in defense, just wanted to get your opinion with Joey Bosa. I think if we were playing a different quarterback last night, we probably would have had more sacks. Just wanted to get your input on how he impacted the defense and how he kind of did he open that out to make plays?
Yeah. Steve, you're breaking up a little bit, but what I'll say is this. I didn't like how Joey Bosa played the option, and I thought he got sucked in. I gave him an arrow down for that on my column because he allowed Lamar Jackson to get around him a couple times when I think he's got to slow play that a little bit more in those situations. We know Lamar is so dynamic, and they should know on third down that he could just take that ball, pull it out of the belly, and go, and he did that a couple of times. And I thought otherwise, that was my only criticism. I thought he played a pretty decent game other than that because he seemed like he was crashing down on the run pretty well. Those runs from Derrick Henry weren't necessarily on him, but everybody's got to take accountability for it. I just thought he's got to do better, and I guarantee you, the New York Jets are watching that film and saying, "Let's do that against Joey Bosa. If he's going to crash down and come down the line on when the ball's getting put in the belly, we're going to pull it out and go around him. He's got to do better than that." That being said, didn't feel like he was necessarily a guy that was getting a lot of pressure all night, but I think the Ravens went quick game a lot. And as far as your criticism of Joe Brady on play calling, I'm with you on the conservatism. The first drive was really good. After that, I thought a little too conservative for me. They get 9 yards on first down for James Cook on the second drive, and then no gain and -2. You have Josh Allen. Put the ball in his hands. I think what happened, though, Steve, was they didn't want Josh to run too early and too often. It's a long season, but you also don't count on the defense giving up score after score and long drive after long drive or long play after long play, and you can keep the game a little closer to the vest. But after a while, the game gets away from you because that does happen. Now you have to ask Josh Allen to do a little bit more, right? I mean, score effect matters and how you play it. I'm with you, though. I thought it was a little too conservative at that moment. One more of this segment, Dave in Tonawanda. Hi, Dave.
Oh, what a great day to be a Bills fan. 63-year-old, long time suffering, cheering, all the whole gamut. This reminded me of the Bills of the 90s when they would be getting mopped up by maybe the Rams or maybe the Raiders, and all of a sudden, boom, two or three plays, and all of a sudden we were winning. That's what it reminded me of. And as an aging Bills fan, I'd like to make a humble suggestion. We already have the greatest comeback. I'd like to remember this one as the clawback, baby.
All right, the clawback. Don't know why, but they clawed back, and I'm glad that you're having a great morning with it. I hope everybody else is as well. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Cabaccio with you, taking your phone calls. Keep running them through. We're just spending the 2 hours, an hour and a half now of taking your phone calls. So if you want to come up, you'll get on the air. 803-0550 is the telephone number here on WGR.
Here's the snap. Back to pass on a 5-step drop. Steps up in the pocket, and he's corralled before he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Matt Milano takes him down.
inject it into my veins at 10:03 a.m. after a night that so many of you might not have slept at all. Maybe a couple hours. If you're like me, I got 3. I got 3 hours in last night. In bed at 3:45, up at 6:45, still kind of foggy on what the hell I just watched. Unbelievable. What a comeback. What a game. What a way to close out the final home opener ever at Highmark Stadium. Absolutely incredible. Here we go. It is the first Monday, Buffalo Football Monday, reaction Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. And I'll tell you right now, it's all brought to you by Catholic Health. The right way to care. And by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. If you are new to the Monday reaction show, it is just you and me, baby. You call, I listen. We comment. You can question, you can comment. We can agree, we can disagree. But that's all it is. I don't do interviews on Monday. I'm taking phone calls. It's a reaction show. I want to hear from you. I'll have what I have to say as we go along, but this show is about you every Monday. Or maybe it's like a Friday after a Thursday night game. You get the point. This show is about you and what you have to say. Good, bad, and different. The only thing I ask, and I've done this for many years, and I think we've done a great job of this, and I appreciate all of you. The only thing I ask, okay? 2 things, really. First, be respectful when you call up. Either way, back and forth. I try to do the same for you. You know what I mean by that. But the second thing is, let's just try to at least keep it in a certain spot where not everything, every week, this is a big picture thing, not just today. When the Bills lose, it doesn't have to be fire everybody and everybody stinks and cut everybody. When they win, it doesn't have to be they're going to win the Super Bowl and start throwing the parade right now. But yesterday, I might have to throw that out because you're so jacked up and I'm jacked up and you can hear it and we're all excited because that was unfreaking believable. 41-40, the Bills. I mean, how many ways can we talk about the improbability and the stats of what happened last night? It's pretty incredible. And by the way, new this year on the Monday Extra Point Show, I just want to make sure I get this out there. I am on the YouTube stream. Our WGR YouTube page, I am on the YouTube stream. We're not normally on during this time slot on YouTube. This show every Monday has always been on Facebook, and we still are. We are at the WGR Facebook page, facebook.com/WGR550, but also on YouTube. So go check it out. Go to WGR550 on the YouTube stream, and we got what we call the bullpen, your live chats. Go on in there, have fun with each other, talking about the game, and listen to me, and give a call. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call. And last night, after the game,
we score, defense get a stop, we get to go out there again, and hats off to our defense in that, the last 3 or 4 drives, playing some big boy football. That's a really, really good offense. It's a really good team.
Josh Allen after the game. Josh Allen throwing for more than 250 yards, 269 total yards, but threw for 250 plus in the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable. That's a fourth quarter. 251. 16 of 21, 251 and a touchdown in the fourth freaking quarter. Incredible. We're going to hear from Matt Prater in a little while after the game. I want you to hear this post-game interview on the field with Matt Prater. I'll set it up and tell you a little background on it as well here in a minute. Let's go to Mike in Orchard Park first, though. Hi, Mike. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
I'll be quick because I know you have a lot of calls, man. I 36 years old, man. I grew up in the drought years, and just my appreciation for Josh Allen. Man, He's something else, dude. And a stat I was looking at is this is Josh Allen's seventh time in his career where he threw for 2 and rushed for 2. I felt our offense needed this because I felt like this is a fairly new group, very new personnel, and I felt this is confidence that we can build on. That performance with Josh, him be able to trust his receivers to make plays. Were we perfect? No. I feel there's some corrections on both sides of the ball, special teams as well, and I feel we're going to grow. But for us to steal one, and this is a big conference win, and I just feel we just need to build off this, and no complaints on Sean McDermott. I felt he coached the game he needed to coach.
Yeah, listen. I mean, the run defense and the defense falls on their side, and you have a defensive head coach, so any criticism there is warranted today. There's no doubt about that. What I think that Sean McDermott deserves credit for in this game was the clock management and how they played the end of the half and they played the end of the game. So there's a big picture where you're concerned and you have a defensive head coach and that needs to be better. I think there's a small picture, too, where you look at how they managed this game to be able to come back and win, and that is also a credit to the head coach and how he did that and the quarterback as well. Everybody, really, for understanding the situation at both the end of the half and the end of the game. Thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate it. All right, so after the game, the way it works is, there's a national TV broadcast, and in a Sunday night game, obviously, it's big-time national TV broadcasts. You're on NBC, but there's also on a Sunday afternoon against the Jets, for example, next week it's CBS and whatever, and you'll have a sideline reporter like me for television. And after the game, they get an interview with a player, and because they're pressed for time and, I'm radio and they're TV, I also get a player, and a lot of times I can't get the person they get. Okay, so if they're going to get Josh, I'm not interviewing Josh after the game. But a lot of times I'll wait as well and say, well, I really need this player because it was so special. And that was Matt Prater last night. So waited for Matt Prater to go over to Melissa Stark to do his interview. And I guess right away when that happened, Josh came over to Melissa. So she's like, okay, she had to pivot to Josh. So Prater then suddenly is standing there, and I wanted to grab him, and I did. And he's like, I want my cap. I need a cap. I said, well, I'm on radio. So nobody's looking at you right now anyway. It was really good. So I got to tell you, I'd never met Matt Prater. Why would I, right? I hadn't seen him. He just signed last week, and actually I was doing a show on location while the team was at practice on Thursday. So I'd never met the guy, never talked to him. He looked to me, and I'm not saying this to sound funny or mean or anything, it's just true. He literally looked to me like a guy who just signed up for a fantasy camp to come in and wear a Buffalo Bills uniform on the sidelines for a night. And he looked like a person in the parking lot who walks around with a Bills uniform on. Players in the locker room told us after the game they thought he was another coach. Did not know. He was this 41-year-old, 18-year veteran kicker. And then I'm like, grab him. Want to talk about the game. And he's elated. And it was awesome. So we're going to play that for you now. This is about a minute long, a little over that. This is Matt Prater on the field after the game. Check this out.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, guys. Okay, I'm with Matt Prater. Matt, tell me about that game-winning field goal. What's going through your mind as you're seeing everything come down to the end?
Just coming out, do my part, try to hit it clean. Offense, man, what a crazy game for the offense. Even set it up to make it a short kick is incredible. Man, I'm like cloud nine. I can't even explain how.
Matt, you just got here this week. What's the last few days been like for you?
Insane. Today was the first day I felt human. I took a red eye. Got here Thursday. Oh man, it's just been crazy. But I'll tell you what, this organization, top to bottom, since I've been here, second to none. Incredible.
You just saw it firsthand what Josh Allen can do to get this team back into it. Of course, Terrell Bernard with the fumble as well, and the strip by Ed Oliver. But how about Josh Allen on the offense setting you up?
Incredible. I knew once we got the ball, we were going to have a chance to get a field goal. So I was like, I better come in and do my part.
The final home opener ever in this stadium. You're going to go in Buffalo Bills lore for this one, Matt Prater. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You got it. That is Matt Prater.
It's amazing. You're right. Mr. Brightside in the background. How cool was that, right? Did you see the videos that were, I think the Bills might have even shared on social with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid?
Yeah, they were running around singing with everybody.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's really great. By the way, Nice game by Dalton Kincaid. Not just catching the touchdown. He was a good blocker last night. I thought that went really well for the Bills. Keon Coleman. Lots of guys stepped up. But let's get your thoughts on the game. 803-0550 here on a Buffalo Football Monday. Jason in Hamburg is up next. Hi, Jason.
Hey, that was awesome, that Prater thing. I'm so glad he got his flowers.
Yeah.
We got the best player in football, and we're like, yeah, this guy's been here a week. Let's set him up to win the game. And I don't know if we would have done that with Bass because he makes every kick an adventure. And this guy gets off a plane and kicks the game winner instead of
They would have done it. No,
they
still would have done it with Tyler Bass. They've done it before. They did it against Miami to win the division a few years ago, or clinch whatever that was, playoffs in the snow. They did it at Baltimore a few years ago. Yes, they would have done it with Tyler Bass. And in fact, I'll say this, Jason, which is interesting. When Keon Coleman gets tackled, it's almost a good thing for the Bills because if he scores a touchdown, you're kicking the ball back to the Ravens with a minute left.
We've seen the Hail Murray. Yeah, we don't want to see that again.
No, and the way that they were moving the ball as well. Thanks a lot, Jason. Appreciate it. Ann in Virginia. Hi, Ann.
Hey, so exciting. Wonderful to talk about all this good stuff.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give a little shout out to Dorian Strong, who I think was the only player to catch up to Derrick Henry in the open field.
Maybe, but I would say catch up. It is an angle. He's taking an angle, so I don't want to say like caught him from behind. I have to go look at it, but he's taking an angle, obviously. But I would say this. Angles are important because, one thing that hurt the Bills were their safeties taking bad angles last night. And when you can take a good angle to force him out of bounds, that's a win when he's out in the open field instead of him taking it to the house, obviously. I don't think he caught him from behind. I have to look, but I agree with you that taking a good angle is very important because we saw Taylor Rapp take a bad angle on a play. It didn't work out. We saw Cole Bishop take an angle and get stiff-armed, right? Like you got to be up to that task and challenge to not only take the angle, but then get him out of bounds or take him down.
Well, that's our rookie cornerback from Virginia, so I just wanted to give him a little shout out.
I saw his dad and his stepmom, I believe it was, after the game. And I don't know if you know this, Ann. His dad is a professional bodybuilder and professional weightlifter. I don't know if you know that or not. And
nice upbringing then.
Yeah, and it was, we had some fun with that because I said, I'm like, yeah, I know your son knows his way around a weight room, right? And his name is Strong, which is kind of funny. But they were at the game last night, and they were there very late because I saw them as I was kind of leaving the stadium at about a little after 2 a.m. So really, really good shout out by you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get to our guy Walter in Toronto. What's up, Walter?
Hey, Sal, how are you? Long time no talk, but glad I'm on. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say as a general policy, even during the drought years, we always stay to the end.
Yep.
And I stayed overnight, so my son and I, we invested 21 hours, because I'm just pulling up to my house now. We invested 21 hours in the Bills, so I'm glad I stayed.
No doubt.
But a couple quick thoughts. I know McDermott took some criticism early that he was a little too conservative. Sometimes he would punt where he should have gone for it in some of the earlier games, I think, against KC that time. And I'm just thinking, here he is going for two, and I heard you earlier saying, you would have just gone for the one, and God knows I would have. Do you think maybe he's overanalyzing it because he did take some of that early criticism? And my last comment and a question, and then I'll hang up and listen to you. How do you release this kicker? This guy's he's money in the bank. I mean,
well, it's one game. It's one game. I mean, and he's 41 years old. It's one game. He was great last night. But Tyler Bass has had big games too. He kicked a 61-yarder last year to win a game too, and he was perfect on that day. So I wouldn't rush ahead of ourselves right now. How do you release him? I think when Tyler Bass is healthy, you make a decision and see where you go from there. But I wouldn't get that far down the road yet. You know what I mean, Walter? It's one game. It was really nice. He's been on a lot of he's been on a lot of teams in his career too. I'm not trying to bang on the guy. You know what I'm saying? But let's not go there right now. There's a lot of time to see, and hopefully it keeps up, and he can continue to make kicks. Obviously, to at least force the Bills to have to think about an interesting decision. What you said about overanalyzing. It's an interesting question. I wouldn't say that Sean McDermott's overanalyzing to be more aggressive, but I do think he is analyzing because, Walter, he's not the only one. Like I brought up earlier, the trend is now for coaches to do this. He's not the only one. When teams are down 15 and they score, they go for the 2 first. I like going for the 1 first to make sure you keep it a 1-score game because then and the other team knows they have to kind of keep playing. But the reverse could be true, too, where if the other team knows they have a 9-point lead, They might kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit, and maybe the Ravens did that. So, Walter, I wouldn't say he's overanalyzing because of his early criticisms. I think he's just analyzing because that's what people do now. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree. I mean, I know Dan Campbell, for example. He overanalyzes, and it cost him a home playoff game.
Well, I don't see. Again, I don't know if he's overanalyzing. I don't think just because of you're equating aggressiveness with overanalyzing, and I think you need to look at the analytics because a lot of times these guys are making the right decision.
Yeah, you're right, Sal. As always, I like your thoughts. I like to go more with the gut feeling.
No,
you know?
yeah, but that's not what you can't do that anymore. Gutalytics isn't a thing anymore. There's actual math that tells you how much things work out and how they don't. And look, you don't have to be beholden to the math. I agree with you. Not every mathematical situation is the same. I am not Mr. Go by every analytics that says to do this or that. I am not that guy because every situation's different. Injuries play a role, weather plays a role, all that stuff. I'm just here to tell you, though, Walter, that just because it's aggressive doesn't mean it's overanalyzing. I think you have to look at it a little differently, okay?
Well, the math said we only had 1% of winning that game.
And they won! That's exactly right, Walter. Thanks for the call. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you. Thanks for coming aboard. You can watch us on YouTube. By the way, Bullpen, I see the chat. People are like, does Sal pay attention to the chat? I see it. I can't. I'm doing work. I'm taking phone calls. The chat's for you guys today, but you're welcome to say whatever you want in there if you want to me, but obviously just keep it respectful, no matter if you're calling or if you're talking to each other. That's all I ask, and that's what we do here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, Sal Capaccio. Barrow down, WGR550.com. I told you we're going to run through your phone calls. So let's get to them right now. You call, you talk, I react. We have a good time here today for the next 2 hours, enjoying the Bills' 41-40 victory to go 1-0 to start the season over the Baltimore Ravens. Randy's up first in Buffalo. Hi, Randy.
Okay. Hey, morning, guys. Yeah, I was with you until 2 o'clock and way past. I'm so tired this morning, but I refuse to leave games because of that. I got to see the second.
Hey, and if you did stay, you were rewarded with one of the greatest, sporting endings and moments that you could have probably been to. It's pretty amazing.
You better believe it.
Yep.
And I just real fast. They said earlier that when we went for that first 2-point conversion when Coleman went out of bounds, that we were down 2 scores, and we were down 1 score. And when we scored, it was 27-19. And for the life of me, I don't know why we went for 2 there when if you go for the extra point, you're only down 7 points. And I was just wondering what you thought about that.
This is it's a really good debate, Randy. This is an analytics question, okay? And over the years, this has changed. I'm with you, Randy. I prefer to go for the 1 to keep yourself down 8, but keep it a 1-score game. Because if you go for the 1 and you make it, an 8-point game, the other team has to kind of keep playing, so to speak, right? Like, okay, they can't really afford to make a mistake and give you the ball back, and now you can, now they know that you're 1 score down. But what teams have done, and in this situation, now maybe it's for the lower scoring game, it's different, but I understand why teams do it. I don't love it. I understand why teams do it, and the reason is because if you do get it, obviously you're within 7, but if you don't, you now know you have to be aggressive and how to play it on defense still. And yeah, the other team might get a little conservative, which they kind of did, the Ravens, right? So I hear you. I'm just saying that it's not just the Bills. This is an analytics question that we've seen other teams do many times. The prevailing decision there has been in the NFL over the last several years, when you're down 15, most coaches do go for the 2 first. I prefer to go for the 2 second, but I understand why you do it that way. Let's go to Bruce in Tonawanda. Hi, Bruce.
Hi, I got just a statement that was one of the greatest Bills games I've ever seen. I've been Bills fan since I've been in second grade, 1967. Great game, great comeback. But my question is to you and to all the other listeners, because of the great emotional win, does it worry you at all that they might have a letdown against the Jets?
No, I don't worry about that with this team. I mean, we've watched this team long enough under this coach and with this quarterback that they rarely have those types of games.
Sometimes after an emotional win, teams do have a letdown. That's the only reason.
I know. What I'm saying is, though, have you seen this team really do that? I mean, maybe once in the last 5 years somewhere, Jacksonville game maybe, but I mean, no. So I'm not worried about it. I think that this team, what defines this team in this era right now is consistency. They're pretty much, they're a team that shows up and has the same kind of standard and level of play. Now, it didn't go great for 3.5 quarters last night when it comes to that, especially on defense, but I'm not worried about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Jets were very good running the football. I'm not worried about an emotional letdown next week against the Jets. I'm more concerned about the fact that Breece Hall looked really good running the football and the Bills could not stop the run last night. That's what I'm more concerned about. Kevin's in Florida. Hi, Kevin.
Sal, my old friend, how are you? You're a great American hero. You know that.
I do not want to have that moniker. There are true great American heroes out there, but thank you.
I know, I get it. Hey, real quick, couple things. I think it was Joe that was by himself last. He ended the show asking if on the challenge on Josh's slide, if they could have challenged that later. A new play had already run, even though there was a penalty, so therefore they weren't able. So just trying to clear that up.
Yeah, and Joe and I talked about it in the break. Thank you, Kevin, because I didn't realize he said it on the show. So Josh, they screwed up the spot, right? He should have had a first down. They didn't.
Correct.
The Bills go and run a play, but there's a penalty, and then it was, hey, maybe the Bills can challenge here, but you can't because even though there was a penalty, that does not take away the fact that they snapped and there was a penalty, which counts as a play.
Correct. Yep. So
okay.
I want to make sure that was cleared up. So, and on that too, I get it. It should have been a first down. Skyref should have came in. But listen, if we can't get a first
all right, let's waste no time. Get to a few more phone calls here. Sean in Orchard Park is up next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call, Sal.
Yep, you got it.
Two quick points. Number one, we know over the last 3+ years how important Matt Milano is, especially towards the end of the year. It's totally different defense with him off the field. Wanted to know what you thought of him last night and his play specifically. And the other point that I wanted to make, I really was surprised how much I enjoyed the new special teams kickoff. It brings it back. It's exciting. I know that they're doing it for player safety and the concussion stuff, but damn, it's
a play, right? Yeah, it's a play, and you got to pay attention. Anything can happen, right?
Absolutely. I love it, and I think that there's going to be touchdowns, and it's going to be an exciting thing for the rest of the season. So I'll hang up and listen to your thoughts, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, you got it. Listen, on Matt Milano, I have to go back and look specifically, but there were a couple times that he was one play he made kind of in the open field, tripped up somebody that I said, oh, man, that's a nice kind of save there by Matt Milano. He is I'll just talk big picture about him. You're right. He's very, very important. I didn't think he was much of a spy last night, but I have to go back and look on Lamar. We'll have to see and dig into that because I kind of have to go back and watch the film on that. On the touchbacks, the Bills had 7 kickoff returns, no touchbacks. The Ravens had 6 kickoff returns, 1 touchback. So 14 kickoffs, 13 were returned. Amazing. I love it. Tom in North Tonawanda, what's up?
Sal, how you doing, my friend?
Good, buddy. Good to see you before the game, man.
Yeah, great to see you. It's I think a bunch of us are a little rough today, but you know me. I got to call in and first I'll get the small one out of the way. Brandon Connaughton had a really nice day returning the kicks. They looked really good out there, which was nice to see. But I want to talk about Keon, and then I got one other thing. I mean, you know how much I love Keon. It's been a good year so far, starting off for a Florida State fan, much better than last year. But he, and I'm not going to say it's a coming-of-age game or anything. It's still only one game, but he just looked like a much different and much more mature player yesterday, and just the way he played and the timing, and even at the end, you're talking about how good it was that he got tackled. But if you listen to him after the game, he talked about how he knew that they needed to. He made it sound like he might have slid even if he wasn't tackled, just the way he was talking and the way he was talking about saving some time there. And then, just the one last thing, you were talking about seeing the Strong family. You know me, I had my Gilling jersey, and on the way out, I bumped into his parents who have sat next to us before.
Yeah,
and it was just great to see. They're great people. His dad saw me, grabbed me, and there was an immediate big bear hug from him and then one from his mother. And it was so much fun last night, just leaving that and the atmosphere there. And the Ravens fans that were all there, they were all great even during the game, the ones around us.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that. And obviously that incident with Lamar Jackson and the fan, and I got no place for that. You can't touch players. And Lamar, obviously, Lamar said he shouldn't have reacted like that. Maybe that's true, but you can't touch players, man, right? I mean, you can't do that. And that's not a good look on anybody. But I'm glad to hear that about the Ravens fans that you sat next to. Thanks a lot, Tom. Be good, buddy. All right. Yeah, you got it. Real quick, we'll take Nick in New York before we head out to a break. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So my question is, I've never seen a game where one team has 200-plus rushing yards, leads the whole game, and still loses in time of possession. I've seen it a million times where the team with the lead runs off like an 8-minute drive and kills the game, but the Ravens kept scoring in like 1 or 2 minutes and giving the ball back to the Bills. So kind of counterintuitively, did the fact that the Ravens were hitting these big plays and giving the ball back to the Bills kind of helping this
Isn't it funny, right? You think about that. I guess so. I mean, they're hitting big plays, so the Bills have the ball and they have more chances. But at the same time, you remember what happened last year in the playoffs, Nick, was the Bills forced the Ravens to have longer drives, and because of that, they made more mistakes, right? And so, I mean, if you're the Ravens, you want to score quick, obviously. You want to have these big plays. It is interesting, though. I'm looking at the time possession. I didn't realize it was 9 more minutes the Bills had the ball, almost 10 more minutes. It's crazy. 34-49 against 25-11. And you're right. I mean, they ran the heck out of the ball. The Ravens did, but most of it was big plays. I mean, they had 8.2 yards rushing a play. Far too much. A lot more to get to on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Keep the phone calls coming. If you're on hold, I'll get to you. We have a whole nother hour to talk with you as we do it every Monday, just you and me, and talking about this Buffalo Bills victory. 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens. Back after this timeout.
Here's one other thing, and I apologize. I know you got a lot of people today.
It's all right.
I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here, but it's the same problems over and over and over again with this defense, right? If we don't have 17, we're not winning more than 3 games. And we just constantly are giving up tons of yards. I get Derrick Henry's just not a human, right? I mean, I officiate his games in high school. Like, he's not a human being. It's ridiculous how big he is, but we cannot constantly give up so many yards, on the run. I mean, we had 6 out of 9 draft picks, I think is what it was, right? We're on the defense. I get Max is out. Trey was out. I understand that. But all we're doing is constantly trying to put Band-Aids on things when Sean McDermott's supposed to be this defensive guru, right? And we can't do it. And I'm afraid that it's just going to cost us something. Because if I'm Josh Allen, I'm saying, hey, what more do I have to do? I'm perfect in the postseason, and we can't win because the defense is constantly giving up big yards. So that's all I've got, Sal.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, how many games did the Chiefs win without Mahomes? How many do the Bengals win without Burrow? The point about Josh Allen is right, but it's the same with every team that has an elite quarterback. You can say that about everything, Kevin. And you're right. I mean, they have to be better at stopping the run, and it has been an issue, no doubt. And it's concerning. I don't disagree with that. That's the number one concern coming out of this game. This game is different. This team is different, I should say, that they're playing against, the Baltimore Ravens. But you have to be better than that. And if you were concerned about the safety play, I think you're even more concerned today because of what you saw. But it is a different challenge against Baltimore, right, than it is any other team. Let's go to Michael in Atlanta. What's up, Mike?
Just trying to calm down, Sal. It's just wonderful. Wonderful, man. The emotion is great. A couple things real quick. First, real quick question. Who made that tackle to stop the last Baltimore drive?
That was Christian Benford.
Yeah, incredible tackle.
You mean the catch that was a little short of the first down, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that was Christian Benford. A really nice tackle. Yeah. You're right about that. Open field. Yep.
Yeah, it's great. That's it right there, man. Without that, there's no comeback. But anyhow, the defense, you're absolutely. They have to tighten things up. but they did step up when they had to at the end of the game. They got those stops. So that was great. I got to talk about Josh Allen's composure. It was just a difference maker. I heard you on the other show talking about how the Bills, a lot of these epic games, they came up short. Most of them they have. But his composure in that game, especially after some of the questionable type of play calling in the first half with these screen passes, I understand the logic, start to control the game. But, in that fourth quarter, especially, his composure, not just trying to, throw 40, 50-yard passes, taking the 5, 10, 15-yard passes, giving yourself the opportunity for the big play. And I saw a maturing, even more so than last year in that fourth quarter, which was great. So I want your comment on that. And one last thing about leaving the game early. 1982, I think it was. I was at the game with my wife, and the Bills were down by 4 points against the New England Patriots. They needed that win to stay alive for the playoffs, and it was 0 degrees out. They had 12 seconds left on the clock, and there's no O.J. Simpson. Ferguson goes back to pass, throws to midfield. Not even time to snap to throw the ball down on the ground. Snaps the ball, time runs out, throws it in the end zone, gets tipped. Roland Hicks catches it for the winning touchdown on a Hail Mary. Yep. So I'm just one of those guys. I don't shut the game off. I don't leave the game because I think with especially now with this quarterback and this team, we're never out of it.
Well, that's fine. I'm just not going to criticize people who did leave the game last night.
Oh, I understand.
A lot of people left and still listened on the radio or watched. And by the way, I remember that play. I was very young, but I remember that play, and it's Roland Hooks. And I remember what I remember was afterwards, the old Rolaids commercial? How do you spell relief? Rolaids?
Yeah, that's right.
Then they would say, how do you spell relief? Roland Hooks is what they said for about a week. It was really good. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Got to run here. Got a lot of people on hold. Billy in Toronto is next up. What's up, Billy?
Hey, Sal, what a ball game, man. You got to just love it. For the caller to say that our defense is bad, listen, that Baltimore defense will run against any defense that's ever played the game. I'm going to give the defense a pass on that. That running game is just too tough to stop, and the way you beat Baltimore is how we did it. We have to outscore them, and if we meet them in the playoffs, it's going to be the same old, same old. The one thing that I'm really ecstatic about, and I didn't really think about it, but I know it was the first game of the year, and if we had have lost, we would have said, you know what, game one, tough team. But now that I think of it, now I'm looking way forward to the end of the year. We basically know who's going to be in the playoffs at the end and who's got a chance to win it all. This is a big win in the sense that if we're tied with Baltimore now has got to have 2 more wins, win 2 more games than us during the rest of the season to go ahead of us. Even if we lose and they win, we got the same record. So I thought that was a big win that way. Yeah. Get way ahead of myself, but way down in the future. That's it, Sal.
All right, you got it. Thanks a lot for the phone call, Willie.
Allen has time. Now pressure coming from Van Noy. Throws, it's high, and it's caught in the end zone by Keon Coleman. It may have been intended for Dawson Knox, but Coleman's the one that ends up with it.
I mean, you think of all the little things that had to happen to go right for this game. I just had a friend of mine text me, EJ. Shout out, EJ. What's up? Because he's right. He said, Sal, the chain of events that happened in that game were so extraordinary, including the Keon tipped catch in the end zone, the Baltimore missed extra point, the 2-point conversion, if he doesn't get, the trip up because then you have time to kick the field goal instead of giving Baltimore the ball back, all these things. The chain of events, right? These little things that everything just happened. It was unbelievable. I mean, the Bills had to have all this stuff kind of go right for them at the end of this game, and it did. And for the first time in a long time, the Bills are on the winning end of one of these NFL games of the year, right? that we've talked about and heard about. Minnesota is one of them. The Vikings game here, Justin Jefferson catch, right? The game of the year. Last year, the Rams. I mean, there's other games of the year in the NFL. There's 272 games played every year. But, I mean, 13 seconds, right? All the times the Bills were on the wrong end. Not this time. They were on the right end. 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens. We're here to talk about it here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you. Thanks a lot for joining me here on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. This is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We are on YouTube right now. I am live talking with you on YouTube. Thanks a lot to our guy G over there helping out on the stream. Thank you, my man. Thank you all for coming in the chat box. You can keep talking. I'm not able to respond today and during the show. There's a lot going on here, and I'm taking phone calls, so I'm not ignoring you. I know you're in the bullpen. Thank you, bullpen. We love you. I love you. Thank you. I try to recognize you, and so many of you amazing people come in that watch this and come in and say hi. So, yes, I'm here with you. I got my Buffalo Victory Monday t-shirt on for you on the camera. You can see it, and we're taking phone calls at 803-0550. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Josh Schmidt is producing, by the way, doing a great job as well. I always tell everybody, keep Josh busy on a Monday. Keep him busy. Keep the phone calls rolling in. He's the gatekeeper. You got to get through him first, and then we'll get you on the air. But come on over to the YouTube side of things. It's really cool. And by the way, when you're on YouTube, go to our WGR 550 YouTube page. You can watch us right here. And remember, this is the spot to go to for our morning show and afternoon show every day. And I watch it now. I mean, what we're doing on YouTube now is amazing. And we got Owen and we got G, and they do an amazing job to keeping the content rolling. And you can watch the shows. And what I love about it, when I get up in the morning, I listen to Jeremy and Joe. Even the days when I'm going on with them, I'll listen before I go on. And I can pause and rewind and scroll back and forth. So easy. It's amazing. And then show up in the Bulldog in the afternoon as well. So make sure you check that out and come on over to the YouTube side of things. It's not the dark side. It's the light side. Could have been the dark side in the dark day yesterday if the Bills would have dropped this one to go 0-1 in the conference against a conference rival that you know is going to be there in the end. But they're not. They're 1-0. We'll talk more about what it means for the future, like upcoming, like several weeks and season in a little while. But let's continue to look back at this game here on WGR with your phone calls. John in San Antonio. Thanks for holding on, John. What's going on?
Hey, Sal. Two things. One, I think what I haven't heard yet is the last play leading into half, that field goal with 1 second. I mean, that, to me, in my opinion, was the most important play. I know in the end, and we won it, but without those 3 points, we would have had to score. So that field goal at the end was a critical play, and I thought it was well done. And the other thing is Bass. I mean, we have to show a little loyalty here. So, Bass is on injury. I mean, Prater did good, but, Bass is our kicker, and that's just how I see things.
Well, listen, I mean, I think what's going to happen here is in a few weeks the Bills could have some sort of decision, right? Do they want to continue to roll with Matt Prater, and even if Tyler Bass is healthy, do you take him off IR? You don't have to, release Tyler Bass. If Matt Prater is kicking really well, let him keep kicking, and then maybe when Tyler Bass is healthy, you have to bring him back on, because maybe Matt Prater later in the year as a 41-year-old, maybe his leg isn't the same later. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. But in the meantime, Matt Prater's your kicker for the next several weeks. I know that. And that was a really, really critical moment. You're right about that, John. 43-yard field goal that he drills at the end of the half. And they get the 1 second back on the clock because Josh throws an absolute laser to Dalton Kincaid, who gets out with 1 second left. The clock runs out, but the officials put that 1 second back. And it was really, really important that they did that, obviously. John in Las Vegas. What's up, John?
Hey, Sal, how you doing, man?
Good, buddy. Thank you.
What a freaking great win. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that on air, but what a great win.
I think you could say freaking. It's okay.
Oh, man, what a great win, Sal. I'm so pumped right now. I got my girls with me last night and my 2 daughters. As young Bills fans, I said, man, how many times was I on the wrong end of that as a Bills fan in the last 35 years? And, man, just what a great, great win. Hey, Sal, I just want to give you a shout-out really quick. Thank you for coming to see my kids during training camp and signing their football. That meant a lot to me. So
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you got it. No, thank you for your loyalty over the years listening to this show. You're one of the OGs on this particular Monday show. You know that, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You got it.
And trust me, it's not going anywhere, Sal. I woke up just to hear this. So, hey, Sal, just want to say one thing. The only thing, you always got to start off with the positive and throw a little negative and then throw a positive back in there. But I just want to see them just do, got to stop the run. That's all. Got to stop the run. Got to be better on the run. But other than that, man, just going back to just being real with you, it's just what a great win. Just what a way to start this thing. I think it's in the air, Sal. I feel it in the air. So hopefully this is the turning point of all of us, and we can see some positive light here and win the Super Bowl. But what a great win, man, Sal. I appreciate you. I just want to give you a shout out and say thank you again for everything, and go Bills, man. So pumped. Let's go.
You got it, John. You got it. Always appreciate when you call, buddy. He's John's been calling a long time on the Monday show out in Vegas, and then got a chance to meet him and his family at training camp. It was awesome. Good stuff right there, man. Josh in Hamburg. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Sal, I wanted to get your thoughts on Harbaugh's decision not to go for 2 on the last touchdown. I haven't heard people talk about that too much because it becomes a 3-possession game if they get it. Obviously, it helped that they missed the extra kick for the 1 point, but if it's a 3-possession game, I mean, the Bills would have to score a touchdown, I think, if I'm doing the math right.
What you're talking about them punting instead of going for it? I'm sorry, what player are you referring to?
No, talking about Harbaugh not going for 2 on their last touchdown.
Okay, let me go here. This fourth quarter, hold on. This is the Henry touchdown, right? Yep, so Henry scores. It's 34-25. He scores to make it 40-25. You're up 15. He kicks to go up 16. You're saying go for 2 to make it 17, right?
Yeah, it would have been a 3-score
Yeah,
lead.
you know what? I mean, it's a good thought. I bet you, Josh, I'm guessing there are people in Baltimore today saying the same thing as you. Now, it's not my preferred method. I get it. You go because if by kicking it, you're still forcing the other team, the Bills in this case, to not only score 2 touchdowns but to also get 2 2-point conversions. You know what I mean? And if you don't get that, then you're making it easier on them. But I understand where you're coming from. I'll say that.
Well, yeah. I mean, just how people had mentioned, man, I was so relieved when they decided to kick it at the end. I was saying the same thing when he decided not to go for 2 because it was a 2-possession game still.
Yeah. No, it's a good thought. It's interesting. I bet you there are people in Baltimore talking about that today, Josh. It's a good thought.
Sure they are.
I think kicking there is the right call for me because I'm still forcing you to not only score 2 touchdowns, but also to convert 2 2-point conversions. And that's about a 50% chance rate. So I think I'm betting on you're going to miss one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. But the time of possession thing for me is always the biggest thing, And obviously there's always a chance that you miss the kick, which they did.
And they did. And that was interesting because he was money, that new kid, Tyler Luke, for them, for sure. Yeah, good thought, Josh. I appreciate that. Let's go to Gio down in Tennessee. What's up, Gio?
Hey, Sal, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Great game. What a way to set the tone for the year, especially going into a relatively easy stretch coming up. Hopefully no traffic.
Let's be careful about that, easy, because the Jets looked pretty darn good against the Steelers running the football, at least, Yeah,
that's what I'm worried about. But one thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't mean to harp on him too much, but Cole Bishop was probably one of the worst players on the defense yesterday, and I just wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on maybe exploring an option like Justin Simmons or Jabril Peppers in free agency to kind of make up for that. If you want to keep riding him out for a few more games, see how he does.
I'm not ready to pull the plug on Cole Bishop, I'll say that, but I do think you have to have a bit of a short leash here if it continues because I don't know about worse. I have to go back and dig into that, but I will say that there were a couple plays where he could have been better. Also, Taylor Rapp, though. I didn't think either safety was particularly on their game last night, and they have to be better than that. And one of the issues, though, Gio, and I will say this. I do want people to keep this in perspective. One of the issues, the Ravens, give them credit yesterday, okay? They did something really smart, and it hurt the Bills. They went with a lot of quick counts with no motion. And by doing that, because of a loud stadium and the Bills having to recognize the formation and communicate to each other, they got the Bills out of rhythm. There were a few times the Bills just simply were not ready for the snap and ready to play. And that's on the Bills by getting ready, but that's on the Ravens doing a really good job. And Cole Bishop's at safety, and because he's timing some things in the communication, that's partly, a reason why suddenly now he's not in the best position to make a play. He gets stiff arm on the Derrick Henry run as well. I'm not ready to move on from Cole Bishop right now. I think the Bills still believe Cole Bishop could be a very good player. He's just in his second year. I'm also not opposed to bringing in a guy like Jabril Peppers. I don't know how much Justin Simmons wants. I mean, I think that's been kind of the thing with him where, like, what does this guy want? Why is he still a free agent? But, Gio, I think there's a lot there. I would say that you can't have the longest leash ever, but I'm not ready to pull that yet. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I appreciate it, Sal.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Thanks a lot for the phone call. All right, CJ in West Seneca. What's up, CJ?
Hey, Sal. Good morning, man. I have more of a tactic/personnel question. So I was looking at the snap counts that you tweeted out at the end of the game yesterday.
Yep.
And we had a hard time running up the middle. And I know Baltimore's front is really good, but Alec Anderson only had 3 snaps the whole game, and Hawes had, I think, 16 or 17. So is it like a game-to-game thing where they're going to be maybe rolling out Anderson more with being the 6th lineman to run, or are they kind of phasing him out because James Cook had his best year last year rushing, and it was when we were going heavy with 6 linemen, and Anderson was the one doing it. But then last night they gave Hawes a lot more snaps than Anderson did.
Yeah, I think you'll see more of Hawes as it goes forward. And, it's probably also a game-to-game thing. Personnel on the other side will dictate that. What do you have on the edges? What do you have in the interior? I think it's going to be more Hawes than Anderson. Anderson is going to be more of your versatile extra offensive lineman to come in a pinch when you need him. But Hawes, I think, is going to be more of the blocker who can also then go out for a pass. And they did throw to him. Obviously, last night was a big play. So I wouldn't worry too much about it right now as far as how much it could be game to game. But I think you're going to see, CJ, that it's going to be more Jackson Hawes in that role as the year goes on, like you did last night. I'm interested to see, too, how much Jackson Hawes was in on more of the extra set, like a 6th offensive lineman. He also could have been just in on a regular set a few times on his 16 snaps. I have to go look at that. Bill in Kenmore. What's up, Bill?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, you got it.
Regarding Jackson there, he said that the reason that they put it at 4th and 3 late in the game was he had cramped up, and he was concerned that he couldn't maybe run the play.
You know what's funny? Thank you for saying that, because I watched a little bit. I couldn't watch the whole game this morning. I watched some of the replay. That was one play I saw and I watched. And on the TV broadcast, after that play, he was I guess bending down, holding himself. And I thought, boy, did he get hurt there? And I didn't see that until this morning. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah. So anyway, I just want to mention that.
Yeah,
and
you got
also,
it.
I think there's no update either on Worthy with his
dislocated shoulder. He's going to try to play with a brace, apparently. I don't know if that means this week or not, though.
And you can't play football with separate shoulder. It'll pop out again.
Yeah, and
they're in fantasy world. They think a brace is going to help them out.
Yeah, and that's weird, right, Bill? I'm thinking, like, how do you play with a brace when you're a wide receiver, especially one that runs on?
If you raise your hands above your shoulder, it's going to pop out.
Yeah, so we'll see about that. Thanks, and I'm glad you brought all this up, Bill, because that will bring us to the Barnes Firm Injury Report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The only real injury we had on the Bills' side was Brandon Codrington, and he went back in the game. I mean, great for the Bills that Brandon Codrington went back in the game because, you went through this whole preseason. Great for the Bills yesterday. They only had one injury, and that player went back in the game because you went through this whole preseason and camp with a lot of injuries. And they're still playing a little bit of catch-up. It is one thing that concerned me going into this game, where the Bills were playing a lot of catch-up with getting guys back and healthy and reps, and they didn't have all that time on task they needed. You get through a game like this with no major injuries, guys that, can continue to work and get those reps. You don't have to have new guys replacing them now. I think it just really helps going into the next week because the Bills are behind on reps, I think. And that was a tough one for them to have this particular game against this particular team when it came to that. Kyle Hamilton left the game late for the Ravens. I'm going to look right now. How much did he play? How much did he miss? Let's see. 83. Oh, he only missed 2 snaps. Okay, he only missed 2 snaps, so he must have came back. He had a hand injury, and he was questionable to return. I don't know if he did. I have to go back and look, but I'm guessing he did because he played 83 of 85 snaps. I mean, how much did we hear about 5 first-round picks for the Ravens? And yes, they do, and they're talented. You know who got beat really badly on that Joshua Palmer catch? Jair Alexander. I mean, yes, they have. He's a first-round pick. They have him now. And they're very good. 5 first-round picks in the secondary. Everybody talking about it. Malachi Starks, Kyle Hamilton, unbelievable safety group. Corners, Jair Alexander.
He also got beat on the Coleman catch, too, just a few minutes later.
Yeah, and I was wondering,
corner.
what at that point in his career, after coming back, he just started practicing. Listen, if I'm in Baltimore this morning, I might be saying, why did you put Jair Alexander in the field? Did you need to? Like, he hasn't practiced, and he's had the knee drain. Like, maybe he's not ready for that. And he got beat. Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey. We know these guys are good. Yeah. And Josh Allen just threw for over 400 yards against them. 394, sorry. Terry's in Texas. Hi, Terry. Go ahead. You're on WGR.
Hey, what's up, Sal? Well, everybody's covered a lot of ground so far, so I don't have a whole lot. But I did want to say, that win, it kind of came out of nowhere, obviously, but everything happened so smoothly that, by the end of it, you kind of were like, what the heck just happened? Even when Coleman caught that tip pass in the end zone, great heads-up play, but it kind of felt like, well, dang, the Ravens are just going to go back and score again. I don't remember if they did or not, but what a turnaround. And it was really reassuring, to be honest, that that happened against the Ravens. We know they're talented, know they're good, as opposed to somebody like the Jets or the Saints. If we had to come back from somebody like that, I'd be a lot more worried. But I was skeptical coming into the game. I honestly didn't think they'd win it just because of the safety situation we got going on right now. I'd like to see a little bit more effort put in by everybody that's playing back there. But all that being said, good win. Really like to see an emotional roller coaster as a Bills game usually is, but a great win on the opening day. Real quick, man, I just had two things, and one of them you ain't got to answer it on air, but first and foremost, I want to say rest in peace to my uncle, the great Art Wander, Tiny Todd of the Kilowatt. Was sad to see him pass, but, he looks...
Is he really your uncle? Was he really your uncle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, wow. No, I mean, I didn't know if you said it like that because of, like, as an affectionate type of term, or he's truly, like, your relative.
No, don't let my accent fool you. I'm born and raised in Buffalo, New York.
It's all good. No, not at all. I mean? No, sometimes, you call somebody your uncle. But I want to say, I don't know if you heard the story. I relayed this the day after he passed away, that, I used to call his show all the time, and I reached out to him when I was a senior in high school and said, hey, I really want to go to Syracuse University to be in radio. Would you write me a letter of recommendation? And he was gracious enough to welcome me to the studio on Franklin Street at the time, and he wrote me a letter of recommendation to Syracuse University.
That's outstanding, man. I didn't hear the story, but it doesn't surprise me at all. He was a great dude. Lastly, and again, this is spur of the moment, you ain't got to answer it right now. Maybe I can reach out to you some other way, form, or fashion. But I'm offered in a golden ticket to a little show. I don't know if you heard of it, the Jim Rome Show. Trying to be a part of the Smack Off 30 and win one for Buffalo. I'd love to have a cameo from you if I can get it in there, man.
I got you, man.
Know.
I got you. Well, you can find me on Cameo at Sal Sports, and people can do that. I just did one in the break for somebody for a birthday, but good luck to you, Terry. I just did a cameo for somebody's birthday. They turned 50 yesterday. I'm like, I got to this late, but that's okay because it was great. Like, this person was a Bills fan going to the game on their 50th birthday. How about that? So I did this cameo. You can find me on Cameo at Sal Sports, and I can do that for you. I did a lot of fantasy football drafts and the orders and talking smack to the people because the commissioner's like, yeah, say this about this person and that about that person. But you can't ask me to do anything inappropriate. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to decline it. Okay, just so you all know. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate the phone call from Texas. Yeah, rest in peace, Art Wander, no doubt. Mike in North Carolina. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's up, Sal?
Hey, how are you, man?
Good. Just calling in. Thanks for taking my call here.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on the importance of these type of wins because I feel like these are what really build the character of a team throughout the season. One of the things that popped in my mind, because I know you're a Yankees fan, remember the 2009 Yankees? They had a couple of these gutsy come-from-behind wins, like Brett Gardner, crazy inside-the-park home runs. You've seen in the 90 Bills, the blocked field goal against Denver, Cornelius running it down, the Tasker block punt against, I think it was the Raiders that same year. Like, these gutsy wins, I heard a lot of fans calling. They were a little irritated, upset with the defense. I get it, but Baltimore's, they're top 10. They're a top-tier team. They're going to get their points, but you can't take these wins for granted. These are building character, battle-hardened, catalyst-type wins that I feel like we need to appreciate a lot more.
Yeah, listen, it's a good point. I mean, it's a lot better than sitting here after a loss talking about all those things. When you win, it can be galvanizing in a lot of ways. And I think when you're a young player, you got Deion Walker, you got TJ Sanders, you got Dorian Strong, you got Landon Jackson, you have Jackson Hawes. You have these young players coming in here going, watching this happen and being a part of that. That's galvanizing and seeing when you play until the final snap. And when you have Josh Allen on your team, I mean, anything can happen. Lino in Ontario. Hi, Lino.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. I'd just like to say that last night at that game, we've had seasons tickets to the Bills since 1979, and last night was just an incredible roller coaster ride. But I don't know what happened, but when the Bills were down by 15, I looked at my brother and said, "You know what? And I've never done this before. I've always said it's not over until it's over." But we got up and left. And as we started walking to the car, we hear the fans screaming, and I checked our phone and I go, "Dude, we're down by 2 and we got the ball." And it was, you know what? It's just, I'm so glad for the win, and I'm glad for the city of Buffalo and the fans, and like I've heard everyone say, and yourself as well. You know, it wasn't a perfect game for Buffalo, but at the end of the day, it still is a win. Resiliency, and we did find a way to win. And now it's something that if we can work out the little kinks and build on this game, it looks to be a positive season.
Lino, what did you do? Did you listen to the radio broadcast for the rest of the way? Is that what you do?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We had it on. All of a sudden, it's like, dude,
yeah.
I looked at my brother. I go, I guess they wouldn't let us back in if we go back.
There's all the stories about the comeback game and people climbing the fences, but I haven't heard anything about that from yesterday for sure. But thank you, Lino. It's a great story. I appreciate you owning it and saying it, and I'll say it again. There was nothing wrong with anybody who left. You know, to me, there's no criticism. Great on you if you stayed and you saw that, and good for you. You were rewarded. But if you left, I'm not about to criticize you. I mean, people get home. I mean, you got a long drive home. It's late at night. Work the next day. School the next day for kids. I mean, I'm not out here to criticize people for that. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call. When we come back, we are going to take a look around the NFL. We're going to take more of your phone calls as well. We'll still kind of keep wrapping up on this game, what you saw, and then we got to kind of transition a little bit to next week at some point before we get on out of here at the top of the hour at 12 noon. But, man, still a lot to get to on this game. The Bills, a 41-40 improbable, unbelievable victory over the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday Night Football. 803-0550 on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And, of course, on this Buffalo Football Monday, it is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show.
Hand off to Cook. Lowers the shoulder, and he's in for a 2-yard touchdown run. The Cook is in the kitchen.
Jay, what's up? Because he's right. He said, Sal, the chain of events that happened in that game were so extraordinary, including the Keon tipped catch in the end zone, the Baltimore missed extra point, the 2-point conversion, that he doesn't get, the trip up because then you have time to kick the field goal instead of giving Baltimore the ball back, all these things. The chain of events, right? These little things that everything just happened. It was unbelievable. I mean, the Bills had to have all this stuff kind of go right for them at the end of this game, and it did. And for the first time in a long time, the Bills are on the winning end of one of these NFL games of the year, right? That we've talked about and heard about. Minnesota is one of them. The Vikings game here, Justin Jefferson catch, right? The game of the year. Last year, the Rams. I mean, there's other games of the year in the NFL. There's 272 games played every year. But, I mean, 13 seconds, right? All the times the Bills were on the wrong end. Not this time. They were on the right end. 41-40 over the Baltimore Ravens. We're here to talk about it here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you. Thanks a lot for joining me here on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. This is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We are on YouTube right now. I am live talking with you on YouTube. Thanks a lot to our guy G over there helping out on the stream. Thank you, my man. Thank you all for coming in the chat box. You can keep talking. I'm not able to respond today and during the show. There's a lot going on here, and I'm taking phone calls, so I'm not ignoring you. I know you're in the bullpen. Thank you, bullpen. We love you. I love you. Thank you. I try to recognize you, and so many of you amazing people come in that watch this and come in and say hi. So, yes, I'm here with you. I got my Buffalo Victory Monday t-shirt on for you on the camera. You can see it, and we're taking phone calls at 803-0550. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Josh Schmidt is producing, by the way, doing a great job as well. I always tell everybody, keep Josh busy on a Monday. Keep him busy. Keep the phone calls rolling in. He's the gatekeeper. You got to get through him first, and then we'll get you on the air. But come on over to the YouTube side of things. It's really cool. And by the way, when you're on YouTube, go to our WGR 550 YouTube page. Our you can watch extra us right point here. From the sidelines. It's something we do every week here on the Monday Extra Point Show. And it's brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. And it's how the game started. Pretty ironic with how it ended, because it was Andre Reed who was the legend of the game. And Andre was on with Chris and Eric on the roundtable. Right after the roundtable. They're on the pregame show. So Andre Reed joins Chris Brown and Eric Wood on the pregame show. And Andre talked about the greatest comeback in NFL history before the game. And he said how that was not just a defining game for that team, but that era of Bills football is just so defining for who they were as a group. And how amazing is it that he said that, he's there, he's the legend of the game, and then that happens at the end. I just think it was unbelievable in so many ways, and that's part of the story from yesterday. So Andre Reed, the legend of the game, saying that, sharing that story, and then the Bills have that comeback. It's incredible. It really is. That was your extra point from the sidelines. Brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. Sal Capaccio with you. We'll get to a look around the league, but more of your phone calls first. Dominic in Buffalo. Hi, Dom.
Hey, Sal. Steelers fan here living in Buffalo. I just want to say it's a great Monday when the Steelers win, then you guys beat the Ravens. Always good. I just want to say that just watching the Bills in the second half, it was just even though I'm not a fan of the Bills, you guys fought hard, and that was true football. And Josh Allen, I mean, I'm sorry, I think he is the best quarterback in the league, not even close. And you guys are so lucky to have him, and enjoy the victory and absolutely many more this year.
Who do you root for?
I'm a Steelers fan.
Hey,
so I'm a diehard Steelers.
There you go. Hey, good game yesterday for your team, and these two teams are going to meet up Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, you know what? It's going to be a battle of the quarterbacks. Josh Allen's obviously better, I believe, than our quarterback, but it's going to be a close one. And it was just ironic how both of our games ended in a field goal yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate the call. Appreciate that. Steven in Florida. Hi, Steven.
Hey, good afternoon.
So
I don't know. I don't think it's afternoon in Florida yet, right? I mean, no. Well, I think you're in the Eastern time zone, no matter what part of Florida you're in.
I'm tired.
I got you, buddy. What's up?
Night.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I wanted to start out by saying this. Okay, ESPN Scott Van Pelt last night. He interviewed Keon Coleman, and he asked him, "We're trying to figure out how you guys won this game. I mean, here we're ready to talk about Lamar and Henry, and you shot the script." Here's Keon Coleman's response. I mean, that's just the identity of our team, man. If there's time on the clock, it's time for us to make a play. So don't count us out ever. And, I look back, you were mentioning about the fans. Fans are fickle, okay? And I wasn't at the greatest comeback game, but I watched that game. And, halfway through, fans are leaving, and then they're trying to get back in. But the thing is, I'm like, no. The Buffalo Bills have what it takes to come back, and they did. This game, the same thing. I was predicting, if you remember, I called into your show earlier this week. I said the Bills are going to beat the Ravens, and I predicted 35-28. Now, it was a different score, and the outcome, the way it happened, was absolutely different. But I'm glad it happened that way, because I'll tell you, I can guarantee the whole NFL is abuzz today. They're sitting back flabbergasted. That's the best word I can use.
Well, ESPN, they
pulled this out.
Yeah, you know what they said earlier today on ESPN? I was watching this morning the shows. Who was it? Somebody, I think, it wasn't Orlovsky who said it. Somebody else came on ESPN this morning and said, like, with all due respect to the Chiefs and the Bengals and anybody else, these are the two best teams in the conference. Like this, you saw it last night. And that was pretty high praise, right? Because you do have the Chiefs and you do have the Bengals offense. They didn't look great yesterday. But there's other teams too. I mean, Texans lost yesterday. And what are they this year? We'll get to all those in a little while. Thanks a lot for the phone call, Stephen. Judith on a cell. Hi, Judith.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Good to talk with you. So I'm right there with you. Got home back to Rochester from the game at about 2:30 this morning. Went to sleep about 4, got up, and I'm on the road 10.5 hours back to North Carolina. Lifetime Bills fan, season ticket holder with my son and grandson. So come up for all the games pretty much at home. And I got to tell you, I would never leave that stadium. And I respect the ones with the kids that left. We were there with the 10-year-old. Didn't leave, proved them wrong that we can beat them. And, it's the ones that were around us that are like, oh, here we go again, and left. But I get what you're saying. It was just incredible. First-time game for some folks behind us. I was showing them, what you do for first down and touchdown, and that you've got to believe. And they left there, ecstatic and hugging me and thanks for the game. And it's great to be a Bills fan, and especially this morning. And was it a little too close for comfort? But man, wouldn't trade it for the world.
Thanks, Judith. Glad you got home safe. Glad you enjoyed it, and everybody around you for sure. Let's go to John on a cell. Hi, John.
Hi, Sal.
Hi.
Sal?
I'm here.
Yeah, I had one question. On that play when Josh Allen slid and they said it wasn't a first down, and that obviously was, and the announcer said that too. I thought they had that fixed by some kind of method this year.
Yeah, apparently nobody called down and said, hey, you got to review that, because they could have. You're right about that. They could have said, hey, there was the Hawkeye technology and eye in the sky, whatever, could have changed that. We've seen that happen before. So you're right, John. But that's not what happened. I think the Bills might have went quick, actually, on the next play, though. I have to go back and look, but they could have. They didn't. Thankfully, it didn't wind up, being a factor in a loss in this game. Last call, David in North Carolina, because we had other things to get to before we head on out of here. So I just want you to let you know that this is the last call, and it's David in North Carolina. So make it good, David.
Hey, Sal, I appreciate you always taking my call.
You got it.
I have a comment and a question. First, I want to say that I can't tell you in the past if I've ever had so much fun watching a right tackle play outside of Spencer Brown. Watching him throw that defensive lineman to the left on that play and then go to the next level and take on another block was just so enjoyable for me. I really like this guy a lot.
Yeah.
Also, I had a question about the two defensive linemen, and not sure if you covered it, but in your opinion, I know they had limited snaps, but how well did TJ Sanders and Deion Walker play? And finally, what was the reason why Landon Jackson, if there was any, was a healthy scratch? I just heard good things about him in training camp and wanted to know your thoughts on all three defensive line rookies.
Okay, I'll start with the first question, which is I haven't gone back and watched specifically these guys. I mean, obviously, when you get gashed in the run game like that, everybody needs to play better, especially up front, right? So sure. I can't give you a great answer on Deion or TJ until I watch exactly specifically how they played or anything they did or didn't do. I don't know. I mean, Landon Jackson flashed at times, but I think most people, including me, said there wasn't enough there for us at training camp yet for him. He's a guy that's going to continue an ascension as his career goes on, but I didn't think he was particularly, worthy of stepping right into the lineup. And the reason why he's a healthy scratch is who else would be? It's either him or Javon Solomon, essentially. They had 6 guys they had to make inactive, and they made the right 6 calls, I think, because when you look at the roster, who are the guys that are going to be inactive? If you play Landon Jackson, who are you not playing, David? That's the question. And that would have been Javon Solomon, and I'm not having Javon Solomon off the field for rookie Landon Jackson because I personally did not see enough from him at training camp to show that he would be ready for that.
That makes perfect sense. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks. And that's not criticizing Landon Jackson or his career. He may be great someday, but I think he's the kind of guy that's just going to keep getting better and better, and he's going to fit in and be fine, but he wasn't ready yet to be necessarily on the field in this particular game. Maybe very soon he will be. Deion Walker and TJ Sanders did play. I'll have to look a little bit more specifically at them and exactly how they played, but whenever you give up the kind of run game that the Bills gave up yesterday, that's too much, and everybody on the field has to be better. The only surprise inactive for me was maybe Curtis Samuel. I really thought either Elijah Moore or Tyrell Shavers would be inactive before Curtis Samuel was, but he's been unavailable and hasn't been practicing. And he did come back recently. Reports have been good. Have been good. But he was inactive. We'll see what they do next week. All right, we'll take another timeout, a final timeout. Before we come back, we take a look around the league, look ahead to next week and the Bills game against the Jets, and then we'll take it to the top of the hour where One Bills Live will take over today on a Monday. That's what we do on a Monday, 12 noon. One Bills Live takes over because it's a Buffalo football Monday.
Shout out really quick. Thank you for coming to see my kids during training camp and signing their football. That meant a lot to me, so appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you got it. No, thank you for your loyalty over the years listening to this show. You're one of the OGs on this particular Monday show. You know that, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You got it.
And trust me, it's not going anywhere, Sal. I woke up just to hear this. So, hey, Sal, just want to say one thing. The only thing, you always got to start off with the positive and throw a little negative and then throw a positive back in there. But I just want to see them just do, got to stop the run. That's all.
Yeah,
got to stop the run. Got to be better on the run. But other than that, man, just going back to just being real with you, it's just what a great win. Just what a way to start this thing. I think it's in the air, Sal. I feel it in the air. So hopefully this is the turning point of all of us, and we can see some positive light here and win the Super Bowl. But what a great win, man, Sal. I appreciate you. I just want to give you a shout out and say thank you again for everything, and go Bills, man. I'm so pumped. Let's go.
You got it, John. You got it. Always appreciate when you call, buddy. He's John's been calling a long time on the Monday show out in Vegas, and then got a chance to meet him and his family at training camp. It was awesome. Good stuff right there, man. Josh in Hamburg. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Sal, I wanted to get your thoughts on Harbaugh's decision not to go for 2 on the last touchdown. I haven't heard people talk about that too much because it becomes a 3-possession game if they get it. Obviously, it helped that they missed the extra kick for the 1 point, but if it's a 3-possession game, I mean, the Bills would have to score a touchdown, I think, if I'm doing the math right.
What you're talking about them punting instead of going for it? I'm sorry, what player are you referring to?
No, talking about Harbaugh not going for 2 on their last touchdown.
Okay, let me go here. This fourth quarter, hold on. This is the Henry touchdown, right? Yep, so Henry scores. It's 34-25. He scores to make it 40-25. You're up 15. He kicks to go up 16. You're saying go for 2 to make it 17, right?
Yeah, it would have been a 3-score.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, that's a good thought. I bet you, I mean, Josh, I'm guessing there are people in Baltimore today saying the same thing as you. Now, It's not it's not my preferred method. I get it. You go because if by kicking it, you're still forcing the other team, the Bills in this case, to not only score 2 touchdowns but to also get 2 2-point conversions. You know what I mean? And if you don't get that, then you're making it easier on them. But I understand where you're coming from. I'll say that.
Well, yeah. I mean, just like how people had mentioned, man, I was so relieved when they decided to kick it at the end. I was saying the same thing when he decided not to go for 2. Because it was a 2-possession game still.
Yeah. No, it's a good thought. It's interesting. I bet you there are people in Baltimore talking about that today, Josh. It's a good thought.
Sure they
are.
I
mean, I think kicking there is the right call for me because I'm still forcing you to not only score 2 touchdowns but also to convert 2 2-point conversions, and that's about a 50% chance rate. So I think I'm betting on you're going to miss one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you, but the time of possession thing for me is always the biggest thing, and obviously there's always a chance that you miss the kick, which they did.
And they did, and that was interesting because he was money, that new kid, Tyler Luke, for them, for sure. Yeah, good thought, Josh. I appreciate that. Let's go to Gio down in Tennessee. What's up, Gio?
Hey, Sal. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Great game. What a way to set the tone for the year, especially going into a relatively easy stretch coming up. Hopefully no traffic.
Let's be careful about that, because the Jets looked pretty darn good against the Steelers running the football, at least,
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But one thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't mean to harp on him too much, but Cole Bishop was probably one of the worst players on the defense yesterday, and I just wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on maybe exploring an option like Justin Simmons or Jabril Peppers in free agency to kind of make up for that. If you want to keep riding him out for a few more games, see how he does.
I'm not ready to pull the plug on Cole Bishop, I'll say that, but I do think you have to have a bit of a short leash here if it continues, because I don't know about worse. I have to go back and dig into that, but I will say that there were a couple plays where he could have been better. Also, Taylor Rapp, though. I didn't think either safety was particularly on their game last night, and they have to be better than that. And one of the issues, though, Gio, and I will say this. I do want people to keep this in perspective. One of the issues, the Ravens, give them credit yesterday, okay? They did something really smart, and it hurt the Bills. They went with a lot of quick counts with no motion. And by doing that, because of a loud stadium and the Bills having to recognize the formation and communicate to each other, they got the Bills out of rhythm. There were a few times the Bills just simply were not ready for the snap and ready to play. And that's on the Bills by getting ready, but that's on the Ravens doing a really good job. And Cole Bishop's at safety, and because he's timing some things in the communication, that's partly, a reason why suddenly now he's not in the best position to make a play. He gets stiff arm on the Derrick Henry run as well. I'm not ready to move on from Cole Bishop right now. I think the Bills still believe Cole Bishop could be a very good player. He's just in his second year. I'm also not opposed to bringing in a guy like Jabril Peppers. I don't know how much Justin Simmons wants. I mean, I think that's been kind of the thing with him where, like, what does this guy want? Why is he still a free agent? But, Gio, I think there's a lot there. I would say that you can't have the longest leash ever, but I'm not ready to pull that yet. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. With you. I appreciate it, sir.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Thanks a lot for the phone call. All right, CJ in West Seneca. What's up, CJ? All right, let's take a look around the National Football League because things really fell the Bills' way this weekend. Obviously, their own win, first and foremost, against a heavyweight AFC contender in the Baltimore Ravens. It started Thursday night, though, with the Super Bowl champion Eagles beating the Cowboys 24-20 in that contest. Cowboys played well. They were game, but not enough to overcome the Eagles. But then the Chargers beat the Chiefs, and that was obviously huge and is huge for the AFC West. The AFC West is going to be fun to watch this year. 27-21, Chargers beat the Chiefs. Justin Herbert looks really good in this game. He goes 25 of 34 for 318 and 3 touchdowns. And I got to tell you, found a couple of Chiefs people that I respect. They're a little concerned about maybe how unathletic the defense looked in Kansas City. Now Xavier Worthy's hurt as well. Chiefs dropped to 0-1. Chargers 1-0, sit atop the AFC West. The AFC West is Chargers 1-0, Broncos 1-0, Vegas 1-0, Chiefs 0-1. Do you realize that, Josh? Chiefs 0-1, everybody else is 1-0 in the West. Bills 1-0, everybody else is 0-1 in the AFC East. I like how that sounds and looks on paper. Okay. Buccaneers, what a wild... You thought the Bills game was wild. Yeah, it was. This other one was wild, too. Bucks beat the Falcons 23-20. Swings back and forth in the game. Bucks win 23-20. Egbuka with a pair of touchdowns. I should have drafted him in fantasy, and I didn't. I knew I should have. He's ready to play in this league, and they look good. Both these teams are Bills' opponents this year. Bucks win 23-20 taking early advantage in the NFC South. You know, the Bengals didn't play that great on offense. I thought they'd be like boat racing the Browns out of the building. 17-16. The Browns miss an extra point in this game. They lose 17-16. That's so Brownsy. Joe Burrow only 14 of 23 for 113 yards, 1 touchdown. Joe Flacco is 290 and a touchdown with 2 picks. Wound up hurting them. So Bengals, they're 1-0. Browns 0-1. Who do the Bengals have next week? Oh, they have the Jacksonville Jaguars at home. All right. Where are the Browns? Oh, Browns are at the Ravens. Okay. Dolphins. I mean, the Dolphins are actually a storyline today because of how bad they look. Think about that. 33-8, the Colts just demolished them. I saw today the Colts are the only team, maybe first team ever, to score on every possession in 7 straight possessions. Even the Bills didn't do that in the perfect game because of a kneel down, I think. I think that's how, right? But whatever. 33-8, I mean, what? That was just a lackluster effort. I have a friend that's a really big Dolphins fan, and he's like, dude, after that, I think maybe Mike McDaniel should go.
Did you see Cam Bynum's interception celebration? He like flopped around on the ground like a fish. He picked off 2. It was the best celebration I've ever seen.
Oh, my God. I got to see that. Jonathan Taylor, 71 yards rushing. Daniel Jones, 272 and a touchdown passing. Tua, 2 interceptions. I think he lost a fumble too. 14-23, 114 yards. Dolphins 0-1, Colts 1-0. Jags 1-0 after beating the Panthers 26-10. I think this game was known for the delay. They had a huge weather delay in this game. It took a long time to complete. Trevor Lawrence, 178 yards passing, a touchdown, and an interception. Raiders, they go to New England and beat the Patriots 20-13. For all these, oh my God, New England, they're going to be so good this year, going to challenge the Bills. I always felt New England would be much improved, but not much of a challenge for the Bills, but they'll be definitely a team we're noticing, but I did not expect them to lose to the Raiders at home. I thought it'd be a close game. Patriots would probably win. To me, they have the better roster and quarterback, young quarterback, but hey, Geno did a nice job yesterday. Nice job. 362 yards passing and a touchdown. Drake May wasn't great. 30 of 46, 287, a touchdown and an interception for the second-year Patriots quarterback. Cardinals go to the Saints. They win 20-13. Saints, they were game. They put up a fight, but the Cardinals were the better team. Saints come to Buffalo here in a few weeks. They don't have a lot, but they're just trying to get their rookie quarterback some reps here and to get settled in. Spencer Rattler, 27 of 46, 214 yards. Kyler Murray had 163 and 2 touchdowns passing for the Arizona Cardinals. What else? Hold on. Got to wait for this to refresh. Here we go. Oh, yeah, there's the Steelers-Jets game. 34-32. Steelers win a walk-off field goal, essentially. Not a walk-off. The Jets got the ball back, but the Steelers won a late field goal. Change of possessions, change of leads in this game was crazy. It kept going back and forth. Ultimately, Chris Boswell hits a 60-yarder, and the Steelers win to go 1-0. The Jets 0-1. Bills play the Jets next week. Commanders beat the Giants 21-6. The talk in New York today is, should they move on from Russell Wilson right away to go to Jackson Dart? They might have to. That might be what you do now. We'll see. Brian Daboll was a part of the staff that Josh Allen came in, like that first game, and then started the next game and never looked back his rookie year. I survive in my loser pool and my survivor pool both because I took the Broncos to win and the Titans to lose. How about you?
I did the same exact thing. I followed suit with you and the Titans and picked them to lose, and then in the other loser pool, I think I picked the Giants, so I'm safe there too. So I'm alive. You got me in on these. I'm excited about these. These are fun.
There you go. I like it. All right. 17-13, 49ers beat the Seahawks. Christian McCaffrey does play in this game. Winds up getting 22 carries for 69 yards. He also caught 9 passes for 73 yards. So he's doing what CMC does. 1-0 for the 49ers, 0-1 for the Seahawks. Packers beat the Lions 27-13. Boy, Lions it's so tough to lose both those coordinators. Then you face a Packers team where Jordan Love was dialed in. 16-22, 168, and 2 touchdowns. They go to 1-0. Lions drop to 0-1. Texans lose at the Rams 14-9. And boy, CJ Stroud, 19-27, 188, and an interception. Kind of the same as last year, just not looking all in sync. Rams, they step up after an interesting offseason where everything was talked about with Stafford, and he went 21-29, 245, and a touchdown. Tonight, the debut of J.J. McCarthy, second-year quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. taking on Caleb Williams and the Bears, and Ben Johnson's debut as head coach. And next week, the Bills take on the New York Jets in New Jersey at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford. We'll have a lot more for you on that as the week goes on. Thanks a lot to G for producing on the video side, to Josh Schmidt on the radio side, to you for listening, to watching. One Bills Live up next here on WGR Sports Radio 550. I'll talk to you again later in the week as the Bills get ready to take on the Jets and maybe go 2-0.